Me. Good morning. See if anybody comes in here. YouTube has been very, very terrible with their notifications. What the hell is this thing? Ugh. Where's my cotton balls? I need to clean my wax warmers out. Put new wax in them because they are not smelling anymore. So we're just burning nothing. It's a beautiful morning. I just sang that to my son. Good morning. Hey, Nick. I was going to go live on my channel too. So it's such a beautiful morning. Hey, Deborah. I'm so excited for my son. They finally, hey, Crime Mary. They finally got to go for the first day today. Go to school and breathe with no mask on. I'm so excited for him. But he was like, it's so messed up because he's so conditioned from having this stupid mask on his face for the last 2 years that he was like scared to go on the bus without it. He's like, but what if she yells at me? He's like, I'm putting it in my pocket. I'm like, no. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Winky. Hey, Sarah. Luna. Cindy, how you doing, girl? Yeah, he gets on. He's like, I'm putting it in my pocket. I'm like, Jesse, don't you dare take that mask to school at you today. I swear. He's like, just in case. I'm like, they're not going to say anything. I'm like, you don't have to wear it today. You don't have to. That's it. It's done. And like, they're so conditioned from having to wear it for all these years that they are scared. And then we get to the bus stop and there's, two young girls that are at his bus stop and they both have masks on. And I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Like, I'm not going to, no, you know what? I shouldn't say that. Everybody has their own beliefs and that's fine. I still feel bad for those kids because like, I'm like, oh, I just want kids to be able to breathe. But, they might have had the same feelings this morning that my son had, that they're so used to getting yelled at about these goddamn masks every day that they don't even want to go to school without them now, even though they're allowed to, because their brains are conditioned. And it just like really goes to show how easily we're brainwashed and conditioned to believe things, that the children are scared. I mean, he walked onto the bus so slowly this morning. Like he literally like took a step, stood there, and I'm like, dude, just go. Be happy, look at your friends, you're going to see people's smiles and their faces that you haven't seen in 2 years. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it'll wear off. It was just such a weird thing that like, I realized how conditioned my son is, at school with the mask this morning because he didn't have to wear it. It's optional. So they're basically, they don't want to say that the masks are over. They have to say that they're optional because they still want them there. But, I was just happy for him. I don't think he even knows what his teacher looks like without a mask. He's never seen her mouth. He has no idea what she looks like without a mask. I mean, that's like insane. So I'm so happy for him though today. He'll be able to breathe. And it's just one less thing that he's going to have to worry about. One less thing that's really impeding on his education. Because like I just saw it this morning in the little glimpse that I got of him getting on the bus with the other kids. And I couldn't really see through the bus, but I saw pretty much a 50-50, mixture of kids still wearing masks. And I told my son too, I said, Jesse, if somebody else wants to wear a mask, that's their choice. Don't say anything to them. Don't tell them, oh, you don't have to wear that. That's up to them and their parents to make that choice for them. We don't make that choice for them, but you don't have to wear it. You get to go on the bus, no mask, and be happy. So, did you see the CDC change the guidelines for milestones in babies because of COVID? No, but that doesn't surprise me because I read a couple of articles about how babies are delayed because of COVID. I don't really know why that is, but I really don't. You would think that they would be ahead of the freaking curve because like the parents are home with them, but I don't know. I don't really know why that is. In my tiny town, I think everybody has COVID, including me. Oh no, Cindy. Well, it went around here, it swept through here. It was bad, but the numbers have gone way down, and I'm not putting my son back in a mask. So they better not, turn around and change it in a week because I just feel like something's gonna happen. Hey, Alexis, let me give you the birthday banner. My birthday is actually on Saturday, so happy early birthday. I remember your birthday always being near mine. Smokies too, I think. Oh, oh, you couldn't go out to dinner for them? Hold on a second. Let me get you the birthday banner. All right, Alexis. Yeah, mine's on Saturday. I'm like, ugh, 41. Alexis Key. Happy birthday, girl. And let's do this. Hold on a second. There we go. Yay. Happy birthday. I know there's some other March birthdays. My boyfriend is so sick right now. I'm sorry, girl. Socialization plays a huge role in development. Well, yeah, that's true because when like Jesse was a baby, I brought him to like the library all the time. I mean, we like lived at the library because I wanted him to be around other kids. It's especially important when you have a um only child, who doesn't have other siblings to socialize with. So, he went to the library. I brought him around other kids as much as I possibly could. And I really did see a difference in him as far as his socialization with other kids. He's very friendly, my son, with kids. He's shy with adults, but he's very friendly with other kids. He's like outgoing. So and it's good. You have to socialize your kids. People like don't really realize the importance in that, but it's really important to socialize them. So I could totally believe that. Your youngest is driving. Oh my god. It is good to let them decide for themselves. I know my son doesn't want to wear the mask. He's just scared that he's going to get yelled at. So he has that nervousness, that he's going to get in trouble. And I'm like, you're not going to get in trouble, dude. So, like the bus driver had her mask on. I don't know what the rule is for the teachers or what the school district or, the bus companies have decided for the. Good morning, Molly Golightly from White Swap. Oh, I love that graphic that you have. It's like a cartoon version. Oh my god, it's so funny. March and April are big birthday months. That's right. That's right. So, oh, your birthday's on the 23rd. All right, girl. Thank you, everyone. It's a good start to morning catching alive. Thanks for the birthday. Just glad I could eat out. Yeah, right. I'll be busy this weekend, but I'm not a big birthday person. I don't know. I'm not like I don't know. I've never been like one of those, there's like and I'm not putting anybody down, but there's like I know a lot of women that are like, it's my birthday, and it's like the whole fucking month turns into their birthday. I'm not like that. I'm like, listen, my birthday's this weekend. That's it. My husband's like asking me what I want to do. I'm like, I don't care, dude. Like, I'm totally, as long as I'm with my family, I don't care. Like, I don't need to do anything special. I don't even need to go out to dinner. I just want to be with my family. That's it. I'm just thankful to be alive for another year and healthy and you know, not having hey Angel. My little brother's already driving. Oh boy. I don't even want to think of that day. I'm getting closer and closer to it though, man. Time goes way too fast. 10 years, 9 years just flew by already. So, oh, it goes way too fast. All I want for my birthday is a nap. I know. I don't even know what I want for my birthday. My husband's like, "What do you want?" And I'm like, "I really have to sit here and think." I mean, there's things that I need, but everything I want is like way too expensive for a birthday present. Like, I want weird shit, like a fucking just weird things. I always, whenever like big things come up, I always think like, what can I get that's gonna make me more money, like a printer or something like that, But a camera, like something. But meanwhile, I never use it. So I took my birthday off Facebook because I hate all of fake. Shannon, what the hell was with that thing that person put up that Maggie Memento, like I don't know who's behind that channel. I don't really watch it, so it's just so weird. They put up some like old ass video of me talking about Shannon Uncensored, right? Um, when I don't know, emailing with somebody. I didn't even watch it, so I'm not really 100. I remember the situation. I remember a bunch of people got upset with me because Shannon had said some things to Kiki. I remember the situation, but I'm thinking in my head, what was the point of putting that up? Like that's so old and insignificant. Like nobody even thinks of that anymore. You know, why would you put a video up about that? I don't get it. What's up, Ash? What's up, Sarah? Um, I'm like, I can't figure it out. I'm like, I that's like you guys know how like there's things that happen on here that like we hear about over and over and over again, things that people have done in the past or whatever, mistakes that you've made. Like that, I mean, that happened and then that was it. I never like really heard about it again. So I'm like, why is this like person re- for that person to know that that exists? It tells me that there's somebody who's been around for a really long time and really heavily involved in this community, because that's like to me such an insignificant thing that happened. I was just nice to somebody and everybody was mad at the person for what they said, but they apologized, and I did stand up for her because I felt like, man, if you apologize for something around here, you should get, the apology should be accepted. I mean, if it's sincere. And people are upset about it, but it was fucking 3 years ago. I know, I saw that Ash analyzer stuff. I'm thinking, that's fucking weird. That's all fluff to cover their obsession with Starlight. If I just don't get it. Did you hear about Jay-Z? No, what happened to Jay-Z? So I'm thinking that was the weirdest thing. I know, that's what I'm saying, Shannon. Like we squashed the whole situation 2 years ago. Why would you even play that? And I don't know if it's like they're trying to, I didn't watch it. Somebody told me what it was, so I don't really like, I didn't watch the whole live. Maybe it would make more sense to me if I watched it, but it was just odd that they decided to put that up. Of all the stupid things I've said on here, that's what you pick. I mean, I'm sure you could find something worse than that. But all right. I don't know. I just don't understand the whole purpose of that channel. Like, because it's not really, I wouldn't, like Hartley's channel makes sense to me. Hartley watches lives, recent lives. She clips the little pieces of them, and then it saves it. To me, she's doing the Lord's work, because I don't watch a lot of this shit, especially like I'm not gonna sit there through a whole Bullhorn Betty live or a Molly Go Lately live or something, So I'm glad she does that, because she gets like the most important shit and she puts it on there, and that's what I watch, to keep up with what's going on. But that shit, I don't understand, because they're like playing things that are like fucking 3 years old. Like, who cares? I just don't get it. And it's totally different than what, let's say, Jenny Jen Jen's doing, where she, the other day had a Brian-a-thon where she played a bunch of, Brian's worst moments on here. And, people do need to see things like that for certain people, because there's a lot of new people here who are getting fooled and don't know about these people's behavior in the past, you know? And then also, I feel like when you see it all laid out like that, really paints a better picture for you. So, Ash, do you think it's somebody who wasn't around who's being fed clips? That's possible. I don't know who it is. I mean, I don't really care, to be quite honest with you, because I don't really understand what it is that they're trying to do, but it's just weird. It's it's very strange. And then there was something else I wanted to touch on. Oh, Tracy losing her dog. Listen, I don't care what Tracy said to me about my dog. It was stupid, I feel bad for her loss. It sucks. Anytime you lose, a pet, it's horrible. But, you know, I'm not gonna kiss her ass by any means, after what she said to me. That's not the only horrible thing that she said to me. She's said some pretty terrible shit to me for no reason. So, but I am sorry about the loss of her dog. I mean, that's terrible and nobody deserves that. Um, and it's sad no matter what, when an animal passes away. So, um, I'm not holding any grudges against her for that. Hopefully she learned her lesson on that one. Because they're they're animals, and sometimes they just get old, and there's nothing you could do for them. And sadly, you have to, either put them down. I'm not really sure what happened to her dog, like how it all went down or why, and I really don't care, to be quite honest with you. But I do feel sorry that she lost a pet. It's sad, you know, especially for her because she don't really have a husband or a son or anything else. So I do feel bad about that, but she shouldn't. It's one of those situations where you really got to think about what you say to other people because you never know when it could turn around and happen to you. I mean, I'm not saying like that's karma or anything, but it's it's ironic the order of events that happened. But I do feel bad that that happened to her. It's terrible. I know she loved that dog, and hopefully she learned her lesson. Dogs age, they get old, they get health issues, and there's nothing you can do about it. you know my dog Snoop was 12 and he had a great long life. Snoop wasn't even supposed to make it past 2. Okay, so the fact that he made it to 10, which most Dobermans don't make it to 10, is amazing. And then the fact that he even surpassed that, and he was 3 weeks. I say he was 12, but he was really 11. He was like 3 weeks away from his 12th birthday. So he made it really, really long for a dog that size, a purebred dog. Purebred dogs typically don't live as long as like a mixed breed, just because there's genetic problems, health problems. So the fact that he lived as long as he did is really amazing because he shouldn't have even made it past the age of 10 or 2 rather. He came down with this crazy weird illness. We never found out what it was. But we tried prednisone and that's what worked, and that's what he was on for his whole entire life. He took that. Um we had to keep him on it. I will be thrilled if my dog lives to be 10. If you have a bigger dog, the thing is with bigger dogs is they start getting hip problems, which he had. He was, having trouble walking and getting up and down. I had to lift him, that last month, and Hummingbird could verify this. Hey John, I would have to lift him, his back legs, to get him up. And then, he would fall, and then I would have to lift him up again. Like, that's just a problem. My collie had it, when I was younger. It's just a problem with the larger dog breeds. They all have that. And you don't want to watch them struggle like that for long, it just happens. It's sad, no matter what you do for the dog. You could give him all the glucosamine in the world. And, Snoop had, specifically, whatever his condition was, it was something that attacked his joints. So like his knees had these like hard um balls around them. It was almost like scar tissue had built up around his knees. But it wasn't rheumatoid arthritis or any of the normal things that dogs get. They really don't know what he had. They never had a name for it, but we just knew that the prednisone worked, and that's what he was on for his whole life. you know so we did, trust me when I tell you, we did everything we could to make his life as comfortable as it possibly could for as long as it could. But again, this dog wasn't supposed to live past the age of 2. I mean, we were told to put him down by several vets, because they couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. He just got this weird thing. And so the fact that he actually made it till almost 12 is amazing. Really is. Yeah, hip dysplasia, that's what it's called. And like almost every big dog gets it. It's like, it's just a bad design, I guess. When God was designing dogs, he designed them bad, because you think about it, their legs are so skinny, holding up their body weight, so they get hip dysplasia. sad. Plus, they're hard on their bodies, dogs. I mean, they run, they jump, and it's just sad. Yeah, Alexis Snoop died back in October. I had to put him down. He also had a fatty tumor on him, and he was, we had brought him to the vet. Snoop had to go to the vet all the time, because not all the time, but like, he had to go regularly, like every, I think it was like 6 months or a year or whatever, because he was on medication. So they would only give us the medication every couple of months, and then we would have to bring him back in for a checkup. So he was always up to date on everything because we had no choice. We had to bring him there. So our doctor saw that thing several times, and he said it was a fatty tumor. Dogs get them. And he's like, just leave it. And then it was really in the last couple of like months of his life that it just like all of a sudden it started to like grow very rapidly. Um, and he was having trouble walking anyway. He was having the hip problems. And, ultimately that thing, when it burst open, that's what we had to bring him to the vet, and we put him down because there was really nothing they could do for him otherwise at that point anyway. He was, having trouble walking, and he wasn't eating. So there was something obviously going on otherwise, but he was old too, he was 12 years old. So it was time. I knew it was time a month prior to that happening. I mean, again, Hummingbird could verify because I was like hysterically crying on a voice message to her because I couldn't get him up, up the stairs. And like that thing didn't bother him. That's the other thing. Like it didn't bother him. He never messed with it. He never seemed like he was in pain. I mean, he never whined, nothing. Like, well, he whined all the time, but not because of that thing. He whined because like I wasn't paying attention to him. But he never like messed with it or bothered it. So I don't think it bothered him. He didn't seem very bothered by it. If he touched it, he had no reaction. It didn't matter if he were touching that or his body. Like he didn't, you know what I'm saying? He didn't yelp or anything. So I don't think it was giving him any type of pain. It probably was just uncomfortable for him when he laid down. But past that, that shit happens. Dogs get those things all the time. I know several people who have dogs that have. Somebody just showed me their dog has one on the face, and I feel so bad for it. But yeah, I remember it sucked. But you know what? He's in a better place now. He really is. So, and it really just sucks. But that's dogs, and that's just part of owning a dog, is that knowing, like even now, I'm looking for another Doberman. I know that it's only going to be 8 to 10 years I'm going to get out of this dog, and if I get more, I'm lucky. But that I would never buy a Doberman going into it expecting the dog to live past the age of 10. you know that their life expectancy is 8 to 10. That's their life expectancy, which is sad, but that's just the reality of that breed. If you're going to go into it. Oh, the little mini pinchers. Stephanie, I had 3 of those. Um, I love those. I love them too. The only problem with them is that, and why I wouldn't own one now, is that they're very, very hard to house train. They're like one of the worst dogs to house train. So, um, yeah, that's why I probably wouldn't own one of those. That's just little dogs in general. They're a lot harder. Like Snoop, he never had an accident in the house. I mean, after he was trained, I'm saying, of course, but when he was a puppy, he did. But when he was trained, dude, once we house trained him, I'm telling you, this dog never had accidents in my house ever. He wouldn't even pee on my porch. Like he did at the end because, he was old and he was having trouble, but not in my house. He only peed outside. I mean, I was like really lucky. I never had to clean up shit or anything from inside my house for the majority of his life. I mean, he really never had accidents. He was very well trained in that sense. Yeah, they're much easier to potty train. Like the little dogs, my mom's dogs, forget it, dude. Because I had a mini pincher and I left it with her when I moved out, and like I adopted it and everything, but then I didn't want to take it with me. I felt bad, and plus my husband, we were moving into an apartment, into an apartment. He was like not into dogs at the time. I had to work on him to get him into dogs. But anyway, you know, oh my God, every time, so my mom used to like work, she had 2 jobs, so she would ask me to feed her dogs. Every time I would go to her house, I was cleaning dog shit and piss. Like, it was just, she kept them in this room because if she didn't, they would shit and piss all over her house, so she had to like keep them locked up in this room near her garage when she wasn't home, that she didn't really care about, because they just, I mean, that's a long day though for them to be going without being let out. Really, they should be let out every day, during the day. If you have little dogs like that, you can't leave them home for long stretches by themselves. They have to be let out constantly. So it's just harder to train them. I can't do little dogs. Not all of them, Remy. My little mini pincher, I had 3 of them, okay? In the course, of time. Well, I really had 2. My mom's, the other one was my mom's. But the first one I got, he was a little nippy and he definitely was a little yappy. The second one I got, the girl, she was the most amazing dog. I swear to God, I don't think I've ever had a dog with such a good temperament as this dog. Like, she was so calm. She never really barked. She never nipped ever. And she was just so loving. Like, she just, as soon as I got her, I adopted her from actually the same woman that I got Snoop from. Eventually, she bred mini pinchers and the big ones, but she stopped breeding the little ones because one of her Dobermans killed the little mini pinchers. And by the way, they're not related to each other at all. They just look a lot alike, but they're not. There's no relation genetically. They're totally different dogs. But anyway, so I went there, I picked her up, and she, on the way home, I put her in the seat next to me, and she like crawled onto my lap and just like crawled up in a ball. And it was like an instant bond, with me and her. And she was older when I adopted her. I mean, I think she was like 5 or 6 years old. And she was just such a good dog. I mean, she really was. She just had such a good personality. She never bit anybody or growled or anything like that. So it's not all little dogs, it's certain ones. My other dog, Gino, he used to attack my husband. Oh my God. My husband would come in. He was like afraid of him. And it was so funny because I'm like, he's so little, dude. You could like step on him and kill him. But he hated, I don't know, he hated men, I guess, that he didn't know. So when my husband first started coming around, he would like have to run like through my house because Gino would freaking bite his ankles and shit. He was mean. He was a fuck. And then the other, my mom had another female, and she was, I didn't care for her temperament as much. She was very shy, so she didn't bark or growl at all. I mean, she would just run away from you if she didn't know you. But the one that I adopted, that was like, out of all my dogs, she really had the best temperament of any dog I ever adopted or had, because she was just so friendly and loving. And she wasn't a whiner. Like, she was just like she was me as a dog. I feel like, like, she just she was just laid back and chill and just hung out, and that was it. She was the coolest dog. I miss her so much. Chihuahuas are definitely nippy. Lick your ear, gross, and attack if you walk by her food. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, some dogs are possessive over their food. Dogs have personalities just like people. When I did the DNA, one of the 2 dogs I gave health issues that may arise. Yeah, they have the DNA testing. Like the dog I'm getting, hopefully, they do all the DNA testing and everything like that. So any dog you buy has a chance for health issues. I mean, realistically, and nobody could predict the future. But yeah, you definitely want to, if you're investing that much money into a dog like I am for a purebred, you definitely want to make sure that they're health tested. Absolutely. I've been petting my puppy when she eats. We are very hands-on with her. Yeah, that's what you have to do, soldier. Make sure that, you could take their food. Snoopy used to like, the way he was trained was like, I put his food down and he sat there and looked at me and then waited for the command to eat. He would never just start eating. I had to always tell him, go ahead. And then he would eat. That's how he was trained. You have to train them to not be possessive and shit over their food. And that's really good to do, Soldier. He was a little one time in all the years, Snoop never snapped at anybody, ever. But in all the years, when we had him, when Jesse was a baby, it was the weirdest thing, man. And that's why you just never know. Dogs are unpredictable. So I see pictures of people like, oh look, I put my baby on my pit bull. Great. But dude, you never know. My dog never in his whole life snapped at me, snapped at Chris, nothing. Okay. When Jesse was a baby and he was just like starting to walk, I think he was almost like 2 at the time, I had fed Snoop for breakfast, and Jesse was walking around the kitchen, just kind of walking around, and he happened to just go stand next to Snoop, who was eating at the time, and he snapped at him and got him on the head. He got him, and I freaked out. I mean, I was hysterically crying because Snoop had never so much as even growled at anybody, and I was shocked that he would go after a baby, you know. But he went after and he just kind of he nipped his head a little bit, and just for Jesse standing near his food, and I was shocked. I mean, because I was able to go put my hand in his food. I could take his food. I could take things out of his mouth, and he never growled or even fought me. Really, he was pretty good. And like, so I was not expecting him to ever do anything like that. I was always careful with Jesse when he was a baby, but like that one time I just wasn't watching, and he went after him, and I was like scared shitless. So after that, I just, I had to make it a point to just make sure that him and Snoop were never alone together. So it was a little hard when Jesse was, a toddler, but I just had to make sure that Jesse and him, I never left them alone in the room. You just never know, like I never would have expected that to happen. So, don't ever put your guard down around a dog just because you think it's friendly, because they're not, you just never know. You never know when they're, going to bite or snap. And that was the only time he ever did it, was that one time. And, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just know, if you have a dog, especially one like that, you have to always have your guard up. A pit bull, it doesn't matter what it is. I see people and they like want to brag, oh, my pit bull doesn't bite my baby. Well, Snoop never went after Jesse until that day. And I don't even know why. Jesse didn't do anything to him. I mean, Jesse used to hit him, and stuff, pull his hair, and he never cared. But that one day, for some reason, I don't know what happened, but Jesse was just standing there. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and Snoop went for him, and it was very scary, because I mean, Jesse wasn't even as tall as Snoop at the time. Dobermans are tall. Jesse wasn't as tall as Snoop until he was about like 4, I think. Snoop always towered over him when he was like a toddler. So, just you can't let your guard down with dogs. Any dog. It doesn't matter what kind of dog it is. Even a golden retriever. People think that golden retrievers are like so innocent. They actually bite more often than Dobermans and pit bulls put together. So you have to be careful around any dog if you have children. How did Jesse handle the loss of Snoop? He did all right, Remy. He was crying that night, because it was scary what happened. I mean, he was bleeding all over my front porch. It was like horrible. It looked like somebody was murdered, on my porch. But after that, he was fine. Kids are so resilient. We always like think because like we're emotional that we're like our kids are going to be the same way. But he got over it pretty quickly. He was fine. He's just like that in general. My son. He's not like he's not the type of kid that like holds on to things. Really, he has his moments, but he definitely doesn't really um stay emotional about things too long. He gets sad and then he could get over things pretty quickly, which is good. But eat your food, teeny fat lard. That movie was great. She really can just learn about anything if you take the time to teach them. I gotta say, my aunt that I don't talk to anymore, my one aunt, She had, I don't know what the fuck she does, but she trains her dogs so well. She had this black lab, man. This thing was so smart. She used to tell it to well, she had a black lab, and then she had a, the fuck are those dogs called? Was it Pomeranian? I don't know if it was a Chihuahua or Pomeranian. I forgot. But they, whatever, it was one of those fucking annoying yappy dogs. Like I personally don't care for Pomeranians because they're so fucking yappy. Like that is just not the dog for me. No. They're cute, but they're fucking annoying. Well, anyway, she had one of those dogs, and this thing was miserable bitch. This dog, I hated it. It growled, it barked. It was just terrible. It was a terrible dog. It was the only person it liked was my aunt. It hated everybody else. Well, anyway, she used to keep it in a cage, in her kitchen because it was not really house trained well. And so the black lab used to go to the door and she'd be like, "Let Ginger out." That was the dog's name. The black lab's name was Haley and the other dog was Ginger. So she used to be like, "Haley, let Ginger out." Yo, this dog, I fucking shit you not. I have a video of it somewhere. If I can find it, I'll have to show you guys one day. This dog would lift up the latch on the cage with its mouth. So it had to like lift the latch up and then slide it over. And there was two of them on the cage. And she used to fucking open it. I'm like, how the fuck did you train your dog to do that? Like, as smart as Snoop was, he wasn't that smart. I don't know. How do you like even train the dog to open a fucking latch on a cage? Like, then the dog used to do, you would tell it, go get the newspaper, and it would go get it and bring it back to you, or go get my cigarettes and it would go grab the cigarettes. And it knew the difference because at the time my aunt was married and her husband and her both smoked, and the husband had menthol and she smoked regular. And so she would tell the dog, go get daddy cigarettes, and the dog would go pick the menthols off the fucking table and bring them to him. Like, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know how she trained the dog to do all this shit, but it was so smart, this dog. I've never seen a dog that smart. Like, in my, I've seen it on like TV, but like in person, no, never seen a dog that smart. And that dog was like, it was so cool, man. I love that dog. But unfortunately, it passed away. I mean, that was years ago. But I was like, what? Like, I can never train a dog to do. I'm lucky I could train a dog to like sit down and give me its paw. Like, that's where it stops. This dog was like so smart. I don't know how. My aunt is very good with dogs. People, not so much. Dogs, she's good with. She sucks with people, to be quite honest with you. No, she's good with people, but she's also an asshole. Hey, Kimmy. Hey, Nana. I have to head to work. Hey, oh, that's all right, Nana. So yeah, I once had a foster mother had to help bring in the groceries. I would get butthurt. Are you serious? See, why the fuck don't I have dogs like that? I want a dog that carries shit for me. This dog was so smart, though. I loved it. Like, that was like my favorite dog. That wasn't mine. I just couldn't believe how smart it was. Like, it was just amazing. I couldn't believe that. I mean, like, getting things, I've heard of dogs like fetching things, but the fact that it opened up the cage and knew how to open the latches, I was like, what the fuck? The first time she showed me, I was like, stop. Like, no. I'm like, no, there's no way, but yeah, it just fucking knew to let the other dog out of the cage. It was crazy. And it would never do it on its own, it would like, you had to tell him to do it and then it would do it. So my aunt would like come home and be like, let Ginger out. And then she'd just stand at the back door. So the other dog would go open the cage up for the little one. Oh, that dog was such a pain in the ass, that little one. I used to house sit a lot for my aunt, we'll babysit too, because my cousin was younger than me. And I go over there one time. And I think that time my cousin wasn't there. And I let this dog out and the dog would not come back in, dude. Oh my God. I didn't know. And you couldn't pick it up. I couldn't pick it up. The only people that were allowed to touch it were my aunt and my cousin. Otherwise, it would fucking bite you. Oh my God. I remember I was there for like 3 hours one night trying to fucking get this dog back into the house because it wouldn't come in on its own. My aunt used to carry it into the house, but that didn't work when you were dog sitting because the dog would not let you pick it up. It would growl and fucking snap at you. Oh, I hated that dog. I hated that fucking dog. I don't hate many animals, but that fucking thing I hated. It was just such a pain in the ass. Like, I never met such a fucking high maintenance dog in my life. She had one dog that was like extremely smart, and the other dog was just a total fucking asshole. It was just like a total fucking asshole dog. Nikita knows sit, shake, kiss. Snoop was smart. I mean, I didn't train him to do, shit like that because I don't have another dog, but he was smart, but I don't know. I never, I don't know how to train dogs like that to do all that kind of shit. I could do like basic training, basic commands, but anything past that, I don't know where you even fucking start. I guess you have to have a lot of patience, and I think that's what my aunt, you know, with for some reason with animals, she has tons of patience. With people, not so much. Like, she's like in the red when it comes to patience for people, but it's like, all right, dude. Soldier, see you, girl. Lucy is extremely high maintenance. First high maintenance dog I've ever had. What do you mean, like high maintenance? I never really had a dog that was too high maintenance. Here we go. Brownie's here. We'll go. She'll bark twice. Who's Brownie? The other dog? I love dogs, dude. I'm having a lot of trouble just not having one right now. It's very, very hard for me. I don't think there was only one time in my life that I went this long without having a dog. And it was when me and Chris first moved in together and lived in an apartment, and it was like, I hated it. I used to go home like all the time to see my dogs because I just hated not having one. So I've never been like this long without having a dog in my life at all, because at least I still had my dogs at my mom's house at that time. Right now, I got no dogs, zero. My two dogs still lived with my mom when I moved out. So I used to be able to at least go back and play with them, and see them. Now I just got nothing. Yeah, Sarah, we put a down payment down on a dog. Hopefully by this summer, I'm praying that we have them. It's been like such a roller coaster, and it's been really hard to try to find somebody who has dogs. And then when you find somebody, they have a long waiting list. And by that time it'll be almost a year or so, and I'm fine with that. I just this feeling of not having a dog, I just don't like it. I'm not I need to have a dog. I just need to have one. But yeah, um we put a deposit on a dog, and I'm just hoping we get it by the summer. I mean, I wasn't ready for a long time. I wasn't even ready, but now, I'm starting to feel a little bit more ready to have another one. But I really do miss having them, having Snoop around. True story, when I was about 11, 12, I got bit by a big ass German Shepherd on my left eye. I was scared of dogs. Angel, I got bit in my face when I was a kid. I was in 5th grade, and I was at my cousin's house. It was like Labor Day weekend, and I was we were watching Home Alone. I don't know why that was on at that time, but that's what we were watching. We might have purposely been watching. I don't remember. But we were sitting downstairs. We were watching Home Alone, and my aunt had just gotten this dog called the Basenji. It was a mix, but they're like a medium sized dog. They kind of look like a corgi almost, but a little bit bigger. They don't have like the short legs like the corgis. So anyway, we were there. I had my dog Corey at home. That Corey, I could literally like pick her up and like do anything to this dog. Like, I used to like carry her. I could dress her up. You know what I'm saying? She was like just one of those dogs that you could do anything to when you're a kid. And she was like, just didn't care. So my cousins picked the dog up, and I love dogs. Like, dude, like I'm just like the biggest dog lover. Any dog, I usually just love them. Like, so if you have a dog and I come to your house, I'm petting the dog, I just like, I love it. So I go to pick the dog up. I'm sitting down on the couch. The dog comes up by me and I'm petting it. And I go to pick it up to put it on my lap. And I had picked it up several times that day and it didn't do anything. All of a sudden, it just like turned back, snapped, and bit me in the face right by my mouth, basically. And I blacked out. I don't remember anything else. And the next thing I remember was waking up and it was like a movie. I was like, all I saw was my cousins' like faces around and I'm looking at all of them like, what happened? Like, why are you guys all looking at me? And my one cousin takes my hand and he puts it on my face and there's just blood. I mean, there was so much blood coming out of my face. And that was when I started freaking out. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel the bite. I didn't feel pain. I never felt pain through the whole thing, really. And I was just like, what the fuck? So they walk me upstairs and like, you gotta remember my aunts and uncles are fucking partying and drinking and shit. So everybody's like freaking out because like I'm filled with blood. There's just blood everywhere. And my aunt, like, I remember they put me in the bathroom and they tell me to put a washcloth on my face. Meanwhile, that was actually the worst thing you could do, as I found out later on. But and then they had to bring me to the emergency room where I sat for like 8 hours. It was like packed that day for some reason. And I had to get like 28 stitches or some shit, which wasn't really that bad. But yeah, I had this big, so I had to go to my first day, here in New York. School starts after Labor Day usually. Like it's usually the weekend after Labor Day is when we start school. I mean, the week after, or the day after, rather, that weekend. So I had to go to school with this fucking huge bandage on my face. I mean, it was like it went from right under my eye all the way down to my chin. Meanwhile, like I don't know why they put such a big bandage because the scar really wasn't that big. So I had to go. It was horrible. I was so embarrassed. The first day of school, I was the first one at class that day. And the teacher's like, what happened? And I'm like, I got bit by a dog. I had to tell the story like 100 times that day. Everybody's like coming in the class saying, what happened? What happened? I'm like, I got bit by a dog, you know? Oh, so, but I never was scared of dogs after that. I don't know. I just always loved dogs. Didn't bother me. If a dog bit me now. Yeah, 2 tacos. Snoop was about 3 weeks, less than 3 weeks, I think, shy of his 12th birthday. He was an old man. I know tacos. That's how I felt. I felt like, how am I gonna get past with this dog dying? He was like my first like baby, He was like my first dog I took care of completely on my own. Ugh, it's horrible. What are the best things I learned from a trainer was how to spot signs of dog anxiety, aggression early on and stuff you wouldn't really recognize if someone didn't tell you. That's so true, Sarah. So, it was terrible. But yeah, I mean, I was fine. Just sucked. I had this big red scar on my face. And then I had to get plastic surgery after that to correct it because it was when I was sitting in the emergency room for so long, like the tissue went like necrotic around it. And so they had to like pull my skin together really tight in that area. Like to this day, I still have no feeling. Like the nerves are shot like on that little area of my face. But yeah, it just sucked. It just sucked. But it had like this big red lump it left. It was so ugly. I didn't really mind it, to be honest with you, because I was like, it makes me look kind of tough. Yeah, big scar on my face. But they paid for the insurance. I don't know. The insurance paid for me to have plastic surgery. So I went and I, got it done. And nowadays, you probably wouldn't have seen the scar at all. But back then, they didn't have all the, shit that we have today, like the lasers and everything to correct scars. But, I don't really mind it. I mean, I notice it, but a lot of people tell me that they don't notice it. I don't know if they're just being nice and saying that, but you really can't you can see that there's something there, but like it's not, I guess totally noticeable. You could definitely see there's like a line on my face, and there's a definite scar there. You could still see even after the plastic surgery to correct it. Your thigh is still numb. Yeah, see, that's what happens. I mean, that little fucker got me good. It hurt. It happened to my cousin too. Her own dog bit her. A dog that she had her whole life. It one day just turned around and bit her nose, and she has like this huge scar on her nose from it still. So you just have to be careful with dogs always. I don't, people think like, oh, my dog's so nice. Well, yeah, he might be, but he's still an animal, and there's still that possibility that's always there that it could bite you one day and hurt you. But I still love dogs. I mean, I never was scared. There's no dogs that I'm scared of. Like, my husband thinks I'm crazy. When we first moved here, there was this dog. It was like a American Bulldog Mastiff mix, and it used to get out all the time. And I used to just like go over to it, grab it, and put it in my car and like bring it back home. Like, my husband used to think I was crazy because I'm not scared of dogs at all. Like, no dogs. So he thinks I'm nuts. He's like, I wouldn't touch that dog. I'm like, it's fine, Chris. If you show a dog that you're scared of it, it's gonna know. They really can smell fear. But this dog, like, I just I always get down low. I always put my hand down because that's the first thing a dog's gonna do is smell you. So I always put my hand down and out, and that kind of makes them go to your hand to smell it, and that's it. I mean, I wouldn't be like grabbing, certain dogs if I personally. I mean, I know how to tell if a dog's aggressive or not. Like, this dog, I could tell was very submissive because it would put its head down when it was walking towards you. So I knew that it wasn't aggressive. But there's certain dogs that I'm weary of, but I wouldn't personally grab the dog, but I'm not scared of it necessarily. I just could tell if it has aggression. You could tell if a dog's nervous around you. If it's nervous, it might be aggressive. If it's like a jumpy, nervous type of dog, you have to be kind of careful because those are the dogs that are more likely to bite. Not a dog that's necessarily running at you and growling and shit, but a dog that's like nervous, or a dog that's been abused or something, they might be more like likely to bite you. Who's that? Who don't have no teeth left? My old dog man tried to fuck my husband up yesterday because he pretended to swat me. What the fuck? Oh, like hit you, you mean? I'm thinking swat, like that kind. Like, oh, geez. Who would do such a thing? Exactly, Sarah. A lot of bites are because of fear and anxiety. That's why if I see a dog that I feel is nervous, I won't, just grab it because you don't want to make any sudden movements, around a dog like that. This dog that I mean, this dog literally like just used to walk up to me. I could tell he was very friendly, good dog. So he was fine. But I'm like the person who, like, if I see a dog running in the middle of the street, I'm stopping my car. I'm getting out. I don't care if I'm like late for work or wherever the fuck I'm going. Well, not that I work now, but back in the day when I worked, I don't care. I would tell my boss, sorry, I was late for work. I rescued a dog this morning. Like, because if I see a dog running, I like freak out and I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna get hit by a car. So I can't tell you how many dogs I've put in my car and brought home to their owners, if they have a collar or something, because I mean, when I was a kid, I used to do it. I used to put them in my backyard, and try to figure out who the owner was. Like, I just, I won't, if I see a dog loose, I'm saving it. Like, there's no question. I'm not going to let it run around if I could catch it. I mean, there's been times where dogs have just took off and ran away and I can't catch it. So I have to let it go. But, if I see them and they come up to me, I'm saving the dog. I'm bringing it home. I've done it so many times. And that's why my husband thinks I'm crazy, because he'll just drive right by that motherfucker. He's like, bye. Like, me, I'm like, no, it's going to get hit by a car. I need to pick him up. I need to save him. I mean, like cats, I've saved several cats. There was this cat outside my job, and I don't even like cats really, but there was a cat outside my job one time that had its fucking head stuck. I felt so bad for this thing. It had its head stuck in a rat poison box. You know those like rat poison boxes that are like outside of pretty much every building? I don't know if that's everywhere, but here they have them outside every building. It's like I seen the cat and I'm like, it was so crazy because I was sitting at work. I'm like at my desk, and all of a sudden I just like out of the corner of my eye saw something moving out the window. And I look over and it's this cat and it's stuck with its head inside the rat box, rat poison. And I'm like, oh my God. So I like ran outside, like in the middle of work. I'm just like, bye. And I called my aunt. She worked at a vet's office right down the block from my job. And she's like, all right, bring him in. So we got him there. We got him out. I forgot how, but and then there was a cat when we first moved into this house. This was so funny. I'm sorry. I had a laugh, but I felt bad for the thing. I went out one night to like pick up like pizza or something, and I pull up in my driveway, and again, like out of the corner of my eye, I see like this flash of light, like, and I'm like, what the hell was that? You know? So I get out of my car and I'm like walking around and I'm like, what the hell was that? Like I saw like light somewhere, like a reflection. And all of a sudden I look on my lawn and there's this poor little kitten that had a tin can, like a soup can, stuck on its head. I mean, this thing, when I tell you it was stuck on its head. I pick it up, I'm like trying to pull it off, you know, and this thing was jammed on there, like totally jammed on there. So I run inside and I tell my husband, and Chris is like not like an animal person like I am. And he's like, oh, you know, I'm like, Chris, hey, we can't leave this cat with this thing on its head. We have to help it. So he comes outside and he's trying to get it off, and this thing is not budging. I mean, it was like this cat jammed its fucking head in this thing. I felt so bad for it, but it was kind of funny watching it walk around with this stupid thing on its head, like flopping all over the place. Thank God I saw it when I did, because that thing definitely would have suffocated. I mean, I don't know how long it was walking around like that, but it was bad. So he had to go in the garage and get like a pair of tin snips, and we had to sit there and like cut this freaking thing off its head. I felt so bad for it. And as soon as we got it off, that thing fucking took off, dude. Like he didn't even stay around to thank us. He was like, bye, bye. That's why cats annoy me, because they don't care. They're like, fuck you. You just saved my life. Fuck you. I'm out of here. They're so like skittish. I can't. And no offense to anybody that likes cats. They're just not for me. I like dogs. They're more social. Cats are like too skittish for me. They don't like me. I think because I'm too like clumsy and loud that like I scare them. But no cats have ever liked me ever. Like, they just don't like me. So you know the feeling's kind of mutual. It's not that I don't like them. Like I just personally would never own one. I wouldn't want to ever have one. I don't want to deal with litter boxes and all that bullshit. Cat piss. I hate the way cat piss smells. Not that anybody likes it, but I'm just saying, like, I can't deal with that smell in my house anywhere. I hate that smell. I hate it out. I smell it outside because there's so many fucking stray cats around here and it bothers me. Like, I can't imagine having that smell in my house. Ugh. I love my cat thinks she's a dog. That's what everybody says. Everybody says that cats are dogs. I mean, I had a cat when I was younger, but I just never would have one now. Like, I love kittens though. They're so cute. You know, I just personally, I don't want to deal with no litter boxes. Like, I don't want no animal that shits in my house. So you need to go outside. I don't want to have to clean a litter box. I'm not doing that. They're so gross. I hate the litter boxes. So I just, nope. I'm good. I'm good on cats. It's because their diet, if that's a strong, well, also the male cats like mark their territory, so that shit just stinks. Dogs have the same smell actually, um, in their anal glands. They actually could let out the same smell, and it's disgusting, but it's just not as strong as a cat smell. I hate the smell of their piss. It's gross. You can't smell my cat in my house. I'm crazy about keeping the litter box clean. See, I just wouldn't want to deal with the litter box. That's like, no, no, thank you. I don't want to have to do that. That's like a very big chore. That's why I have like fish. They're easy, you know. Just fill up their tanks with a little bit of water. That's it. I'm not dealing with no litter box. Hell no. And like, no offense to anybody that, like, enjoys that shit. I just personally, I'm not dealing with that. I don't want to deal with that shit. Dog shit's bad enough. Snoopy used to clean his own shit though for us, unfortunately. He used to eat it. Oh, it was so gross. So fucking gross, dude. I'm like, why would you eat your own shit? Why? Why? And I tried everything that there was out there to get him to stop. And it was, unfortunately, I just couldn't get him to stop. But it was fucking gross, dude. That's why I never let that dog kiss me. Well, he wasn't much of like a kisser anyway, Snoop. He wasn't like a snuggly dog. Most Dobermans really aren't. I mean, he liked to be pet, but he always wanted his ass pet, motherfucker. He would always put his ass near me. I'm like, can I pet your head? Like, why are you putting your ass in my face all the time? He always did that. Every time I went to go pet him, I'd pet him and he'd turn right around and put his ass in my face. Or he used to bump my chair. If I sat outside, he would literally stand there and butt bump me. He'd like sit there and keep bumping his butt against the chair for me to pet him. He just liked his ass being scratched. I have one of those automatic litter boxes. I never heard of that. Yeah, see, that would be me, CK. I can't deal with the poops daily. Mm-mm. Oh, she brings those lizards. Ah! Yeah, my cat used to kill birds all the time and like leave them right at the back door. I'm like, "Ugh." That's another thing. I don't want no fucking animals. Snoop killed a couple of things. He was a murderer too. So he used to kill things, but he killed a friggin' a baby possum one time. That was fun. I walk outside, there's like blood everywhere. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Nothing, I mean, literally nothing used to come in my backyard ever. Squirrels, maybe once in a while, but no cats, nothing would ever come in my backyard when we had Snoop because he would kill it immediately. So we never really had animals. Now there's cats laying on my patio furniture. And I'm like, get out of here, freaking cats. The squirrels ripping apart my what do you call it? Everything. They ripped my little cover off my gas pit. My Lucy won't kill anything. She even makes friends with frogs. Yeah, Snoop was definitely a murderer. My husband said he killed kittens, but I thank God never seen that because I think I'd cry. But he has killed quite a few things, Snoop. Quite a few animals. He was definitely like a watchdog. He didn't like anything in my house. That's another thing I wouldn't be able to deal with cats. One time my mom, when I was young and we had a cat, it carried something dead into my house. I forgot what it was, but it actually, whoever let it in. Oh wait, you know what? That might not have been the cat. I think that was my dog who did that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was my dog. She carried something dead into the house. I think it was like a mouse or something that she found outside, and she brought it in the fucking house. You're gonna kill her. I think the cat probably killed it, and she carried it in. It was like, yeah, thanks, thanks. Mm. The only thing I do like about cats though is that I love when they purr. And I love their tongues. I love their little sandpaper tongues. They're so cool. I love that. My cat used to lick me. I used to think it was like the coolest thing ever. I wish my animals would kill mice. Well, that's why we actually got a cat back in the day because we had gotten mice in the house. And the cat was actually a stray cat. And we took it in. And meanwhile, little did we know when we took it in, it ended up being pregnant. So it had kittens. We got rid of those. We gave them away. And then shortly after that, my dog ended up getting pregnant. So then we had puppies. So that was cool as a kid to have, that experience. My coworker has a really pretty nice fluffy cat. I like the fluffy ones. They're cool. What? That's the one thing about cats, though. They are clean. Like they clean themselves a lot. They're just so skittish. I don't like that. I don't like that they're so skittish. Do cats eat mice? No, they just kill them, Angel. They really just kill them and then like bat them around and play with them. And then once they're done, they're that's it. They just leave them. So it's kind of like how some people are here on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like they fuck with you, they hit you around a little bit and then they just fucking leave you for dead. Dude, the other night I watched Laura. Can I ask why she was so mean to Save Robbie? Like, listen, I get Save Robbie here is controversial, but Robbie's always been nothing but nice to me. When we first met way back in the day, like 4 years ago, we had a little, whatever. But ever since we apologized to each other, Robbie's always been nothing but kind to me, and I've always been nothing but kind to him. Like I'm not the type of person on here to take on other people's problems. If you have a problem with somebody, that's your issue. But as long as somebody's nice to me, even going back to the thing with Shannon Uncensored, everybody was upset because of what she said to Kiki. But Shannon was always nothing but nice to me. So why do I have to treat Shannon like shit because she said something negative to somebody else that's not me? I don't agree with what she said, but I could still be nice to her and have a relationship with her, even though, I didn't agree with the one thing that she did. That's fine. But, it's the same thing with Robbie. Like, if you have a problem with him, that's fine. I never had a problem with him. He's always been nice, nothing but kind and respectful to me. And that's how I'm going to treat him how he treats me, you know? But the other day, I see her thing pop up in my chat and I'm like, well, what the fuck? And see, here's the thing. You can't do things like this, Laura, and have people on your panel like this, right? And then expect nobody to discuss it afterwards. Like, I don't know when she's going to get that through her head. You're on a public platform, okay? People are watching you and they're discussing it. And I mean, that's been that way for how long now? 3 years, 4 years? Like, don't do things on here that everybody could see if you don't want them being discussed by other people, because that's just the nature of the beast, right? We're going to discuss these things. So he goes up on our panel and I'm like, I only caught like maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes of it. And but in those 10 minutes, I'm like, what? Why are you being so fucking mean to this guy for no reason? You got yourself involved in this situation. Okay. And I don't really know even what was going on. But I know it had nothing to do with her because she said it, in the time that I was watching. And she was just being so unnecessarily fucking mean. And I felt like it was almost like she needed somebody to like bully that day or beat up on, because she's mad or she's frustrated with her own situation. But I'm like, I don't understand this. I don't know. I guess I'll just never get that. I'll never understand being unnecessarily mean to somebody who never did anything to you. Like, I don't get it. I don't do that. I don't go around just being mean to people for no reason. If I give somebody on here an attitude, it's because they fucked with me in some way or somebody that I care about in some way. I never would just be mean to somebody just because. That's just not in my character to do that. I just couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand why she was like screaming at him, the way she was. I'm like, what? Why are you so emotionally invested in this? And then, you sit around and you say, oh, I don't get involved in other people's things. I don't watch people. If I don't like them, I don't watch them. But that's not true, man. That's not true. You do watch them. You do pay attention to them. I thought they were friends though, but he must have stopped serving his purpose for her. He was serving a purpose at some point in time. But he stopped serving that purpose now. So I guess she doesn't need him. I don't know. I think it's because Laura is friends with a woman named Granny's watching. CK, is she really friends with that woman? I never even heard of her before this panel. Like, I never even heard of that woman. I'm like, okay. I don't think Laura's really friends with anybody, to be quite honest with you. I don't think she has any real friends on here anymore. I think she just has acquaintances and people she talks to. I guess Robbie buddy back up with Natasha Cooper, who full docs Granny's watching. Oh, so is it about is it about Natasha Cooper, who is another person that, like, again, go by your own your own advice there. If you don't like her, don't watch her. I mean, isn't that what you say all the time? If you don't like somebody, don't watch them. So why do you watch Natasha Cooper? I don't personally like. I don't know. I have no interest in watching Natasha Cooper. I can't sit through one of her lives, but I don't have anything against her. It's just not for me. It's just not my cup of tea. But like, why? I don't understand why so many people obsess over this one. Well, then again, I never understood why people obsessed over MFW and all these other people. I didn't get it. But I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here obsessing over this woman. Like, just don't watch her. I mean, it's pretty simple. She never did anything to you, Laura. Like, why are you so invested in what she's doing or who she's scamming? Or I don't understand that. And then you turn around and you say, well, I don't do that. I don't watch people that I don't like. And you have all these like sayings, but like you really don't stick by that. Laura lies every time she says she only watched for 5 minutes, but she watches everything. Well, CK, to be quite honest with you, because I was friends with her, for a year. So, she doesn't watch a lot of shit. She really doesn't. But she has all her little minions watching. Capone watches everything. That's her main source of information on things, and he gets a lot of shit wrong. I mean, I can't tell you how many times when I was friends with her that I had to correct him, things that he told her that were just completely fucking wrong. And by the way, I heard a clip of her recently saying that, like, oh, I out all her personal shit. Where did I out anything personal, Laura, that you haven't already fucking talked about on lives? I don't think this woman realizes how much she shares on here. I've never outed anything that was not already discussed on a live or exposed on a live stream. But she's sitting there telling people that I've outed all her fucking personal business. And I'm like, really, dude? What? Name one thing. And don't say the food stamps because that's a lie. Name one other thing that I fucking outed. That you think that I've outed of yours. Please, I'll wait. Yeah, she doesn't watch. Her Discord tells her everything. That's exactly it, Hummingbird. She watches some things once in a while, but the majority of things she's getting secondhand information, which is why she's wrong all the time. Well, I would say it's a 50-50 split. Half the time it's her getting the wrong information, and then the other half it's her getting the right information, but then forgetting and not telling the story properly. That's the other half. She outs everything, dude. Hummingbird, that's because I don't tell people's personal shit like that. I don't. I mean, she's like, I think, what was it? I'm trying to remember what it was that was said recently. Oh, I said something about her own brother doesn't talk to her really that often. She has said that on here, that she doesn't talk to her brother all that often. So I'm not outing anything personal, Laura. You fucking tell everything personal about yourself on here, and then you forget what you tell, and then you're gonna sit there and blame me like I'm outing your personal business. I mean, you're the fucking idiot who sits up here and tells people that, you put your daughter in a shower with a guy that you only knew for 2 months. Like, that's you, boo-boo. That ain't me. That ain't me. You put out more stupid shit about yourself than anybody else could. Okay, than is possible. There used to be times where she would tell me things in private, and I'd be like, oh my God, I hope to God she doesn't ever say this on a live. And then she would. And I'd be like, I cannot believe she just told everybody about that. Because like it's like hectic, and it's like people are gonna have something to say about it. But to her, it's just her normal life. So I guess she doesn't realize how fucking it sounds when you're not fucked up like that. Like she doesn't realize. I sincerely hope she doesn't realize sometimes how fucked up the things that she says sound, or the things that she does sounds. It's always 2 seconds or 5 minutes, always. Yeah, I know. But she really doesn't watch a lot of things because when we were friends, she would always ask me like, "Oh, did you watch Diane? What happened?" She would always call me for like the synopsis, and I didn't really watch all that much shit either. I really don't. I don't. I might catch like 5 or 10 minutes here and there, but I really don't watch like things all through their entirety. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. And if I do, I'll let you know. But like the other night with the Robbie thing, I really only watched it for like maybe 10, 15 minutes and then I turned it off because it was just like that girl who was on her panel, her voice was just starting to like grind on my nerves. I had to turn it off. But if I watch her lives, I have no problem admitting it, you know? I told her even when the first time her and I fell out, I always watched her lives still, because, a lot of times it's just kind of out of boredom and there's nothing else on. Now I just laugh at her. Like, because it's just like, what the fuck is she gonna say next? Like I told you guys this, I'm like fascinated by fucked up people. I don't know what it is, but I am. I have this like fascination with people that are fucking fucked up. Like, cause I don't know, you just watch them and you're just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what planet are you living on? Why do you think that this, that, and the other thing is okay? I don't know. Yeah, CK, the shower thing was gross. If you barely know somebody, you absolutely should not be uh doing that. That's fucking weird. But that's what I'm saying. Like something like that, I truly in my head think that she believes that that's a totally normal, acceptable thing to do. So she shares it on here thinking that it's normal and acceptable. And then when she gets the reaction that people are like, what the fuck? Because normal people are like, whoa, dude, that's not cool. Then she's like, oh, why is everybody talking about it and making a big deal? Well, because it is kind of a fucking big deal, dude. That's insane. But no matter how much you're her friend or you try to help her or warn her, she don't listen anyway. She's going to do what she wants to do. It doesn't matter if you try to help her and tell her, you know what, Laura, I don't think that's really the best idea. She'll still do it anyway, even if you warn her or tell her. So, it's a lost cause. I don't watch her unless someone tells me so. Yeah, usually that's someone's me, Hummingbird, and I tell you. I mean, I really don't watch all her lives. I can't sit through a true crime live ever, ever. But I will turn our lives on and skip through, see a couple segments, and I just shake my head most of the time. And just like, oh my God, Laura, you're fucking lost, dude. You're lost. You're still lost. Okay, just checking. Laura's gonna flip about Diane's live last night. I don't know. That could go either one of two ways. She could either like you guys know how she does. She either acts like she's above things. Depends on like which Laura is gonna be there that day. She's gonna act like, I don't even care. I don't care. Listen, when you truly don't care about things, though, I'm just saying, we truly don't care about things, you don't even fucking address them. There's several people on here that have made videos about me, okay, that I truly just don't fucking care about. And I never even respond to them or listen to their videos because I just don't fucking care. So you won't hear me ever talking about those people on here because I don't even want them to think that I fucking care, you know? But that's how you make people think that you don't care about them. You just don't respond to their shit. I mean, there's been several people that are still to this day making fucking videos about me, and I just don't even acknowledge it because it's not worth it. I really don't fucking care what they think. Yeah, exactly. Hummingbird. They'll keep like mentioning me, community posts, whatever, dude. Have fun. You're not even fucking worth me addressing because you're that irrelevant in like life, in my life, that you're not even fucking worth me even addressing. And I certainly don't want to give you the attention that you're looking for. That's the other thing. Sometimes there's people on here that just say shit about you just because like they want you to respond to them. They want to get a rise out of you and they want to get a response out of you. And so your best bet is to just completely not respond at all. But when you go live flipping the fuck out, over something, that means that you kind of care about it. I mean, you can't sit there being like, fuck this, fuck that, fuck this, and then be like, I don't care what they say. No, you do care because you're addressing it. So you do have a little bit of care. You're addressing it. Mark Wood Vum today. Vum? What the fuck is Vum? I see those everywhere. It's either Vum or Vom. Anyone tacky candles, she will go ballistic. You just don't say it. There's just, you have to ignore some of the shit. And she says she ignores a lot of it, but she really doesn't. She doesn't. Like she says she doesn't address Ballet Babe, but she does. She strikes her channel. I mean, how many times has she struck Ballet Babe's channel, or Detective Babe? I should say Detective Babe. But how many times has she struck that woman's channel? If you really didn't care, you wouldn't even strike her channel. You wouldn't even fucking strike it because you would just not care. I mean, because there's people on here that fucking talk shit about me. I'm not striking their channels. Dude, if you want to sit there and fucking talk about me for the next 5 years, go for it. Have fun. I'm just not going to respond to it. You're fucking, you know what I'm saying? Certain people, you're talking to the wall, basically. I'm not going to fucking respond to it. But when you are freaking the fuck out and saying you don't care at the same time, that's like a contradiction, because you wouldn't be freaking out if you didn't care, at least a little bit. Like, stop. I used to tell her all the time, and I used to tell Tiffany all the time, stop giving these fucking people reactions. Stop, because you're just feeding them exactly what you want. Like, Tiffany was really bad at it. She would like sit there. She would sit. All right, let's just say like Ash 27 and then 274 and then we're live, right? She would fucking, is it 247 and 274? I always get it confused. Anyway, she would sit there and wait for somebody to mention her in the chat. She would just sit there watching and waiting for somebody to mention her. And I'd be like, why? I just like, I'm not going to do that to myself. You can't, this is the internet, dude. And at a certain point, you have to be like, you know what? I can't control it. Like, I can't control what people think about me, what people, I mean, I can to an extent, but you're going to have those fucking loony bin people that are just going to have a thing in their head about you. And there's nothing you could do about it. They're just going to have their minds made up, and they're going to have this thing in their head about you. And you're just going to have to deal with it, and so it's either you give them attention, or you don't. And like, there's just, like I said, there's just certain people here that no matter what kind of attention I give them, even if it's positive attention, they're probably still not going to like me. I know I'm not going to change their minds. I know I'm not going to get anywhere with these people, because I don't really personally think it's like about me necessarily. I think it's more about them and their fucking personal issues, than it is about me. So I don't even bother with those people, because they have several people that they're targeting in the same way. It's not just me. It's a bunch of people. So I'm not going to give that person attention. This is just what they do here. Their sole purpose here is to come on here, complain about a bunch of people that they don't like, or that don't do things the way that they think they do them, even though they contradict the shit out of themselves constantly. And they're like the biggest hypocrites. But like, you're not changing those people's minds. So why even bother? Unless a bitch pays off. Hold on a second. Let me go back up and read just the Angel's comment there. Just listen, unless a bitch pays off a water bill, electric bill, pool services, HOH duties, buys 1 week of worth of groceries, pay one of my car notes, etc., I might give a fuck what you think of me. Fuck out of here that way. Exactly, just the Angel. Exactly. Like, I'm not saying you should never address things, because obviously, sometimes you have to. You have to address things that people are saying about you. But you don't have to address everything. There's just some people that just aren't even worth addressing. They're just not worth your time. You're never going to please them. And you just kind of have to accept that and move on. Like, to be quite honest with you guys, I wish that people would just ice Tracy the fuck out. I don't want to be too hard on her right now, because I know she's dealing with something, but like, and I feel terrible about that. But, like, she's angry, dude. She's obviously just an angry person. And, just, I wouldn't even respond. Most of the time when she talks about me, I don't respond, because why? She's just not a happy person. Pleasant surprise. Hey, KB Bells. The one thing that bothers me though is the lying to like all these new people that are in Laura's chat that she's just blatantly lying to. Like when I was listening to the thing with Robbie, this is what I was gonna say, and I totally went off on a tangent there, but she's like, oh, I have to correct this, dude. I have to, okay? She says, I'm not gonna go to my haters or go to people that hate the same people as me just because they hate the same people as me. Dude, that is the furthest fucking thing from the truth because you became friends with Molly Golightly and Tiffany again after she said horrible things about your kids. Why? Because of your hatred for Diane. That is what bonded you back to those people and how you became friends with them again. So for you to sit here and say that you never go to people just because you hate somebody in common, that is just a complete and utter bullshit lie. That's not true, Laura. Like, and I don't know who the fuck you're fooling with that shit, but it ain't me, boo boo. And she went over there, okay, initially because they were going after Diane and Laura hates Diane. Okay. The same way that she says that, everybody obsesses with her, she obsesses with Diane. I mean, Diane's name comes up all the time. If you don't like Laura, then you support Diane. That's how it rolls in her, brain. But you went over there initially because they were going after Diane and you had it out for Diane at that point in time. So you went over there initially. Then they started plugging your candles, and that's what made you stay over there. And you said, "Oh, I'm just going to use them. I'm going to use them right back, right?" Now are you texting me? That's one personal thing I revealed. Yeah, I did reveal that because you know why? You lie. You're a liar. But I definitely revealed that about you 100%, And that's only, oh yeah, Corey too, that she became friends with Corey again after saying she was going to smash her head in with a brick. So you know what I'm saying? Like you purposely became friends with them because you were so angry with Diane and they were running and doing the same thing that you wanted. You wanted to take Diane down for years. And so when you saw the opportunity and saw that other people were on the same page as you that you hate, had previously hated, okay? People you hated and that hated you. You became friends with them because you wanted to take Diane down. Then you sat there and acted like it was about St. Jude and kids, but let's just be real. And that's why I backed away from all those people. Well, not that I was friends with any of them, and some of them in the first place, but I stayed away from that whole situation because it wasn't being done for the right reasons, dude. Nobody gave a fuck about no kids. Okay. As much as they want to sit there and say that they did, they didn't. You could lie all day. I know it wasn't about kids. These people fucking forget that I was friends with some of them and that they never brought up the kids ever until, they decided to really start pressing on with this thing. Then all of a sudden it became about the kids. But prior to that, for Tiffany, it was about revenge on Diane and Randy because they brought her medical condition up. And for Laura, it was the same thing. And I knew that because again, I was friends with them. So, now all of a sudden you think that I'm going to believe that you give a shit about some sick kids. No, that's not what it was about. And it never was, which is why I backed away from it. Because if you're doing that for the wrong reasons, I didn't want anything to do with it. And then they'll sit there. Well, why didn't this one call out Diane and that one? I remember, and then you could go back on my page and see that I spoke about it several times why I didn't care. I didn't care for the way Diane handled the situation. I don't care for what she did. But at the same time, what do you want me to do about it? Like, I don't care for a lot of people's situations and things that they do on here. The most I could do is voice it and move on. I did voice it. I voiced it several times that I wasn't happy with the way that she handled this whole situation. I'm still not happy with it, but it is what it is. At the same time, okay, people have to look at it like this. Everybody makes mistakes on here, okay, and has said and done horrible shit, okay, and they get forgiven and they get to keep on going. Why doesn't she deserve that same, opportunity? Diane? Why doesn't she deserve to be forgiven and move on? Because a lot of the times people don't own their shit and they just automatically get forgiven. And it's whether it's out of fear or whatever for the person, that people just overlook things. So, it's not like she had a long history of like doing horrible shit to people. Did she make a mistake? Yeah, absolutely. But she deserves to have a second chance. And that's, you would get the same respect from people. And you have gotten the same respect from people. They don't bring up the kids now. No, they never, because Life Rewinded, it was never about kids. I know it wasn't. That's why I backed up and lying on me and talking crap on a live. Yeah, exactly, Hummingbird. I knew for a fact it wasn't about no fucking kids. Ever. Ever. For certain people. I can't speak for everybody, but I know for certain people that the whole reason that this was even done in the first place was out of revenge for something that was said about somebody else. So, that tells me right there that it's not about no fucking kids, because the kids were never brought up until they decided to really start pushing and trying to convince other people. Because how do you convince other people to go after somebody? You make it about the kids. So just as they say Diane used the kids, they use the kids too. They use them for their own personal vendetta, to me, which is just as bad. It's just as bad. You guys sat there and acted like you gave a fucking shit about these kids when none of you actually really did. It just didn't. And I mean, I think I said that the whole entire time. I was like, you know what? Your shitty behavior, you donating some money to St. Jude or whatever, doesn't erase all your shitty behavior either. There's many people out there like Harvey Weinstein and that Epstein guy. Like they were very generous with donations and shit. Doesn't change the fact that they're pieces of shit. It doesn't change the fact that they're pieces of shit and they do horrible things. So they just had money. That's part of the narcissistic or sociopathic or whatever personality, is to do things and mimic what they think good people do. So in their minds, oh, good people donate, so I'm going to do that, because that's what good people do. They donate. They're whatever the word is, philanthropists, so I'm going to become one, because that's what good people do. So it's all part of the image building to make themselves, appear to be a good person. But really what dictates whether you're good or bad is your actions over your life. And when I look at somebody and I say their bad actions far outweigh their good actions, and that's how people get fooled on here. And it's sad, because if you don't know that about those personality types, you're not going to understand why it's wrong or bad. But if you read about narcissists and sociopaths and all those types of personalities, this is just all part of their shtick. This is what they do to fool people into, giving them whatever it is that they're looking for, their narcissistic supply, money, whatever it is that they're looking to gain out of it. They're always looking to gain something from it. So if you make yourself look like this really good person, you're going to gain something out of it. Just like Harvey Weinstein and those people, let me give money to charities and do all these things. And people are going to tend to turn a blind eye to your not so great behavior when you're doing all these good deeds for other people. They're going to be like, yeah, you know what? He might have did this and that, but, he also donated thousands of dollars to, this charity. So they're going to have a tendency to turn a blind eye. It's being done for a reason. It's a selfish reason. It's not being done because they really give a shit about whoever they're trying to help. It's being done to really help their own image. And people just don't fucking get that. I see so many people sitting here like defending, well, they gave money to the charity. Well, yeah, that's right. And that's great. And I'm not going to say that it's always a good thing when somebody gives money to charity, but it's, you have to, again, look at the overall picture and the whole behavior. And when, to me, your majority of your behavior sucks, then I know you're just a shitty person. I don't care how much money you donate. It's not going to change my mind about you because you donated money. It's just not. It's like, let me go harass people, stand out in front of their houses, relentlessly talk about them, stalk them, but I'm going to donate some money. That erases everything, right? Or let me go murder somebody. As long as I donate some money after that, I'm good. No, doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. And I just couldn't believe at that time that people I even respected saw through that shit. What's going on? Hold on. People I actually respected were falling for this shit and still are, to be quite honest with you. Hey, Alexandra. Rough hump day. I keep forgetting it's Wednesday. TM couldn't even handle John said something about doing that shit. Yeah. See, like that never would have even came out, Wife Rewinded, if she didn't fucking do what she did. That never would have came out. Ever. I had no intentions of ever releasing that, but you know what, dude? You don't get to just go around and go after fucking children and think that, people are just going to turn a fucking blind eye to it. No. Nope. Get your gas now, raise prices in Belmar. Yeah, I know, girl. Gas is going up. Why? Because there's a war. If anyone truly thinks MGL cares 1% about children, they need to see it through her. Yeah, I mean, I knew from day one that woman was completely just a narcissist. Like it was just so blaringly obvious to me through, the things that she used to say to people. And like, we've all watched her, and it's funny because it's a really good example of what I was just talking about. These people are like chameleons, right? They will mutate and change, depending on the reactions that they're getting from people about their behavior. So, and then people really think that they're actually trying to change. And I see so many people saying that in chats, like, no offense. I saw Carla and them saying it about somebody the other day. They're like, oh, we really believe that this person was changing. They started going to church and we really believe that they were changing. But those people never change. What they do is they adopt these, habits of, again, what they think good people do. And then they'll temporarily adjust, right? I wouldn't even call it change, right? They'll temporarily adjust to that behavior to try to fool more people, so that they have something to gain. But they never stick with it, if you ever notice, in the very beginning when I first found her, one of the things that turned me off right away was that she would, people would come in her chat and she would automatically start putting people down about how much money they had and what they can afford and can't afford. And if there's any way you want to turn me off to, who you are, that's like the perfect way to do it, because, people are good in all social classes. You have good and bad people. Your social class has nothing to do with how good of a person you are. It just doesn't, and that was one of the biggest red flags to me, was that she would put people down and be like, well, you can't afford this and you can't afford that. No. Well, once she realized that she was, people weren't liking that, she started to like mutate and then humble herself a little bit. But it wasn't real humbleness. She was just trying because she realized that the majority of people here can't afford things. I can't afford her lifestyle. So, then all of a sudden she starts telling stories about how, she grew up and it was so tough and blah, blah, blah. But who even knows if that's the truth? She's just mutating the story to try to win people over temporarily. And that's what a lot of these people do, is that they will, mutate and they'll change and adapt to what they think that people want to see from them, so that they can gain the support and friends or whatever it is that they're looking, money, whatever it is. And we've seen it so many times. I just at this point, new people, I'm not going to say anything about, because they don't know any better. But there's people that have been here for years that are still falling for this shit. And it just blows my mind, because I'm like, dude, seriously? These people are not changing. They're not going to change. They might temporarily adjust or do something different, But it always goes back to their original, MO and behavior of being just shitty, you know, threatening people, just being horrible to other humans. So you need to stop falling for it because, you know, most of the time these people just are who they are. And we're not going to change that. Laura's doing it heavily right now. She's over there. She's got a whole bunch of new people in her camp over there, and she's really, 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 really trying to, get these people to believe that she's not who she is. And, we are all sitting here laughing at it because it's hilarious, but we all know who she really is and how she really does things. And you ain't fooling us. You're not going to fool me, at least. We'll see through it. Hey, Novemberine. God, I'm like sweating. It must be mild temperatures today. Fucking weather can't make its mind up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, it's unbelievable seeing all these people fooled. At the same time, though, I have to say, it's like validation when you see people, come into our community that don't know these people all that well and catch on really quickly, like Burnt Toast and Crude, who I feel really bad for right now because that whole thing is just a total bullshit, shit show that this guy is being now forced to, change his content and everything else on his channel because some asshole wants to go to the court and lie about what he did. And why is there no ramifications for that person, might I ask? Like, why? Why is that person not having to pay for completely lying to the court? I that bothers me like no other, That's what bothered me through settling my mom's, estate, is that my brother was lying, dude. He perjured himself in court and he never paid for it. So it's going to bother me still because I hate that. I hate that people get away with that kind of shit. He is a nice guy. All he's essentially doing is calling, shitty behavior out. And it just really goes to show that these people can't fucking handle it because, you're not going to go to that extent to try to shut somebody up and silence somebody. Personally, I feel like he must remind that woman of somebody that she didn't have such a great relationship with in her life because I can't understand why she specifically went after him as hard as she did. It's like kind of weird. Like, why not Benny or, somebody else like that? She is obsessed with Benny, but, why not somebody else under like that? Why him specifically? Maybe because the views he was getting? I'm not really sure. I think we should all start talking about her in support of Crude. Listen, she's just another person who's just blatantly narcissistic and probably a sociopath. I mean, she really reminds me of my brother's wife. That whole vibe I got off of her right away when I first started, listening to her, that it's that same vibe I got off my brother's wife when I first met her. It's that just like you're full of shit, dude. And I don't know who the fuck you think you're fooling, but it ain't me. I've never felt that vibe really. I mean, I haven't felt it off of too many people in my life, that quickly. And she's one of them though, that like as soon as I listen to her, I'm like, oh, she's full of shit, this woman. She's totally full of shit. You could just tell. She's fucking totally full of shit. And I was right. I mean, she's really good. I have to give her credit. She's really good at trying to make it sound like she knows what she's doing and what she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, she is a good bullshit artist in a sense, but I'll give her credit for that. because some people try to bullshit and they just suck at it. She's good at trying to sound like she knows what she's talking about. But if you really sit there and really listen to what's being said, she's not, she's just bullshitting. It's all bullshit. It's all fluff. I can't take 3 minutes of Betty. No, me neither. It's very hard. Amazon list. Who's Amazon list? She's very, very hard to listen. Oh, hell, put it on your. I thought, oh my God, I read that totally wrong. I thought it said hell. Hill put it on Amazon. And I'm like, who's he? Yeah. What does she need to put on her Amazon wish list, though? Her lies could really get someone hurt. At first, she's convincing. Yeah, she could really get somebody very, very hurt. Very, very hurt. She's just so full of shit, man. Like, it's just, I didn't like her right off the bat because, before she came to YouTube, I saw her, at the laundry house, and I just didn't agree with what she was doing there because I'm like, it's not, your job or anybody's job to carry out this like social warrior justice bullshit that people, oh, thank you, Susan. Thank you. I can't see what it says, but thank you. Because I'm on StreamYard side, so I can't see the sticker, unfortunately. But I didn't agree with like what she was doing at first at all, because I don't believe in social justice warriors. I don't agree with that whole concept of, people trying to take the law into their own hands. Or harassing. I certainly don't believe in harassing people. That's definitely something that I don't, I'm not okay with. Like, it's one thing to talk about somebody online, but to invade their personal space like that and then disturb the rest of the community who has nothing to do with it, I'm not okay with that shit at all. That's not okay, And like, so I was like, I was against that. I didn't like JLR guy from the beginning. I knew him from the Chris Watts case, though. I told you guys, he was a major fucking troll in this Chris Watts group. So I already, didn't care for him. But her, I didn't like off the bat. Then once I heard her talking, I really didn't like her. Because I was just like, dude, you're just full of shit, lady. You're just completely and utterly full of shit. Yeah, they're batshit crazy. It's like just when you thought we couldn't get any more fucking crazy people on here, she shows up. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like I thought we were maxed out on crazy in this place, but I guess not. She's like completely batshit crazy, that woman. She really has this sense of entitlement that I just never seen before in my life. I've never seen somebody who just thinks the world should bend at their whim the way that she does. It's insane, honestly. And I'm like, where did you get this sense of entitlement or whatever, this thought that like you somehow are responsible for solving these crimes and shit? Like, it's one thing to have a discussion channel about things or an informative channel like Duty Ron has, where he actually informs people about things. There's value in his words. I just like all these. I've told you guys this several times. There's a lot of these other true crime people that I really just feel like they're doing it just to do it. There's no they don't add any kind of value to the story at all. You have your like Kendall Rays and people like that who just retell the facts of the story, which I could appreciate. They don't really interject too much of their own opinions, or theories or anything. Sometimes, they'll give a little thought, but they don't sit there and, take it to the degree where it's like a constant discussion and harassment of the people that you think are guilty. Like, that's a totally different story. When you start harassing people, he helped me with a bed cop on TikTok. He's a good man. Who, Duty Ron? Judy Ron took an oath, when he took an oath to become a police officer, to serve and protect, and like he continues to do that to this day, even though he's retired. He's just a good person. Oh, I meant to ask. So, did anybody here watch or listen to the Long Island serial killer podcast that I was telling you guys about? It was called Unraveled. Did anybody get a chance? Emma B has lost her last marble. Yeah, see, Life from Wonder. I don't even pay attention to that woman. I mean, she's just not somebody who's on my radar. She's, a little crazy. Olivia, yeah, the other girl. I don't pay attention to her either, but I wanted to do a possible discussion on the case because, well, there hasn't really been any updates on it. We got a new police commissioner in our county now. Rodney, I think his name is Rodney Harrison. And then we also got a new district attorney. The problem with this is that all right, well, let me back that up for a second before I go there. So we got a new commissioner and a new district attorney. Okay. The commissioner is the first Black man who's ever, held that high of a position in the Suffolk County Police Department, which is awesome. But he's also from the city. So he's coming over from the NYPD. Well, he's already started a special task force called the Gilgo Task Force to try to get this thing solved. Okay. Which is really promising. But again, I don't want to get my hopes up. And the reason why is because the person who appoints some of these people to their positions, Steve Ballone, he's still in power, and he really needs to not be in power because he's also the same guy who appointed Burke, okay, who's the corrupt police officer who beat up a suspect, okay, and who's had a slew of other shady things under his belt. There's stories from all over the place, and that's what these podcasts are basically explaining. He's also the one that appointed Burke to be, the chief of police. So it's kind of hard. And Spoda, who's also now going to jail, federal prison, for covering up things for Burke. So, and it makes no sense to me because Spoda is actually getting more time than Burke did. It just doesn't make any type of sense to me. But Gilgo, not dildo. Why would they have a dildo task force? Gilgo, the Gilgo Beach, the murders, the serial killer, dildo. Sorry, I fucking have a speech impediment. It's not true. Never Marine targeted and doxing and calling employees funeral homes. Who's that? So, it's promising. I mean, I'm just hoping, sometimes that's what it takes to solve a case is to get some fresh eyes on it and some new information and people. I also think they need to start releasing more things to the public because they're just not fucking doing that. And you know what? That's why the case, I feel, has been stagnant for 10 years, well, more than 10 years now at this point. But I was just wondering if anybody ever checked out the podcast or how many people would have an interest in a video about it. Spoda, bullshit Betty is Spoda, to be honest, on court records, but isn't. What? Nana, they solved the murders of Tupac and Notorious B.I.G., but won't make no arrest because the murders are dead. Oh, really? I never heard that they were actually officially solved. I know, it's a terrible last name, Spoda. It's like, ugh. It's actually a T, but because of my, fucking thick accent, it comes out like a D. It's Spota, Spoata, but he was the district attorney. This shit goes so deep, dude. That's why I would like to do like a comprehensive video on it and kind of explain that part of the case to people in like more, I don't know, I guess a more compact format because these podcasts are like 12 episodes or whatever, and you could really kind of get most of the information into like maybe an hour long video just to like explain. But I mean, It's deep. The corruption and all the lies and shit that have been told within the police department and all the cover up and all the bullshit. It's like, I mean, if it comes out that the Long Island serial killer is a police officer, it's just going to be probably one of the most fucking interesting serial killer cases ever. You know, I mean, more than Ted Bundy or anybody else that's ever been arrested. Because imagine the chief of police, okay, turns out to be a fucking serial killer. That's mind blowing, dude. When has that ever happened in the history of, you know what I'm saying, of the world, that a fucking police chief is a fucking serial killer? I personally don't think it's him, but it could be. It could be. Laura still has me so mad. She treated Robbie. What was her chat doing? Notice she took it off members because she knows it's going to catch views. I truly believe she tossed him under the bus. Oh, absolutely, Life Rewinded. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys this once, and I'll tell you a million times. Everything Laura does is calculated, okay? There's always a reason for it, and there's always a benefit. She don't do shit unless she's going to benefit from it in some way, shape, or form. That is a fucking fact, okay? She's not the type of person who's going to jump up on a live and just start talking about her life because nobody's going to fucking care. And it's not going to get her the attention that she wants. I don't fucking care if there's only 50 people in here. I don't give a shit. I truly don't give a shit. Anything could happen in New York. You said it, the Glare. anything can and has happened here, but the deepness of the corruption in the police department out here is fucking outrageous. I mean, it's just outrageous. I never really followed that part of the story so closely. Now I understand why people think that this guy could be the fucking serial killer and why there's a lot of evidence pointing to that it could be him. Why does Laura sound like Victoria Gotti? Because she's from Long Island. And that's where, I mean, well, Victoria Gotti is from Brooklyn, but she lived on Long Island for most of her adult life. Burke is dirty as fuck. Absolutely. I wasn't familiar with this case until I saw Lost Girl. See, I didn't watch that because it's not, I read the book and that was enough for me. I didn't watch Lost Girls because it's stupid to me. You know, it's a movie. The facts aren't really 100% right because they always change things to, you know, fit better in a script. And so I wanted to do, I was reading about Long Island Tree Crips yesterday. Oh yeah, CK, the gang violence, the gangs here it's fucking crazy. A lot of gangs here. Regardless of how much she throws herself into this shitstorm, always. She needs the attention. He lives in the town next to me. Yeah, I know where he lives. I know exactly where he lives, Alexandra. I was gonna do like I thought of this the other day actually because I had drove down the Ocean Parkway where the bodies were found, and then that's what started making me think of all this shit again. You know, doing a video where I go around to all the, you know, locations and shit from the, you know, from the case because it's really interesting, dude. It really is. It's a really fucking interesting story in so many different ways. You know, every person that's been affected by it has a story, you know, and then there's this whole other story about this corruption in the police department and the cover up and the, you know, things that really have nothing to do with the murders but are somehow connected to the story that is just like it's really fucking unbelievable. But like I've listened to the podcast and I'm like, I'd like to give like a more visual version of the podcast. You know what I'm saying? And actually show people like everything. I mean, there's some things I won't be able to show because like Oak Beach, you can't get into that. You have to have a code to get into there. I've tried before. That's what I'm saying, KB Bells. Fill the locations. You know, show I want to show people exactly. I have a theory of how the killer dropped the bodies off and everything, where he turned around, how he came back to the island, like, and I want to show that to people so that they really, really understand. Because I've showed you guys on maps, in my past videos, but I want to actually show you, like, physically, like me driving there and, like, pulling over on the side of the road and then turning around and coming back over the bridges. You know what I'm saying? And how I think it was done. And I think that would be interesting for people. Oh, yeah. Hummingbird, please share your TikTok. She has Hummingbird has a TikTok here, true crime, if you're into it. If you're on TikTok. I never get on there that much, but if you're on there a lot, that's the spot to be. She'll put the link in the chat. There is a pervy priest in the same area that was protected by Burke. Really? Huh. Huh. There's so many people too. Well, this was something that I heard recently from one of the podcasts actually that I didn't know about. Well, and I watched this other interview that was on this radio station. So that belt that I showed you guys that they claim was handled by the killer, and I don't know what that means. I don't know if they have fingerprints, DNA, whatever. I mean, the only reason I don't think it's this Burke guy is I feel like they would have caught him at this point and arrested him. I don't know. But again, maybe not, because there's a cover up in the whole police department, or maybe they don't have enough evidence to, arrest him. I don't know. But there's definitely a lot of circumstantial evidence against him, I guess. Anyway, this belt they said was handled by the killer. Well, I didn't know this. If you follow the case, there's this attorney called John Ray, and he's the guy who is representing Shannon Gilbert, her estate really now, and her family, because the mother was killed by the sister, which is a whole nother fucking weird aspect of this case. But Shannon Gilbert was the reason that this whole case broke, okay? Because she was the first one who went missing. She was a call girl, got called to this guy's house in Oak Beach, went missing. And as they were searching for her body, they ended up stumbling upon 4 other bodies of these other 4 girls who were also sex workers in that area. Well, who came to the area, I should say, right? So this guy, John Ray, I mean, he's been on this case since day one, fighting for these girls, probably more than the police department is. I have a lot of respect for the guy. Well, I didn't know this, but he did an interview on a radio station recently, and there's this guy whose name is Guy. Guy, what was his last name? Marone, I think. And Burke, back in the day, before Burke was appointed to chief, this is so fucked up, okay? Burke was appointed to, chief of police, but before he was appointed to chief of police, and I think he was either, detective or something like that in one of the first precinct, okay? There was rumors swirling about that he was dating a prostitute, and it ended up being true. There was a whole internal affairs investigation about it. It was all over the newspapers, and he was dating this Black woman named something Louida or Louida, something like that. Okay. Riddenbacher, I believe was her name, Louida Riddenbacher. And they were dating, and he was known to be around with her and even admitted to having sex in his patrol car with this woman. Okay. And there was a full internal affairs investigation about this, right? Well, it just ended up getting swept under the rug. Okay. And then he gets appointed to the chief of police. Now, nowhere else in the world would this really happen because, when you're going up for higher positions in the police department, they're going to really dig into your background and see if there's any, shady shit going on. But somehow this guy still ends up getting appointed to the police chief, right? And you're probably wondering, what the fuck does this have to do with a belt? Well, I'm explaining to you. So it ends up years later, this guy who I listened to this interview, his name's Guy Marone. He runs some insurance business, okay? Apparently at one point in time, he claims that him, his ex-wife and, some other people hung out with Burke, and Burke was running with this Louita woman, was running a prostitution ring out of his house. This is fucking crazy. The chief of police, right? And now again, this is all, none of this has been substantiated, but it's all hearsay. But there's a lot of this kind of hearsay in this case, okay? So the guy, whatever, Burke was having an affair with this guy's wife. Her name was Heather Marone, okay? And he didn't know. It was going on for a long time. Well, when they got divorced, he remarried some other lady, right? And she ended up living with Burke for a while. Well, when they released that belt, that picture of that belt, which they say that the killer handled, okay? The new wife immediately claims that she recognized the belt, that it came from this fur store here, a furrier that sells fur jackets and leather goods and stuff like that. And that the initials on the belt, which are HM or WH, it could go either way, right? If you flip it, she claims that that comes from that store, and that the initials on the belt, HM, stand for Heather Marone, who was the woman that Burke was having an affair with, right? And so that's the belt. Now, why he would have had her belt in the car, I don't know. And why he would have used that on a prostitute and then left it at a crime scene, I can't tell you. But that's one of the theories that is out there about that belt. So I thought it was pretty interesting because I had never heard anything about that belt besides that it just existed. But if that's true, then that's a huge piece of evidence that would point to him. Now, I personally don't think that they got any type of DNA or anything off this belt, for the sheer fact that it was laying out, in the elements for years, probably. I personally feel that the belt was found either around one of the victims' necks or something like that, and that's how, they know that it wasn't a victim's belt, and that the belt belongs to, the perpetrator, or, it could have been found in some other way that they know that the victim wouldn't use it. But, would a police chief leave a belt behind? Would he be that stupid? I don't know. Unless he got really arrogant, because, it could have been found on the fourth victim's body, where it's like he went years, nobody found these bodies. You got to remember, some of them were laying there for about 5 or 6 years before they were discovered. So, it could have been on like the third or fourth victim's bodies where he just kind of stopped giving a fuck. Who knows? Yeah, social feed. That's how I felt when I heard that part of the story, because like I had never heard anything about this belt before, and I personally think part of the reason why, if you look at the picture that they show of the belt, it's only just the very tip of it. They haven't shown the whole belt. And I personally feel there's a reason for that, because I feel like might be a police belt or something. I mean, it would be kind of hard to strangle somebody with one of those, but it's really crazy. Yeah, well, that's the other thing that I learned from this. So, Murder with My Husband podcast. What's that, Hummingbird? Send me that. I want to check that out. Oh, I can't click on it from here, so you have to text it to me, because I'm in StreamYards, and it doesn't allow you to click links for some reason. No, that was Amy Fisher. Life Rewinded. The Amy Fisher. That was probably one of the more famous cases to come out of here. But yeah, the other thing, what was I just going to say? There was another kind of thing that I heard that I never heard before listening to these podcasts that I found. Oh, that was the other thing. So there was years ago, there was this prostitute that came out. Her name was Deanna, and she came out. There's a video on YouTube, you can find it, of her with this guy, John Ray, claiming that she was at this crazy sex party thing one night with this Burke guy, and he like choked her basically. And she claimed it. Now she's on, if you watch, there's one episode, an hour-long episode called from the one podcast. And if you watch that, it's her. It's the same story, but for some reason on the podcast, her face is blurred out, or they don't show her face, which I don't understand. Because if you followed the story, you know it's her because you know the story that she told. So I don't know why all of a sudden she wants to be anonymous, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. She tells the same exact story though, so it makes no sense because she did a press conference. Like, why would you do a press conference about this and then all of a sudden want to be anonymous? It just makes no sense. But whatever. Well, she claimed that she was at this sex party in Oak Beach, which is where Shannon Gilbert went missing, and that now there's a connection to Burke and Oak Beach. They made a connection to him and Oak Beach, that there was some high-ranking Suffolk County official that had a house there, which I didn't know. So, there's more you know what I'm saying? This is all circumstantial shit, but I mean, my mom always said this: if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. There's too many stories, connections, to this guy. At least being involved with prostitutes, all right? And then even smoking crack. That was the other thing. They said that he used to hang out at this crack house in Ronkonkoma, which is where I grew up. And I didn't know that there was a crack house there, but I'm sure there's many. But anyway, yeah. So, it's just really interesting. There's so many different facets to the story, but there's a lot of things pointing to him obviously just being a crooked cop and corrupt in general, but also having a very strong connection with prostitutes. So, and snuff films and all sorts of crazy shit. And, it's very possible that he's the killer, but it's also possible that there's multiple killers. Maybe there's a group. Who knows? There's one thing about cops is that they stick by each other very strongly. It's a brotherhood and they stick by each other no matter what. So it's just interesting how many people covered up for this guy and then eventually ended up turning on him and telling that, he's fucked up. But some of them might hang in there till the very end. You're not going to 90s con? No, definitely not. I have no interest in meeting any fucking old 90s washed up celebrities. That shit was really funny. Because I would definitely do a series on it, KB Bells, because I really do find it interesting. More cops have involvement with sex workers than any other career. Yeah, because CK, if you think about it, they have the most access to them. They meet them all the time. Unfortunately. Yeah. Do you guys remember years ago? So she tried. I'll never forget this. She tried. It was really funny the way this all happened. She was on a live one day and she said that she was going to meet Jessica Simpson for lunch. Okay. And I'm like, oh, here we go with her, pretending to be friends with another celebrity that she's probably not friends with, right? So I didn't think anything of it. The next day or whatever, I'm talking to a friend from here, NYC Urbanista, and she's like, oh, I'm going to this book signing tomorrow in, the city, because at the time she lived in Manhattan. And she was like, I'm going to this book signing tomorrow for Jessica Simpson. And I'm like, wait a second, wait, what? I said, you're going to a book signing? So I'm like, that's funny because so is MGL. And she's like, no way. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, that's so funny because she tried to make it seem like they were having lunch together, like they were friends. But in reality, she was just going to this book signing, So it was funny the other day because I heard Burnt Toast talking about it, or somebody talking about her saying that she's like going to meet Scott Baio or some shit. And, it ends up she's going to this 90s thing, 90s con. Like, who fucking, dude, I really am not like into celebrities to begin with, but like, never would I go out of my way to go meet celebrities. Like, I don't fucking care, especially washed up 90s celebrities that don't even do anything anymore. Why would I care? Like, why would you even waste your time or money on that? I just don't get it. Chief police worked overtime to prove that theory true. That's interesting, KB Bills. Yeah, you definitely live in Guido Greedet Nation, life rewinded, I would say. I mean, I do too, but you definitely do. Yeah, Nicole Eggert, she's friends with bullshit. Bullshit. Just like she said she was friends with Nancy Grace. Well, guess what? If you go on her Instagram, she went to a book signing for Nancy Grace too. I don't know why she pretends she's like friends with these people when she's like really not. I mean, the only one she actually like proved that she was friends with was maybe Vinnie Politan, which fuck that guy. I have no respect for that asshole. Why you would go on that woman's channel? Chad Tatum, yeah, yeah. I mean, I would never really go out of my way to meet a celebrity like that. I don't know. I'm not into like when I went to, not that these people are necessarily like celebrities, but like I went to the IMATs, and I think it was like the second year I went, which is a makeup show for anybody that doesn't know. And I go to, I go and Jacqueline Hill was there and Carly Bible and Nicole, whatever her name is. They're all like really famous beauty gurus. That's what they were called at the time, but now it's influencers. But that's what they were called at the time, gurus. And there was, dude, the fucking lines were wrapped around the place to meet these girls. And I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. I just don't have a desire to do that, to sit there and wait on a line to take a fucking picture with somebody who has a YouTube page. Like, why? It's just like stupid to me. Well, basically, that's what I'm trying to say, CK, is that she goes to book signings and then pretends that they're friends. Like, she's just going to a book signing. Anybody could go, but she pretends that like they're actually like friends and they're like meeting for like a some other reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we're going to lunch tomorrow. She literally said that she was going to lunch with Jessica Simpson. I remember it. I probably have a clip somewhere that she was like, "Yeah, I'm going to lunch with Jessica Simpson." And then it ends up, no, you're not going to lunch. You're going to fucking meet her. You're going to a book signing, dude, with 100 fucking million other people that are going. It's like, what the fuck? Oh shit, KB Bells. That's crazy. Did you see who had Sabrina? Yeah, Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Clarissa Explains It All. That's what I know her from because I never watched Sabrina the Teenage Witch. But she's from Long Island too. She actually grew up like a town over from where I grew up. She loves name dropping about DMX. Yeah, she could fuck off with DMX because that shit was disgusting what she did. If that's the case. I'm friends with Steven Tyler. He follows me. Friends with his new backup singer. I mean, come on, Her name was Wrath, LOL, Italian name. Oh, really? I like Michaela from Boston. I don't know. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Life Rewinded. I know who you're talking about. She's got a really, really thick Boston accent. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I see a lot of the TikTok people on here because I watch the shorts. I get like sucked into those things. So I know who you're talking about. I mean, I don't know. I just like I never had the desire to really just go out of my way to meet celebrities. Like I'm just not like that. Like I just don't care enough to go meet or go to a book signing like and wait on fucking line because I'm not, really not into waiting on lines. I guess that's what it is. No, there's no lunch involved. There's no lunch. Those influences are nice because without them, they would not be rich and successful without the fans. Yeah. Well, they don't allow them at the IMATs anymore. That was like the last year actually, because it got so out of control and it turned the show is about makeup artists, and those that should be like the central focus. And while those people are, technically makeup artists, like it took so much attention and focus away from the rest of the show because they do a lot of like it's a trade show and they do a lot of lessons there, like workshops and stuff. And it was just it made the whole thing so hectic and chaotic that they stopped allowing influencers to come to the IMATs, which they're not having this year. Bad Buddy's Kitchen. Wait, Bunny, what's her name? Graveyard Girl Bunny? Who's Bad Bunny? Herbs from Nickelodeon. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that. 90s con. When is this thing? Let's look it up. Hold on. Watch this. My computer fuck up. I'm afraid to share anything because my computer just doesn't like me sharing things. It's very sensitive. 90s con. Who would like even waste their fucking time on this shit? Oh, it's in Connecticut. Okay, let's see. Stupid. How stupid. I mean, oh my god. All right, a VIP pass to this thing is $250. Get the fuck out of here. Weekend pass 120, Saturday or Sunday pass 55, Friday pass 35. You know she bought the VIP pass. We all know that, right? We all know that. Where's like is there a website for this thing? Nope, of course not. Let me see if I can find the website. 90s con. Who even heard of this? Like, how do you even know that this exists? Let's see who's gonna be there. 90s con. Who's Bad Bunny? I don't know who that is. I can't stand that chick on TikTok. Rebby here with a realistic fee people haul. Huh? Hold on a second. Let me share this. I hope it doesn't fuck my computer up and start telling me that my microphone's unplugged. It always does when I share things. Hold on. All right. Let's see. Who's gonna be here. Well, first of all, so it's next week, not this weekend. You have to buy photo ops. What? You know she bought that shit. It's like she's gonna put it on her fucking Instagram or YouTube. She'll definitely be live. You guys know it. We all know it. Let's go back to this. Who's gonna be there? Let's see. Information, attractions. There we go. Is she gonna like meet the cast of like Saved by the Bell or some shit? Celebrity Q&A panels. Have a burning question you want to ask your favorite celebrity. Our celebrity Q&A panels put you in the interview seat. Oh my god, she'll be sitting there asking all stupid questions. How did you get famous? Celebrity autographs, celebrity selfies, contests, celebrity concerts, vendor rooms. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Let's go to this one. Where's like I could have sworn I saw a thing where it shows like the people. Oh, is this it? Here it is. Let's see who's gonna be there. Candace Cameron. Yay. Dave Coulier from Full House. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wow, he still looks he looks the same, man. He hasn't aged all that much. Unless that's an old picture. Scott Winger, Full House, Aladdin, Full House. When the fuck was this guy on Full House? I don't remember him. And I watched that show all the time. Andrea Barba. Oh shit, Kimmy from Full House. Oh, this is why. Melissa Joan Hart. All right. Clarissa explains it all. Sabrina Caroline Ray. I recognize her. I guess she was on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I recognize her face. Who are these fucking people? Oh my god, I can't talk. Beth Broderick. She was also on Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Oh my god, it's like this Sabrina the Teenage Witch reunion. All these people are from that show that I never fucking watched. So, okay. Joey Lawrence, yo, Blossom. I was like in love with him when I was young. Joey Lawrence. That's so funny. Is that his brother? Are these his brothers? Oh yeah, it is. That was his little brother. I guess that's his other brother. Brotherly Love, Jack Frost, Oliver Bean. I never even heard of any of that. Okay, moving on. Oh look, the witch girl from fucking Charmed, Brian Krause. Charmed. Never saw that show. Who the fuck watched these shows? TLC. All right. I would be all right meeting T-Boz in Chile. I loved TLC, dude. I fucking love them. Kel Mitchell. Keenan and Kel. Okay, that's a little past your time there, lady. Oh my god, this girl. I hated this fucking girl. On that show, all that. Oh, I couldn't stand her. I remember that shit. Yo, Danny Tamborelli from Pete and Pete and the Mighty Ducks. That's fucking hilarious. Is that the brother from Pete and Pete? No way. The younger brother? I can't see the chat. Does anybody know? This is fucking hilarious. Oh shit. I couldn't stand that girl on that show. I didn't watch it all that much, but like sometimes I remember I'd come home from school because I was kind of like a little past my time. You know what I'm saying? I was a little old when that show was like popular. Lacey Chabert, I remember her. Party of Five, never watched that. I didn't watch a lot of things. Nev Campbell, all right, she's probably like the most famous person on here. She was in Scream, Party of Five, The Craft. I like that movie, The Craft. That was a good movie. Let's see. Scott Wolf, I remember him, Party of Five. He was like, this dude was on the cover of like every fucking magazine, like back in the day, like fucking Teen Bop and all that bullshit. Because he was Party of Five, which I never watched. I've never watched that show. Oh shit, Christopher Lloyd's gonna be there. All right, now I might have to go because I do love me some fucking Christopher Lloyd. Back to the Future, Taxi, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Addams Family. Oh shit, look, Topanga from Boy Meets World. Leah Thompson. I kind of remember that name. Wow. I'm surprised this many fucking ex-celebrities are going to be there. Who the fuck are these people? Oh, was that the friend from that had to be the friend from Boy Meets World. He looks totally different. Trina McGee. I don't remember her being on that show. Or this guy. Will. Oh, was that the brother from Boy Meets World? They look so different. They're so much older. Why does this guy look from? Oh shit, yo, what's his name from Family Matters? Oh, what the fuck was his name? The brother. Yo, and the dad. Yo, the dad from Family Matters. That's too funny. And the sister. I can't remember any of their fucking names. Oh, here we go. This is why she's going. Look who's there. Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys. Oh, of course. Dude, that guy must be like terrified when he sees her. She's like the biggest stalker of this fucking man. No wonder why she's going. Now it all makes sense. It all makes sense. AJ McLean. I'm sorry. I do not find Nick Carter attractive at all. I just don't. He's not attractive. Joey Fat Tone. Yeah. Fat Tone is right. This is fucking hilarious. So that's why she's going. Now it all makes sense. What the fuck? Why does this dude have a lobster on his hat? Hocus Pocus? What was that? A movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Let's see. Jim Cummings. I don't know any of these people. None of them. I never watched Hocus Pocus. Mara Wilson. Mrs. Doubtfire. I don't remember her. Oh, wait. Was that like the daughter? Like the young one? Lisa Jacob. Never heard of her. Nikki DeLoach. Mickey Mouse. I don't know who that is. Dee Dee Mango Hall. Mickey Mouse Club. Yeah, I didn't watch that shit. Okay. Damon Pampolina. All these Mickey Mouse Club people. I never fucking watched that shit. I mean, I watched it in the 80s, like when I was a kid, but you think I knew any of the fucking. No, it wasn't Mickey Mouse. Yeah, I guess it was part of Mickey Mouse Club. I don't know. They had some workout thing in the mornings. That's what I used to watch. I don't know any of these people. Wow. So now we know why she's going. Nick Carter's going to be there. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Nick Carter. Give me a fucking break. He don't look like that anymore. That's an old picture. Fuck out of here. What is it? What is her obsession with this man? I don't get it. There's like nothing about him. He may think she has a pet fupa on the floor. But there's just, I don't know. What is the big fucking deal about this guy that she's so obsessed with him? I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. Sorry. I don't see what the fucking big deal is about this guy. Dude, like from where, like she says she grew up in the fucking like hood or whatever. Let me just tell you something. I didn't grow up in the hood. But if I would have told any of my friends that I like the fucking Backstreet Boys, I would have got my ass beat. Like, dude, you would have got your ass kicked for saying that shit back in the 90s. You weren't allowed to tell people that you liked fucking Britney Spears or the Backstreet Boys. You got your fucking ass beat for that kind of shit. If she lived in the hood and was a Backstreet Boys fan, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. She's like upset. Yeah, well, that's the other part of it, right? She claims she slept with this guy. Doesn't her husband think it's a little fucking weird that she's so obsessed with some dude she slept with like 90 years ago? Like, like that she talks about him and spent like how many years of her life obsessing over some girl, claiming that he raped her, like the R word, you know? It's fucking weird, dude. I'm sorry. You remember the workout show, Band-Aid? Yes, I used to watch that when I was little. It was like Mickey and Me or some shit like that. That's what I used to wake up so early when I was like a little kid, like 5 o'clock in the morning. My dad used to be like, just turn on the TV, put the Disney Channel on, and make me sit there until like 10 or 11 when my mom finally woke up, because my mom always slept late, always, when I was a kid. I just like, I don't get it, dude. I don't believe it either, November Rain, but listen, whether it did or didn't happen, it's a little weird that you're like obsessing over this man still at, 45 or 6 or 7 or however old you are. Like, move on with your life, girl. Like, it's a little weird, you know? Like, my husband would be like, Leanna, like, why constantly talking about this guy you fucking slept with? It's fucking weird. Nutley, New Jersey is not the fucking hood. No, I didn't think it was. Because she used to like try to make it like that. Backstreet Boys, I got jumped because by girls. Wait, what? I got jumped by girls because I said they suck. I never listened to that shit. I couldn't even name one song by them. I have no idea. I get confused all the time if it's Backstreet Boys in Sync or what was the other one? New Kids on the Block. Well, that was a little bit before them, but oh my god, I did the same thing this weekend. I woke up at like 7:40 on Saturday, and I was like, why am I up right now? Because I honestly have gotten, finally, after 5 years, have gotten myself back on a somewhat normal sleep schedule. Because, like, my mom passed away. I actually heard Diane talking about this last night on her live, and I can totally empathize with this. I had a lot of trouble sleeping after my mom passed away for years, and when I finally finished like her estate and everything, I then started sleeping too much because I wasn't sleeping at all, so when I would sleep, I would be out for like fucking 12 hours, you know so it took me about 5 years to finally get myself back on a somewhat normal sleep schedule. Like, my body literally, that year after I settled her estate, which was like 2019 and into 2020, I mean, I think my body just needed that sleep. Like, I needed to recuperate from all the shit I went through. Because I wasn't sleeping for like 3 years. Like, my sleep pattern was so horribly off, and it was bad. It was really bad. So, I've been definitely trying to get to bed now at a more normal time, like 11, 12, which is decent. And then getting up earlier. I mean, I was like missing like life with my family, My husband would let me sleep because he knew that I was having trouble sleeping. So like there was some times that he wouldn't wake me up till like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, dude, what are you letting me sleep this late for? But I guess my body just needed it. Now I've been, trying to get up like around 9 or 10 on the weekends, like, and I want to be up. That's the difference. At that time, I didn't even want to be awake, dude. I wanted to sleep because it was like, I guess I was like in a depression and I just didn't like, being awake meant me just thinking about everything and having anxiety all day. So it was like, I kind of just was like sleeping my life away for like a good year. And and finally, maybe in the last like year, been trying to get back on like a more normal sleep schedule where I'm actually, not sleeping all day or on the weekends and shit. Because like my husband, he'll just let me sleep, like if he knows I'm not sleeping well, which is nice of him. But I don't want to be missing out on life, like well, sleeping all the time. So I mean, I still have my times where I sleep late, but I definitely have gotten, starting to get a lot better with my sleep pattern. I napped so much after my dad died, I worried and carried him for his last year. Then a few months after my daughter's recovery, I slept so much. Yeah, exactly, KV Bells. Like your body just like my body just told me I needed that sleep. I needed to catch up. Plus, I was still having trouble falling asleep at night, so I'd be up all night. But now, I'm just trying to get myself to bed a little bit earlier because I just like I don't want to miss out on my life, you know, sleeping all the time. But sometimes when you go through like, trauma and shit, your body just needs it, to recuperate and go through what you went through and then get back on a normal type of sleep pattern, sleep schedule. I thought you needed it, and I'm like, I did, but it's depressing. Yeah, I know, Rachel. It's the same with my husband. He's like, well, you needed to sleep. I'm like, I did, but I don't want to sleep all day and miss out on like everything else that's going on. But I did definitely needed it during that time. I went to a Boys to Men. Yeah, I love Boys to Men. They were like my favorite back in the day. 50 Cent looking like a whole dollar. Yeah, he's fucking huge. I hate 50 Cent. He's a dick. I'm gonna make a roast band and we're gonna roast all the boy bands. Ugh, I didn't even like New Kids on the Block. I don't care for them. Sleep time is healing time. It really is though. Your body like needs to heal while you're sleeping, and I definitely needed it during that time. I absolutely needed the sleep and the time for my body to heal, my mind to heal, but I really do feel so much different and better now that I just don't need it anymore like I did. Like I feel like my life has after 5 years, like finally, like somewhat, I've found comfort in my new normal, and it's just I have to accept life for what it is and just move on, basically. Hmm. Crazy Gemini, the '90s R&B was the shit. Like I love that shit. I still love it. I don't care. I don't care. My first concert that I ever went to in my life, you guys are gonna laugh. Ready? Was Weird Al Yankovic and the Monkeys. Hey, hey, we're the Monkeys. We love them. I loved the Monkeys when I was a kid. Oh shit, how embarrassing to admit that. But and Weird Al, my brother absolutely like loved Weird Al. Like we knew every word to every song that he had, you know, and that was the first concert I ever went to in my life. And then I think my second one, which I enjoyed because I like oldies, um, we went to it was actually really cool. It's probably one of the better concerts I've ever been to. My dad took us to like an oldies concert at this place called Westbury Music Theater. My parents used to go to a lot of concerts when I was young. But yeah, we went to go see. They had like the Cadillacs were there. It was good. It was a good concert. So yeah, and then I went to. I'm trying to think, who else did I see? I probably seen like a lot of rappers then after that. Method Man, Jay Z, fucking The Fugees, that was a really good show. LL Cool J. Uh, I was actually at a concert. I'll never forget it. The day that Tupac got shot. That was so sad. Like it happened while I was at the concert. Well, at least I don't know if it happened, but the news came out about it. And like it was like a big thing at the concert. That was in like what, 96? I was at in like September, I think. Was it the day he died or the day he got shot? I'm trying to think. I think it was the day he got shot. I gotta look. But yeah, I was at a concert. That was the Fugees. LL Cool J, Busta Rhymes was there. Busta Rhymes was by far the best one on the stage. His fucking energy. Um, and then there was like other people there. I don't remember. Rachel, I'm gonna be 41 on Saturday. Wah. My birthday's on Saturday. I'm 40. I'm still 40. I'm still 40. For how many more days? A couple more days. I don't want to turn 41. You graduated in 96. I was in the ninth grade? No, 10th grade in 96. 10th grade. Wait, no. What year was I? 96? No, I was in ninth grade in 96 because my brother graduated in 96. So yeah, I was in ninth grade. I love the oldies, dude. I don't give a fuck. My dad, I grew up on that shit, like the doo-wop and all that shit. So I love it. My dad always listened to it. My dad listened to good music. My mom listened to fucking country music, and I hated it. Every time I used to be like, "Turn your music off. This is horrible." But my dad, I loved all the music my dad listened to, like the Righteous Brothers and uh who else? He listened to some country. He liked the Oak Ridge Boys, but he used to listen to like doo-wop or all the Motown and shit like that, and I always enjoyed it. So not falling for it when I graduated. I graduated in 99. Tupac ain't dead, he's in Cuba chilling with Biggie, yeah, right? I emailed you and it is urgent. Oh, all right, Gone Girl. I'll check that out when I get off of here. Are you okay? Vanilla Ice. Yeah, I'll never forget. Man, kids don't know the struggle we went through, right? Like our kids, they don't know the struggle. I will never forget this. I was like in whatever year fucking Ice Ice Baby came out, right? No, not Ice Ice Baby, Informer. Remember that song? Informer. You know, somebody said they got the blame. Looky boom boom now. Whatever the fuck he says, I still don't know. I still don't know what he says. And I remember I was like in my room because, like, we had to wait for this shit, dude. Like, we didn't have, YouTube or fucking whatever where we could just go type a song in the iTunes store and, like, there, boom, there's the song with the lyrics and everything. So I remember I was sitting in my room and Informer came on MTV. And I'm trying to, they, for some reason, had the words scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And I'm like trying to like furiously write down the words to the song, because I didn't have the tape. Because every once in a while, the tape would have the lyrics in it, but I didn't have it at the time. So I'm like trying to write the words off the screen. And then all of a sudden, my friend's mom was at my house to pick me up for religion. And I was like so mad because I was like, I'm writing the words down to inform her. Like, and I'm like, dude, think about that. Like, kids don't have to even worry about that today. If they want to know the words to a song, which I don't know how you can't figure out the words to the song today because everybody fucking so slow. Ugh, I hate the music that my son listens to. It's like terrible. They're like so slow. Sounds like they're fucking half asleep on codeine or some shit. But I'm like sitting there like, fuck, trying to, I want to know what he's saying in this verse. But yeah, the struggle was fucking real in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? We had to wait for shit to come on the radio so we could tape it, because my mom was never going to buy me half the music that I listened to because, parent advisory and all that shit. So I had to wait for that shit to come on the radio. And I'm like furiously like trying to write down what he's saying. I still don't know what he's saying. I have no fucking idea. Let me look that shit up. Let's see what he was saying. I never looked it up. Like we didn't have such easy access. Snow. He was supposed to be like the Vanilla Ice replacement. I don't know. Informer. Let's see what he's saying because I always wanted to know what he was saying. You guys remember this shit? He kind of looks like what's his name? Kind of looks like Brian Austin Green. Oh, Hummingbird. I have a story about the Two Live Crew tape. My cousin Nico, she was here. She would know well. My cousin Nico brought that tape over my house, right? Because she was like a little older than me, you know. So she's like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years older than me. She brings that tape over my house and she fucking left it there. So one day me and my brother are sitting downstairs and we're listening to it and we're like fucking dying. We're like, oh, me so horny. We're fucking cracking up. Like it's the funniest shit we ever heard. I didn't even know what horny meant at that time. I was probably like in fucking fourth or fifth grade, you know? Like, I had no idea, but it was just funny. Whatever, you know, it was funny the way they were saying it. So my mom comes downstairs and she's like, "What the fuck are you listening to?" She's like bugging out. My brother's like, this. He's like, "It's Nico's," you know, he didn't even want to, like, we're not taking blame for this shit. So she looks at the tape cover. And if you remember the tape cover, it was just like four asses in like thongs right across this fucking thing. And she's like, "What the fuck?" And she starts looking at the tapes or whatever, the names of the songs, and she's like, "What the fuck is this shit?" You know? So she calls my aunt up. She's like, "Do you know what your daughter's listening to?" So my cousin Nico got like grounded. We all got grounded. And then I'll never forget, we go to this tape store one day in this little mall, and there's this kid. I believe that tape is the tape that fucking created the parental advisory label. Like that's why they fucking made it after that tape. Well, anyway, we go to the store and we're online. I think I was getting like a Boys to Men or some bullshit, single. And we're online, and this, because remember that you used to be able to buy like just like the single, just the songs, like the one song. My mom was so cheap; she would never buy like the full tape. She's like, "Just get the song that you like. It's $1.99." So we're on the line. Nico, yeah, you remember this shit. You got in so much trouble. We're online, and this mom has a kid who's probably like my age, and she's buying Two Live Crew for him. She had no fucking idea. And my mom was like that mom. She was that mom. She used to embarrass me all the time. She's like, she had to tell. She's like, I'm telling her. I'm telling her. So she goes up to the woman at the counter. She's like, "Do you know what they say on that tape?" So the lady's like, "No." So my mom's whispering in her ear, and the lady starts freaking out. I walked out of the store. I was like, "I'm out of here," because I was so embarrassed. I'm like, my mom just ruined this kid's day. Here it is. He thinks he's gotten his Two Live Crew tape. My mom just fucking ruined his day. I'm like standing out in the hallway, like red as could be. And the kid's like crying. The mom's like, "Why are you making me buy this shit for you?" She's like bugging out on him in the store. She's like, "I'm not buying it." Oh man, it was so funny. That tape caused so much fucking trouble. But oh, me so horny. Oh, so horny. I'll never forget it. Oh shit. I don't even think I got the chance to listen to the other songs on the tape because once she heard us listening to that shit, she like bugged the fuck out. Like bugged out. I didn't even know what it meant. I thought they were talking about a goat, like who had horns. I don't know what the fuck horny means. I was literally like in like fifth grade, maybe. I had no idea what was going on. Uh, anyway, let's see what Informer has to say here. All right. I want to know the lyrics. I should have put that in, huh? Informer, here it is. Lyrics. What is he saying? What the fuck was this guy saying? Yo, what up, man? Hey, yo, what up? Yeah. Oops, I missed. What's going on here at this webpage? Yo, what up? What's going on here? Sick and tired of 5-0 running up on the block here. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Snow, they came around here looking for you the other day. Word, bust it. Remember that shit? Bust it. Informer. What? Say daddy, me Snow. What the fuck? Wait a second. Informer. You can't just read it. Say daddy, me Snow, me got me, I go blame. What? That's what he's saying. Informer. Say daddy, me Snow, me, I go blame. That doesn't even sound anything like what he's saying, dude. A licky boom boom damn. I think that's the only words that I understood. A licky boom boom damn. I thought it was down, not dem. What's a dem? Oh, he's talking like he's a Rasta guy. I gotcha. Detective man say, detective man say, daddy me snow me stab someone down the lane. Holy shit, dude. What? So he's talking in like Rasta talk. Why? Why is this white man talking Rasta? And why was nobody offended by this in the 90s? Nowadays, they'd say he's culturally appropriating. Grandpa called my mom. Oh, he did? My mom was such a rat, dude. She got everybody in trouble. I think she got Bobby in trouble for some shit too one time. Detective man say, stab, dude, he was stabbing people? Get out of here. Police of them they come. What? Police, I can't even fucking say this, like not singing it. Police of them, they come and they blow down my door, break a car, through my window. So they put me in the, I can't even fit where the fuck this is supposed to be in the song. What? Where they look down me pants, look up me bottom, so. What? I had no fucking idea. So wait, was he a snitch? Is that why it's called Informer? My mind is blown right now. Is that what happens? Does he fucking snitch? So not only would he get his ass kicked for being a fucking snitch nowadays, he would also get his ass kicked for fucking culturally appropriating this guy. I can't believe this. Informer, you say, whatever. So bigger them are, they think them have more power. The pon the phone, me say that 1 hour. Me for want to use once, and now me call me lover. Lover who me call, I don't remember any of this. Lover who me calling and what? Kame and me love her in my heart down to me belly, eh? Yes, say daddy, me snow, me happy, cool, and deadly. Yes, the one MC Shan and the one daddy snow. Together we a love 'em is a tornado. Why do I not like remember any of this? All I remember is the hook. What the fuck? Do you guys remember this? Am I like, so listen for me, you better listen for me now. Listen for me, you better listen for me now. When a me rock the microphone, me rock a steady, eh? I can't even fucking understand this. Yes, the daddy me snow me are the article done. But in the A out, what the fuck is an A out? Your ass? I don't know. Dance and they say where you from, eh? People then say, yeah, come from Jamaica, man. But me born and raised in the ghetto. Now I'm talking like I'm from Jamaica. That I want you to know, eh? Pure black people, man. That's all I know. But you're white. Yeah, me shoes are a tear up and me toes just a show. Where me a born Toronto? What the fuck? Wait a second. What? I'm so confused. Jamaica, Toronto, those are kind of not in the same fucking places. So what? What's going on here, dude? This makes no fucking sense. Holy shit, this song's this long. Come with a nice young lady, intelligent. Yes, she gentle and irie. Everywhere me go, me never left her at all. Yes, a daddy snow. Me are the Rome dance man. A Rome between a dancing in a nation. You never know, snake. Oh my god, dude. Boom shakara. What? Me never lay it down flat in a one cardboard box. A yes, a daddy me snow. Me go reaching out the top. So I have no fucking idea what any of that means. Did anybody get that? Did anybody get that? What the fuck is he saying? What is he even talking about? I'm so confused. I don't remember this either, Band-Aid. I felt like the whole song was Informer. You know, so that like boom boom down. Like that's what I remember. It's the only part of the song I remember. I feel like I gotta listen to it, but I'm gonna get struck. Watch Drake. He is a snitch too. Drake's a bitch. I used to love hearing our Florida neighbors. Listen, I love Jamaica. I love Rasta. I love anything fucking reggae. I still listen to reggae. I love reggae. Me love me reggae. What one? I got lucky. I've been to Jamaica twice. I would go there probably every year if I could. I love it. I love Jamaica. Love Jamaica. Hmm. I fucking lost, dude. Now when I get off here, I'm gonna have to listen to Informer because I don't remember any of these other lyrics. All I wanted to know was the hook of the song, and I couldn't even understand that. That shit was hard. It was just hard. But how are you from Jamaica and you're from fucking I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Informer, you know somebody said they got the blame. Na-na-na-na-na. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Oh shit, my fucking laptop's about to die. What about Justin Bieber? What about him? He's talented, right? I mean, can't deny that. Dude's talented. He could sing and shit. I like his one song. Uh the one that's like someone to love or some shit like that. How Drake got I know Wild One. That's what I can't like if you're like if you listen to gangster rap in the 90s, dude, you just can't take fucking Drake seriously, bro. This guy was on Degrassi in a fucking wheelchair. Like, I can't take him seriously. Just like Rick Ross. Like, I like Rick Ross, but I can't take that motherfucker seriously because he was a cop. You can't go from being a cop rapping about, fucking all this gangster shit now all of a sudden. Don't work like that. But Drake, he's got the least amount of street cred there possibly is. I mean, you can't have less street cred than him. Like that's what it's about, street cred, and he ain't got none. He ain't got none. It's like Jada Kiss said in the song "Letter to Big." He's like, "You ain't even gotta be hot getting shot at the thing now." That was when 50 Cent came out. And then like he's like, it's easy. All he needs is a Pro Tools set. Because like nowadays, and this was like back in what, the early 2000s, whatever. Like back in the day, you actually had to have talent and shit. Now you could be Drake or 50 Cent, who has no talent. And don't get me wrong, I like some Drake songs, but I can't take him seriously as like, some rapper, like hardcore rapper. Because that just, no thanks. Street House sound like the Ghetto Boys. Didn't they have like a fucking, no, that was not the Ghetto Boys. No, maybe it was the Ghetto Boys. Like some real fucked up story happened with one of them, I remember. I can't lie, I like some. Yeah, like I like some of them too. I'm not gonna lie, but like when it comes to like street cred, I can't. Like I can't. He's just he's in his own genre. Like I don't even consider him really a rapper because he's just not even like he's not even on that level. I like some of his songs, but I would never be like Drake's the best rapper ever lived because that's just not happening. That's just not happening. He's not even in the top fucking 100. Like, he's just not. Shabba Ranks and Murder She Wrote. Murder She Wrote. Murder She Wrote. What song did I just hear? Oh, that song was played at the clubs always. Tempted to touch. Tempted to touch. Whatever the fuck it is. Mr. Bombastic and it's fantastic. That little dude got his eye shot out. That's what it was. Yes, the little guy. The little tiny one. The little man. Hotline Bling is a bop. Hotline Bling? Are you talking about 5 in the morning? Now I'm having phone sex with you. Is that the song you're talking about? So horny. Who was that? Who the fuck sang that? Ricky. Wait. Pretty Ricky. Pretty Ricky. Pretty Ricky. 5 in the morning. Listen, I don't give a fuck. I still listen to R. Kelly. I know he's a piece of shit. I get it, but you know what? I have to separate the man from the music. You can't like he's so many good songs. I can't just delete them out of my fucking playlists. When a woman's fed up, no matter how I feel. I love Bob Marley too. Jock Cure. Who else? I got a whole uh my friend bought me this CD, dude. Well, no, I'm sorry. He didn't buy it for me. He bought it and we all used to fight over it. It was the CD that he brought home from Jamaica, my friend George, and we all used to fight over this CD. Like because this was like before the time where you could actually make a copy easily of a CD. And it was like it was a mixtape from Jamaica and there was fucking nothing we could do. You know, we could copy it on tape, but it just didn't have the same sound on tape. And so we all used to fight over the CD. We would like borrow it, like one person would borrow it, then the next person would borrow it. We used to like all fight over it because it was so good. I mean, like every song on this CD was so good. And if you had a system in your car, forget it, dude. My friend George had the sickest system. I think he had like 412s in the back of his Bronco. And dude, it's probably why I can't hear nowadays because like the car, it was so loud. It was like standing in a club right next to like the speaker. Oh my God, it was so loud. I could hear him coming from like 5 blocks away because his system and like the vibrations, you'd hear it from like 5 blocks away. You just hear bass just fucking coming down the block. I'm like, when your friends are coming back. Like, do people even do that anymore? I hardly ever hear people with systems in their cars. Like, that was a huge thing. When I was in high school, if you didn't have a system in your car, you were like worthless. Like, everybody had systems in their car. Tupac I think he was actually born in Jersey, Wild One, or he lived in Jersey for a while. Well, Biggie was born in Brooklyn. We all know that. He drive us to Jones Beach. Poor Jones Beach. Oh, Jones Beach. I never go there. It's too far from me. But yeah. Oh, he was born in Harlem. I know he lived in Jersey for a little bit. And then he became a West Coast. His mom was in the what the fuck do they call that? The Black Panthers, right? Wasn't his mom in the Black Panther? I started dating my husband in college. He drove a 300 ZX with T-tops, the entire trunk. Yeah, like, dude, like, back in the 90s, it was like, your trunk wait, what? You actually put shit in your trunk? Like, store things in there? Oh, I didn't know that, because my trunk's for my speakers, dude. Like, that's where my speakers go. They go in the trunk. I can't stand any of Kanye West's music except Gold Diggers. I actually like some of his music, but again, like, he's another rapper that just has no street cred. He's just fucking Kanye West. He's crazy. But yeah, I like some of his songs. A lot of the songs that I do like are songs that like somebody else is on with him, like Jay-Z or whatever. But yeah. Systems and teal. Oh, what do we used to call those things? Ground effects. The lights on the floor. Ground effects. Biggie was discovered by Pac. I thought he was discovered by what's his name? Diddy. Diddy, man. I have like 5 like Notorious B.I.G. Things saved in my thing over here to watch. My watch later. Cause like I am the biggest Biggie fan. I love Biggie. I mean, hands down, he's my favorite. Wait a second. Holy shit. Ha! Where'd this come from? My lighters multiplied overnight. That's so fucking weird. I bought a lighter because I've been doing my resin crafts here, and I bought a barbecue lighter, and then I just realized that I have the same exact one. Where the fuck did this one come from? What? That is so weird. When did I buy this one? Huh, all right. Christina Aguilera. She's from Staten Island. I didn't know that. I know Tupac and Biggie were friends, right? Obviously before they were enemies. Hit 'Em Up is by far the best diss track, even though I love Biggie. That diss track is still to this day is the best diss track ever, the most savage, I'll say, diss track ever fucking written about anybody in the history of diss tracks. There's no comparison. Thanks to Biggie, I make a lot of money reselling the ugly, yep, the Coogee sweaters. I was so excited. My husband wasn't excited as me, but we go to the hockey store, this hockey store in like Pennsylvania, and they have the brand CCM. There's like two main brands that make hockey equipment, CCM and Bauer. And the brand CCM had a fucking literally red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. And I'm like, Chris, do you understand? I need this. I'm like, it's the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. I'm like, I need it. He didn't buy it for me, but I wanted it because I was like, because now I could fucking walk around and people that know Biggie, they'll know. Like they'll know what's going on without me even saying anything. They'll be like, oh shit, that girl's got the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. But he didn't get it for me. Big Buster, I'd love you to do my nails. Well, yeah, Life Rewinded though, I have to get certified. I want to go get certified. I've been messing around with resin. That's I got a lot of hobbies. The resin's really a fucking pain in the ass though. The UV resin. I've already tested like so many brands and it's just it's hard. It's not easy. Some people make it look easy, but it ain't that easy. Biggie was Pac's opening act on Pac's New York concert. What do you mean when they did? I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9 Mac 10s. The shits never end. You can't touch my riches, even if you have MC Hammer and them 357 bitches. Biggie Smalls, the millionaire, the mansion, the yacht. I'm gonna go on Diane's rap thing. The 2G spots. What does he say? One in the head, one in the lamb spread. Little Scotty got the shotty to your body, so don't resist, or you might miss Christmas. I tote guns. I take number ones. I make number ones. I give MCs the runs dripping. When I throw my clip in the AK, I slay from far away. Everybody hit the DECK. My slow flow is remarkable. Peace to Mateo. Now we smoke weed like Tony Montana sniffed the yayo. That's crazy blunts, mad L's, my voice excels from the avenue to jail cells. Oh my God, I'm dropping shit like a pigeon. I hope you're listening. Smacking babies at the christening. Who would write something like that? I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike down. I'm just kidding. Is Diane really doing a rap battle? It's gonna be funny. The white girl rap battle. I could care less if you were certified or not. I know you. I know you could care less, but I don't want to give anybody an infection. That's like my thing, you know. Got here just in time. MMB spitting rhymes. I used to think I was like a fucking rapper. I have like notebooks filled with fucking lyrics that I wrote when I was in high school. Like I seriously thought I was gonna be like the next little Kim. Will you guys ever fucking hear them? Nope. Nope. The only kind of resin I know about was my weed pipe. Yeah, me too, mellow one. That was the one I used to fucking know about. I used to scrape that shit up in college. I'd be like sitting in my car when I had like 4 hours between classes and no weed. I'd be like fucking sitting in my car with like all sorts of fucking scraping devices, pins, like just so I could take like 3 hits of resin and get a little buzz on. That's what I said earlier, rap battle. I wasn't the biggest Missy Elliott fan. I don't know. I just never got into her. I don't know. Too slow for me. I was more like the Little Kim, Foxy Brown, Charlie Baltimore. I liked, you know, those kind of people. Remember when she said she makes me want to kick babies? Comment. Who said that? Kick babies. So before Eminem, we had Vanilla Ice. No, you can't really compare them. Mm-mm. Everidev's like super fucking talented and had like how many successful records, Vanilla Ice was kind of a one-hit wonder. The Brat, I like the Brat back in the day. You and Hello Starlight? Wait, what? Me and Hello Starlight, what? College kids have no idea what it's like having to find something to do between classes. They just get online. I know, KB Bell's like, they have no idea. I used to be like so fucking bored. Like, I used to just sit in my car, draw, but most of the time I was smoking weed. Not gonna lie. Probably why I didn't finish. Lil' Kim was savage for sure. Yeah, she was. She just ruined her fucking face. I mean, totally obliterated her face. And I don't know why, because she was beautiful. I mean, me and Hello Starlight are gonna rap battle. The outrage over that one comment was real. Now you could call someone's mother and curse her out, and it's okay around here. Yeah, well, things have certainly changed around here, Life Rewinded. There's no question about that. Things have changed. People are getting away with shit that they just shouldn't be. I never saw Eminem. She was great. I don't want dick tonight. I won't sing the rest. I used to like blast that shit in my car. Blast it. I don't want dick tonight. That was like the ultimate song. If a guy fucked you over, you just put your Lil' Kim fucking CD in there and you're like, fuck you, motherfucker. Fuck you. I'll always love Snoop. He came from the same. Yeah, Snoop. Dude, Snoop has, come on. He's a legend. He's a fucking legend. I loved Foxy Brown till she beat up the woman in the nail salon. If I could take this back, I would. If I could rewind the time to when it was all good, I would. I never heard Jules rap with Clary. Yeah, but Clary's not actually spitting lyrics. Let's just be fucking real. All she did was do a cover of another song, of a Cardi B song. Those aren't her lyrics. Those are somebody else's lyrics. And Cardi B fucking sucks. Sorry. No offense if you like her. I like Cardi B. Like, I liked her when she was on fucking Love and Hip Hop, but her music, I just, not for me. I just don't like any of the new shit. It's too slow and boring. I gotta do I told you guys about this makeup palette thing that I was thinking of doing, right? So I'm serious about this. I ordered some samples and shit like that, which I just got them. And I got to do like a pre-order thing here because I don't know how many I should order when I finally do order it. But so far, so good. But I need to do a pre-order. Like I need to, not a pre-order, maybe like a survey. I don't know. How would I count how many people would buy a makeup palette? Pull up, Jules. Yo, pull up, Jules. I'm fucking from Bellevue. I'm joking. I'm bringing my crew from Bellevue. And I'ma fuck you up, Laura. You fucking horror. Oh, wow, one. Don't be going after Ja Rule, bro. We're gonna fight here. Ja Rule's my boy. I love Ja Rule. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I love Ja Rule. Always will. I can't see KB Bells, really? Maybe you guys accidentally blocked one another? Oh, dude, I like totally butt blocked like fucking 10 people in Burnt Toast chat the other night. I felt so bad. I was doing something on my Cricut and I was carrying like the mats and the vinyl and all the bullshit you need for your Cricut like up my stairs. And I guess I had my phone in my hand and I felt so bad. I like blocked like 10 people. I felt horrible. I hate 50, man. I don't like a mild one. He's a dick. I got personal reasons for that though, because I have a friend who used to be his makeup artist and he did some not so nice things to her. So I can't see her either. What? Why can't nobody see KB Bells? That's so weird. I wonder if she accidentally blocked or somebody accidentally blocked her. I had accidentally blocked somebody one time. I have no idea to this day how it happened. Moxie Vintage, who like followed me since I've been on here, and she tells me one day that she was blocked, and I'm like, get out of here. I'm like, there's no way. So I searched through my whole entire block list, couldn't find her, and then somebody told me to check like Google, like that you know you could actually block people on Google, and I sure enough, she was blocked. I have no idea how it happened to this day. I don't know how she got blocked. Just like listen, even with me and Jules, okay, Jules kept saying that I blocked her. I never blocked her, so I don't know how. One of us might have accidentally blocked each other. I have no idea how though, but it does happen sometimes where people just accidentally get blocked and there's no reason because I don't block people. DMX and 50 Stone, you gotta hear it though. Which one, Wild One? Is it off his new album that he dropped like last April? Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I don't block people. Now what's really funny on here about the blocking thing, listen, I don't block people. I want to see what you're saying about me. So I don't block people because I'm not that sensitive. You know, even though I'm a Pisces and I should be extremely sensitive, and I fucking actually hate when they say that about Pisces because we're not all a bunch of sensitive babies. I'm not. I mean, I can be sensitive at times, but you know, everybody can be, right? But I'm not that sensitive where like I could handle people saying shit about me. I really don't fucking care, to be quite honest with you. But she like this is what I find funny, right? People who make videos about you and talk shit about you, but have you blocked. Why do you have me blocked? Why? If you're gonna sit there and talk shit about me, unblock me so I can fucking defend myself. But you don't do that, right? There's several people on here that I know that talk shit about me, but then have me blocked. Make that fucking make sense. Make it make sense. I don't talk about them. So I don't know why I'm the person who's blocked. Why are you blocking me? You know what I'm saying? I don't talk about you, but you have me blocked for some reason when you're the one talking about me. That's a bitch ass way to do. Hummingbird, me too. I'm too nosy. I can't block people. I'm way too fucking nosy. I want to know everything that everybody's saying. I never block anybody. It's just so stupid. The one person I blocked from my channel was just Mona, KW, Piss and Mona. Mm. And I was just because she came in here and said the dumbest shit. Like, it was just so stupid that I was like, you know, if you're going to come in here and talk shit, cool. But say something worthwhile. Like, she just came in here and said really stupid shit, and it just kind of got annoying after a while. So I blocked her. She's probably one of the only people that remains on block permanently on my channel. Her and Capone. I haven't unblocked him. So he's blocked on my channel too, I think. Somebody else blocked him, though. I didn't block him. My mods blocked him. And I'm telling you guys right now, there's a very, very, very specific reason why I don't block people from my channel. I have a reason for it. Because especially now, I could go back and look, and these motherfuckers think they're so slick. Okay, they think they're so slick. But there's a reason why I don't block them, because once you block somebody, they completely disappear, right? So then you can't go back and you can't look at them. You can't look at your chats. And when shit happens, like you're being doxxed and stuff like that, and then you could go back now and say, holy shit, this person was this person and that person and this person and that person. And they think you don't know, but you do know. You know who it is. Yeah, Capone, he's just everything he says is pretty much a waste of time. So I don't care that he's blocked. The motherfucker couldn't get something right if his life depended on it. So he's gonna stay on block. I'm not unblocking his ass. I don't care what he has to say. I only block someone if they disrespect my mods or to disrespect my friends who are like my family. I mean, wow, when I got to see, you know, my mods are allowed to block people, especially if they're coming after them. But I personally, if somebody's coming for me, just leave them. There's a reason for it. You know, I ask that you leave them there. There were like 25 people blocked. I would never think to block. I don't know how. It probably happens. Oh, fuck Donna Marie. It probably happens Um, by accident, I don't care for that woman. She says stupid shit like bring Oni back. She's another one who's just like, I don't need to see her fucking comments. I don't have her blocked, but I'm just saying I don't really care to see what she has to say. She just says stupid shit all the time. Bring Oni back. He's a perp simp. He's not a perp simp. He's the perp simp. He's the one. He's like the main one. Yeah, I just don't. I don't care. I was nothing but nice to that guy always. That shit pisses me off, man. If I did something to you personally, then I get it, but like, you know, that guy, I didn't do nothing to that man personally. I just took his wrench away because I knew he had been with Laura for fucking years. Years before I even knew him. So I thought, that's the right thing to do. If you're friends with a creator and you guys have mods and shit in common, and then your, friendship breaks apart, it's the right thing to do, in my opinion, is to unmod those people so that they don't get stuck in the middle. It's a respecting, honestly, for those people because I don't want them to get stuck in the middle or get shit from the other creator because they've been with that person longer. So I unmodded him, because I didn't want him to get stuck in the middle. And I had no way of contacting him to tell him, the reason why. So he just made up his own reason. And then he got really upset with me. And I mean, yeah, so when he comes in here now, I fucking had shit to say about him. But he's the one who came at me first and was aggressive towards me first. All I did was take his wrench away, which was a respecting. It wasn't to be an asshole or anything like that. It's just that's how I operate. I roll is that if you were friends with somebody longer than you were friends with me, I did the same thing. Me and Tiffany stopped talking. I'm not going to say the girl's name, but there was a girl that Tiffany had introduced me to. And then we became friendly with one another and started talking. Well, this girl was going through some shit and she wasn't around during the time that me and Tiffany stopped talking, you know? So when she came back after a little bit, she came into my chat one day. And again, she was friends with Tiffany before she was friends with me. And I met her from Tiffany. So I had contacted her privately when I saw her in my chat and I said, hey, listen, I don't know if you heard, but me and Tiffany are no longer, on speaking terms. We're not friends anymore. And I just want you to know because I don't want you to get upset. I don't want her to get upset with you because I know how she is. That's enough for her to like block you out of her life forever. Is like if she sees you in a chat of somebody that she's not friends with. So, I let the girl know respectfully because I thought it was the right thing to do. Like, hey, you're in my chat. I just want you to know that she and I aren't friends anymore. We're not talking anymore. So, I don't want her to get upset with you for you being in my chat. And this girl was such a nice girl. And she really didn't think that Tiffany was going to get mad at her, but I knew she was. I knew it wasn't going to go well. She saw her in my chat. So, because I mean, there was several other people that she did this to already that were in my chat after we stopped talking to one another. And then she would like attack these people and block them and all this other bullshit. So I just wanted to let the girl know out of respect. I think that's the right thing to do. Well, sure enough, I think it was like a week later, the girl contacts me back and she's like, yeah, you were right. She blocked me and went off on me for being in your chat. Meanwhile, the poor girl, like, literally was going through some, like, serious life shit and wasn't around. So she didn't know, like, what was going on. So she just came back into my chat thinking, like, whatever, we're still friends. And she really thought that Tiffany wasn't going to get upset with her. But I knew better. I knew better. So, yeah. So Tiffany, like, cut her off and, got all upset with her. And it was really just stupid because the girl really just had no idea. But that's how she is, She's just, like, impulsive like that where she's like so extreme. Instead of saying to the girl, hey, I don't know if you knew, but me and Leanna stopped talking to one another, she just fucking went off and blocked her. So, but I mean, anyway, either way, regardless of what she did, I felt like I did the right thing, it's just to tell the person, so that they can make a decision and not get into a situation. That's all. And that's how I tried to treat her. And anybody that, when me and Laura were friends, that, when we stopped talking to one another, I just felt like it was the right thing to do, like, and these people just took it so fucking seriously. And then they got like, dude, like, if you have beef with me because of something I did to you, then that's fine. But like, why are you so emotionally invested in mine and Laura's fight? That's what I don't understand. Mm. KB Bells, do you remember when she came in here and said that she had blocked 400 people? And the only person she saw in my chat besides mods was Keith Utzi. She had blocked over 400 people at one point in time. Like, I just, like, what? Who has the time to sit there doing that? To go into somebody's chat and block everybody that's sitting in their fucking chat? Sorry, I don't have time for that. That's just absurd. It's got to be miles long, KB Bells. I mean, I don't get it, you know? I'm just not into the whole blocking thing. I know other people do that. Wild One, what she did was she came, I heard her and Laura discussing it on a live one day. What they did was they just like came while I was live one day, and whoever was in my chat, they just went down my whole entire chat and blocked everybody. I'm like, dude, you got too much time on your hands. Like, and then that just to me shows me that you just care too much what people say then. Like, I don't fucking care that much. It's not that serious to me. It's just YouTube. But like if you're sitting there taking that amount of time to block everybody, then like you care way too much what people think of you. People used to block me for being Laura's sub. I get it now. Yeah. I listen, no offense if you like blocking. I just like I have my reasons why I don't block people. But I'm not a blocker. I'm just not a blocker. I think like even on Facebook, I have like maybe 4 or 5 people on my block list. My brother, his wife, maybe like 3 other random people. And that's it. I really don't block people. People used to block me for being Laura's sub. She went one message at a time and deleted it. So yeah, I see it. Yeah, she did that too. She did that and her buddy did that too. Like I just don't have that type of time and I just don't care that much. Like go ahead, go back through all of our old text messages. Do what you got to do, bro. If you have that much time on your hands, then by all means do it. But I just don't have that type of time to sit there or the patience to sit there, blocking that many people or deleting messages. I don't care that much. I don't fucking care. It's just fucking YouTube at the end of the day, you know? Shit talking. My sister-in-law is getting us the urn and necklaces. I don't know if I'm going to wear it. It may make some. Wait, well, who passed, Wild One? Tim blocked me in here. I think I didn't chat in here. She was around. All because he fell out with one person. Yeah, November rain. 400 is extreme. It is extreme. I mean, I don't care that much what anybody on here has to say about me. Nobody really knows me. You know me from here, but you don't know what my day-to-day life is like. You're taking a 20-minute or hour or 2 hours, whatever it is, out of a day capture of my life and thinking that that's my whole life. Like people do that. They think that that's your whole entire life. For some people it might be, because they're on here 24/7 and that's all they do. But for me that it's not like that. I what do I go live once a week maybe if even, and it's just not that serious for me, dude. It's just not. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Wild One. Oh my god. I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. Shit. Are you all right? I'm sorry. Damn. How old was she? Ugh. That's just like, ugh. I'm still waiting on my trophy from Kiki. Kiki Ramblings, is she still around? I don't even know if she's still around. She awarded me the most vile person on YouTube because I replied to a comment of yours long ago. Yeah, she got a little crazy with me. Just like my sisters and Laura's talking crap on me and calling me a mole. Yeah, those people that, dude, they're all so fake. I'm sorry, Wild One. I have my mom's ashes in a few necklaces, actually. I had 2 breakdowns and she was 58. That's young. That's really young. Damn. Sorry. You know what, Wild One? You're probably gonna have a lot more breakdowns than those, unfortunately. It takes a really, really, really long time to, like, you know, get through it. I don't even wanna say get over it because you don't get over it. It's just to get through it and to be okay with, whatever it is when you have to be, but it's gonna take a long time. And I hate hearing that because I know what you're gonna go through. I know exactly what you're gonna go through in the next months, years, days, whatever, and it's like there's nothing that's gonna, like, I could say or anybody else is gonna say that's gonna, like, change that. You just have to go through it. That sucks. I'm sorry. My older sister said something smart. I went off. It wasn't her daughter, but my mom bestie. Mm. My older sister said something smart. I went off. It wasn't her daughter, but my mom's bestie. Wait, what do you mean? I never got my fug mug. Ugh. November and me neither. I'm not made like that, but okay, you do you, boo. It's an emotional fucking roller coaster, Wild One. That's really what it is. That you're gonna be on for a little bit. But you'll get through it, and we're here. Our little community that we built is here. My real dad's daughter, who is my half sister. Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Wild One, the emotions and shit, just I mean, I had the worst time with my family after my mom passed away, which just made everything 10 times harder than it was because your family should just be there for you, and just it just shouldn't be like that. But unfortunately, as I've learned, that's you know, that's just how it goes. Everybody's grieving and having different feelings and it's just you really just see the worst in people, and at the same time, you see the best in some people, but in some people, you see the worst in them when you're going through, one of the hardest things that you have to go through in life. For some reason, the worst comes out, but also the best comes out in other people. So it really just depends, but it's very eye-opening when you go through something like that. Exactly, Hummingbird. You like who you like, and I like who I like. I hate that we cannot simply grieve when loved one passes. There's always some family member. Yeah, always. There's always some bullshit. I've gone over in my head so many times, that I just like have to accept that I'm not probably gonna ever get the answers to some of the shit that I went through, with my family, and that's okay. I just have to kind of move on my life with it, At this point, I'm not gonna get the answers ever. And that's all right. I just gotta move on. I have moved on. I mean, but yeah, smells, songs, anything. She had a 16-year-old and I'm helping raise him. Aw. Like my family just completely broke apart after my mom passed away. It was devastating to me. But now I'm okay, I've realized now at this point with all the shit that's happened that I'm way better off being away from them. So I'm okay, like that's what makes me okay with it, but it's not like that for everybody. Death brings out the worst in people, especially family. And I know I'm heading same way as MM when my dad passes, God forbid. I hope not, Life Rewinded. That one sister of mine showed me. I had two sisters. My brother and my sister showed me their fucking asses big time when my mom passed away. Like I just can't wrap my head around it, you know? And like I think that's the problem. I was trying to wrap my head around it. And at this point, you know, I just have to realize that I'm not gonna get that fucking like closure or that answer for why. So I kind of just put that out of my head at this point and just, you know, of course I still wonder sometimes because there was so much shit. I mean, I listened to my series recently because I was wanted to finish it, you know, I want to finish it. Um, and so I had to like kind of go back and, you know, listen to everything and what happened and relive the whole fucking thing again in my head. And there's stuff I forgot about, you know, that I'm like, holy shit, dude. But like there was just so much shit that was so fucking unnecessary that I just can't believe it. Like I'm just like, I don't fucking understand this. But I'm okay now. Like back then I wanted answers. Now I really just don't want them anymore. I just like I realize that I'm just probably not going to get the answers to some of the shit that went on. I don't understand it either, November Reed. I just don't get it. Like I look at it, the whole situation now, and I'm like, dude, the whole thing could have just went so fucking different. I like why would this person involve themselves and just overcomplicate an already like hard situation like that? That's like my biggest thing. And I'm probably never going to get that fucking answer. You know, I'm never going to understand why, because I would have to, first of all, talk to my family again for that to happen. And then, second of all, I would have to depend on them being honest with me. And that's just not going to happen, you know? So don't do what? Hold on. But we're always here, Wild One. Look, guys, not for Angel and everyone that could be a I couldn't be a rock for my family. I wanted to drink again, but I didn't. Don't, don't. You know what that's gonna do? Wow, one, it's gonna make things 10 times worse for you. Don't do it. If you need to talk, you talk to Angel and you could get my, you know, whatever, however you want to contact me, Discord, if you ever need anything, you know, if you're confused, because really it's just so confusing. It's so freaking confusing, the feelings that you go through, like feelings that I just never expected to even have. It's really confusing. But to go to turn to alcohol, which I could have easily done too if I, you know, wanted to. I think if you get through it sober, you're going to be a lot better off, you know, because you have to deal with your feelings. That's the thing, you know, that I feel like a lot of people, they just try to suppress their feelings. You just have to let it go. When you want to cry, cry. When you don't want to cry, don't cry. Like, you know, it's okay. I mean, I just remember feeling numb for like the first like 2 years. I was just completely fucking numb. My dad's wife is a Twitzilla. He has lots of homes. Oh man. Yeah. It just, you know, it just didn't make sense to me about my situation. Like my mom's my mom had her, you know, shit together, right? Like all her bills were pretty much paid off. You know, she owed a little money, but it's impossible to exist in this world without having some type of debt, right? Everybody has some type of debt, whether it's your mortgage, your credit cards, whatever, your car payment, you know. So she did, I mean, she had no outstanding debt or any, you know, bad debt. Her shit was together. Her bills were all up to date when she passed. So there was no reason for all the fighting. You know, there was no reason for any of it. All we really had, it was so simple. And they made a simple thing just so overcomplicated for no reason. Like literally just to torture me, you know? That's what I never understood. Like you can't really fuck around with money, right? Money, especially nowadays, because everything's in, you know, electronic and there's a paper trail everywhere. You know, my mom had all her money in bank accounts and investments and shit. So nobody could get more money than the other person, right? At the end of the day, all the this is how simple it is to do an estate, okay? All the money in the estate gets collected, right? So you have to contact the companies, whatever you put a beneficiary on, which I highly suggest to anybody in here if you have more than one kid. Well, even if you have one kid, and you have like a money market account or investments anywhere, or even a bank account, even your bank account, your savings account, okay? Put a beneficiary on it. Even if you're in your early 40s, because God knows you never know what could happen, okay? Whether it's your husband, your kids, whatever, put a beneficiary on it, because that means that when you pass away, your kids will get that money right away. They're not going to have to, that doesn't have to go through court, okay? So whatever doesn't have a beneficiary assigned to it has to go through probate, is what they call it, okay? So it has to go through the court basically, and it has to be accounted for through the courts. So it's very simple. You contact the companies, right? You inform them that the person passed away, and what they do is they take the money, and they write you out a check, and then they send you a check. That check then goes into an estate account, right? You have to get an FEIN, or not an FEIN, an EIN number, which is basically like when you die, obviously your social security number is no good anymore. So your social security number becomes, you become a business essentially, right? You become a number. That's all you are. That's all you were to begin with, but you become a number. So they give you like a tax ID number, just like you would have if you started a business, right? And so for tax purposes, that's what happens. You put everything into this account, right? And then when it's all collected and put into this account, you simply just divide it in half, or whatever it is. One person gets one half and the other person gets the other half. That's how fucking simple this shit is, okay? These motherfuckers overcomplicated this shit for no reason whatsoever, and just caused nothing but trouble the whole way, along. And then most of the time, more often than not, it's not the money that causes problems. It's the things in the house. It's the sentimental things, which my brother and his wife had really no interest in. So, that was hard for me. And I think that was the hardest part. And that's what it was about for me, because I knew money, nobody could fuck with the money. There's a paper trail. So you can't really steal money. I mean, you can, but it would be very stupid for you to do that, and very easy to prove that you did it. So, you can't really get away with doing that. But when it comes to things, that's where the fights happen, over the things. Over the things that usually don't have any fucking value, because as much as you think, oh, my parents have assets and expensive stuff, they don't. Unless they're like millionaires, and they have like fucking Picasso paintings and shit. Most of the stuff that people have, normal, regular people have in their house, ain't really worth that much money. So there's no, reason to fight over it. But for whatever reason, I was his beneficiary, but she forced him to change it when he was sick. I'm not even sure if he remembers, and I don't have the heart to ask him. Life reminds, that's because you care. Because I had the same, issues. I didn't want to talk about any of this shit with my mom, because first of all, she was terrified of dying, and like, who wants to really think about this? She was already terrified that she was dying this whole time when she was sick, right? Then she's in the hospital the last month, and was having these like panic episodes where it would take like hour to get her calmed down to where she could just breathe, right? So I'm not going to certainly did not feel comfortable bringing this shit up to her at that point in time, because she already thinks she's dying. My brother, on the other hand, had no problem and harassed her nonstop about it, which I think exacerbated her, feeling that she was dying, because, somebody keeps asking you about that shit. You start thinking, oh, am I dying? Why all of a sudden is everybody so interested in this shit? And I think it was making it worse. And like, she had to leave this world in a complete fucking panic. And that just kills me. That's the part that I fucking can't and never will be okay with, is the way she had to leave the world in a complete fucking panic. It's just like, that will haunt me for the rest of my life, what they put her through. It's not even me. I could get over what I went through. I can't get over what she went through. Any of it. At least we avoided probate in Alabama because we came to agreement distribution. Well, yeah, not everything has to go through probate. And trusts are probably one of the most wise things you could do, KB Bells, because you could actually put a clause in your will that says that if you contest the will, you're out. You're done. and it'll basically keep the fighting down to a minimum. Now, I don't know if you can do that everywhere. I know here you can. And I wish I knew that. Well, no, honestly, I don't wish I knew that because my mom, I did have to contest my mom's will technically because of my aunts were the executors on it. And I just didn't feel like I was going to be treated fairly as a beneficiary because they weren't speaking with me and they refused to speak with me. I would try contacting them and they wouldn't speak to me. So I had no choice but to contest her will, So I did, but it never went into like litigation or anything in court. It just went to they resigned and then thank God willingly, so I didn't really have to fight it, but I did technically contest her will. I didn't contest the contents of the will, anything that was written in it, because it's very simple language, dude. It's just like when I die, basically, my children are everything's to be split in half. That's it. And it's so vague in general because it doesn't count all the tchotchkes and knickknacks in the house and everything. How do you split that in half? Well, first you have to attach a value to everything, which is what my brother wanted to do. But there was nothing of value in there at all, that was really worth fighting over. See, he wanted to, here was the difference. I had the sentimental value to me was very high, and that was what was most important to me, right? For him and his wife, it was all about the monetary value of everything. And that's why everything went to shit. Because to me, I didn't care about that shit. I didn't care about the money. It was all about the sentimental value because now, my last parent has passed away. I hadn't already been talking to my brother for years before this. So it's like all I have left of my family is shit, is junk. And that's what was important to me at the time. My memories, basically. Yeah, it makes me angry, Life Rwanda. That's why when I think about it, I just get so angry because I'm like, I don't like I said, like what I went through was horrible, but what she went through was even worse, Like I can't even compare what I went through to what she went through. And that's what keeps me angry with them, is what they put her through, not what they put me through. Because I could get over that. I know why they did what they did to me, but to her, I just can't. I can't imagine myself ever treating somebody, lying to them while they're on their deathbed the way they did. That shit is just beyond comprehension to me. Fucking beyond comprehension to me. That's good, Ems. I'm glad that your parents did that because, like, my mom technically should have said, she always told me that, you're going to get my jewelry. And she should have put that in her will because that was one of the things that we were going to fighting over. Meanwhile, she didn't, it's not like she had the fucking Hope Diamond. She didn't really have anything that was worth that much money or anything. Like, really, I mean, she didn't even have an engagement ring. But they were fighting with me over a fucking engagement ring that didn't even exist. Well, she had the ring technically, but the diamond, she had lost it like when she was working at Kmart. So like probably 10 years before she passed away or more, probably 15 years before she passed away, she lost her diamond in her engagement ring at work one day. And so like they were literally fighting with me over a setting that probably cost like $300. You know what I'm saying? Because it was just like a solitaire. It was a plain setting. And that's what they were fucking fighting with me about. I mean, it was just like, or a heart-shaped ring. My mom had my dad's ring bent into a heart shape, his band. And my brother's like, I want it. Why? What the fuck are you going to do with a heart-shaped wedding band, dude? Like, I'd love to know where that thing is right now. I do think of that sometimes. Like, he fought with me over my dad's jukebox. They were ready to sell it to an estate company and get rid of it for $700. Refused to let me and my husband buy it for the same price. And then they offer me the same exact price and then they took it. Where is that thing now? Is it still sitting in my brother's fucking house? I highly doubt it. I guarantee they sold it. Fucking greedy fucks. There's just one thing that'll really fucking haunt me that I'll never fucking I'm not even gonna get into it. There's so much to this story that I didn't even fucking tell in my series. I watched it a few times. It was just so interesting. I'm sorry you were going through that, man. Family, it not people are horrible. What's the matter, Mellow? I'm sorry. I haven't been paying the best attention to the chat. Well, hey, Winky. It's just terrible, dude. Other property will be sold. Very smart, Ems, that your parents did that because I'm in a screw series, but it's been a long time now. We have a lot in common, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Mellow One. I don't like want to ever have this shit in common with people. It was just petty spite, life rewinded. It was just being petty fucking assholes to simply just deprive me of something. Because like there were so many times my brother said they didn't want anything from the house. They were done taking stuff from the house, and then they start fighting me when I wanted shit. Because I believe in their heads, they thought that they were gonna get money for these things. Like my mom's like, how much money were you gonna get at that point in time? She had an iPhone 6, right? This is 2016. The iPhone 6 was already outdated. I think they were up to the 10 at that point in time. Oh, I'm sorry, the iPhone X. They had the 8 out and then for some reason skipped 9 and had the X. So the iPhone 6 was like 3 versions outdated at that point in time, and they're like sitting there fighting me over it. Like, what are you gonna get for this thing? You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get anything for this. Like, I still have her phone sitting here. I never did anything with it. But if they would have gotten it, they would have sold it, or her iPad. Like, it's all outdated. And it was at the time, even when she passed away. But they like wanted a nickel and dime and get like what an extra couple of $100 for this shit. Like, it's so stupid. And there was no way in hell I was giving them my mom's phone, dude. My mom would have been fucking mortified. There's no way. No fucking way. My mom already gave me her wedding rings. Really? It's all about material shit and money at the end of the day when a loved one die. It really is. It's so fucking sad. I found out after losing both parents in a 5-year span. That's close together, Mellow One. Just glad it's over with. That's how I feel, Mellow One. I'm just happy it's over with. And like, that was like my main thing at the end was just like, I don't want to communicate with these people anymore. Please get me out of having to ever communicate with them again. And it ended up fucking me worse. But at the end of the day, like now that it's just completely over with, I just couldn't be happier. Thank God I'm not back in that spot having to deal with that shit anymore. And I'll never have to deal with it again because unfortunately that was it. My mom passed away and my dad already is gone. So, I don't have to go through that again. Thank God. And I know like for my husband, it'll be totally different because his family's like not, he don't have any fucking assholes like that in his family. Thank God. And his parents really don't have anything, not to be, I'm not saying that to be ugly or mean, but they don't really have anything that there is to fight over. I mean, I'm sure they could find things to fight over, but his family is totally different. Like I know that if my brother's wife wasn't in the picture, this whole thing, I wouldn't even have a grief series. There wouldn't even be a story without her being in the picture. There never would have been a story about it because things would have went so differently for me that it just would have went so different. It just would have been a totally different situation. She's the fucking evil fucking piece of shit that came into my, family that changed everything. My uncle still hasn't even tried reaching out to me and I pissed at him. Wild One, you know what? I'm going to give you some advice. I did the same thing through that time and I was like sitting there like keeping tabs on who talked to me and who didn't, and I'm not saying don't do that because you should take an inventory of who's there for you and who isn't, okay? But don't carry it with you. Don't carry that with you. It's not worth it. Just make a note of it that you know that he's not there for you and that's it. Leave him behind. He's not worth the rent in your head at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? He's not worth that space in your head. That's shitty. And I went through the same thing with, aunts, uncles. I had an uncle who only reached out to me when it got to the point where I was cleaning my mom's house out. He kept in contact with me somewhat on Facebook. Okay, but I don't consider that a relationship. And then when we got to the point where we started actually cleaning my mom's house out, that was when he started like really contacting me all the time, right? And I was like, wow, I knew it, even at the time, but I wasn't, I was trying to do what my mom would think was the right thing, not myself. So, I know my mom would have gave him stuff or whatever. So I let him I opened it up to all my mom's siblings, like, hey, if you want anything from her house, come over. And none of them took me up on it except for him. And so I heard from him. He wanted like these shelves or whatever. He kept contacting me about the shelves, and then I finally got to the point where I realized, like, you know what? I don't hear from you for any other reason except for when you're calling me because you want something. I don't hear from you otherwise. And so I didn't give him the shelves. I did give him a lot of shit from my mom's house, which I'm fine with, because my mom, I think, would have done the same thing, but like after that, I didn't hear from him for fucking 2 years. And then all of a sudden one day, some shit happened on here where I talked about something with my grandmother. He got pissed at me and he leaves me this fucking stupid comment on here, acting like he's all concerned for me, my son, my husband. And I basically told him, fuck off, You haven't even been here the whole time. I was honestly shocked at the lack of compassion from my family. Like, and it did hurt and it ate me alive, but you just gotta say fuck those people and just don't let them control your thoughts because it's just gonna make you more angry. And right, life rewinded. That's 100% too. Sometimes I found, and like just in general, right? When somebody first passes away, it's like everybody's there for you. They're at the funeral and and then all of a sudden once that is all over and you really start getting into like the grieving part because mourning and grieving are two different things. Mourning is what we do after somebody dies immediately and we have the funeral for them and all that stuff, memorial service and all that. When that's over and the grief actually begins, that's when you start hearing less from people. And I think the main reason why, I don't think it's because people are trying to hurt you or they don't care about you necessarily. I think it's because, number one, they don't want to upset you. I think that's probably one of the main reasons, is that they don't want to upset you more. So I bring it up and, make you relive it. And so they don't contact you for that reason, because they don't want to upset you. Little do they know. I mean, I know for me, it probably would have helped me a lot to just hear from people, just to know that people were still cared, still thought about me, still thought about my mom, you know. It definitely would have helped to hear from people more often. But I've noticed even myself, sometimes like when a friend or somebody that I care about loses somebody, I feel like you just have this natural like feeling that you kind of want to give the person space, but in reality, the person really doesn't want that space, but we don't know that. So, to err on the side of caution, we kind of just step back a little bit to not upset people. So it could be something like that too, and it's understandable. He might just, maybe not want to upset you more. Because some people are like that. Some people just simply don't know what to say. And an answer for everybody, at least from my perspective, is like, you don't have to say anything. You could just call somebody up and bullshit with them and just let them know that you're there. That's it. Just simply call them and say hello. That's enough at a time like that when you're grieving. You don't need to say anything because there is nothing that anybody could say that's going to take the pain away that you're feeling. There's nothing. But knowing that somebody is just there is 10 times more helpful than anything you could possibly say. So, don't get tripped up on, oh, I don't know what to say to this person because they lost somebody, because there is nothing that you could say really, but you could just be there. Just be there. Even a fucking heart emoji, like just something, something that'll just help. I try to make it a point, like when I know, like a friend of mine, I just found out her mom passed away, who I was close with when I was younger. I think about her all the time now, and what she's going through, and like I'll reach out to her periodically just to make sure she's all right, because I know what she's going through right now, like, and I know that it's at a time right now where people are probably backing away and not reaching out to her because they don't want to upset her, and that's when you really need the people the most, but they're just not there. And it's like hard. And then that makes you even more upset, which is why I'm telling you, don't let it consume you too much, I guess. Because you never know why it's happening. I care for my uncle. No one helped. He passed. They all came out after. Yeah, that's what happens to Life Rewinded. All of a sudden, these people come out of the fucking woodworks. I mean, that happened with my sister. Oh, there's fake Alicia in here. Get a fucking life, dude. I know who that is. All their other accounts are blocked. Don't block them. Just leave them, please. If you block them, please unblock them, just so you know why. People have nothing better to do. If it's not about them, they come here and try to make it about them. So fucking weird. Get a fucking get a fucking clue. Hold on, I'm scrolling up to see. Yay, my resin's here. I love one day shipping. Alicia, boring. If it's boring, why are you here listening? Why are you here listening if you're bored? Oh, like now it's John Crimes. Chris is gonna leave you and take little Jesse. Then what will you do? Start doing a hateful series on him too? You are a gross woman. Yep. First of all, my husband's not going anywhere, dude. Do you really think that I'm gonna be like, oh my god, a troll told me that my husband's leaving me? It must be true. Thank you. It must be true. A troll on fucking YouTube said it. Must be true. My husband's leaving me. He ain't going nowhere, dude. Sorry to burst your bubble there, buddy. I know you'll never get a fucking real woman, but yeah. Ain't happening. Sorry. I know, John Crimes. It's so obvious who it is. Like, could you make it more obvious? Wait a second. Just being to read them. Oh, wait. Yeah. All right. Yay. My resin. Better not be sticky like the other fucking 900 ones that I tried this month. But yeah, you're not gonna get me paranoid about my marriage, dude. So you really need to try something else. I don't know why. Dude, it's fucking weird that this person is so obsessed with my husband. Like, they have a really fucking weird obsession with my husband. And I just don't understand why. Maybe because their regular account got deleted. It's all right if you time them out. Just don't block them. We stay in 2 weeks at a time. Yes, no, anytime, girl. Anytime if you're down here. Yeah, you're not gonna make me paranoid. And I don't know why you're so fucking obsessed with my husband. It's really fucking weird, dude. Like, every comment they leave is about my husband. Like, I just don't, like, what do you think you're doing, dude? I've been with my husband for fucking over a decade, like well over a decade, and he's not going anywhere anytime soon. So I have no idea, wild one. No fucking clue. Those trolls have me blocked. Funny how they are. Certain chats, it's not rocket science. I know. It's pretty obvious who it is. It's pretty obvious. These people too, that they're like, oh, you're serious. They didn't even watch it. You have no idea what happened. You're just fucking making a comment because of what you heard other assholes who didn't watch it say. Thanks. My mom was so careful about having everything planned out to not have a headstone all this time. Oh man, she doesn't have a headstone still? That's sad. Was it left in the responsibility of somebody else to do that? Ironic how they never go to certain chats, and if they do, the comments differ. Yeah, I know. It's pretty these people, whoever it is, the person I listen, I don't have that many people on here that hate me that much. It really could only be one of like 5 people like that's doing this. So, I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious. And they don't I've accused 2 people outright to these accounts and they've denied being those 2 people. But the third person that I've accused, they don't deny it. So that also tells me that I know exactly who it is. Yeah, they're very concerned with my love life. It's weird, to say the least. Yeah, I've definitely seen my husband. I'm like, why are you so fucking obsessed with my husband and my son? It's fucking weird, dude. Like, talk about me. Leave my fucking husband and my son alone, dude. They're not on here. So, talk about me. Like, leave them alone. They're not bothering anybody. I mean, I'm not bothering anybody either. So I don't know why you're so fucking obsessed with me. They haven't bothered this person, especially if it's a person that I think it is. I don't fucking fuck with this person in any way, shape, or form. They say that they don't hold grudges, but they clearly do. Clearly do. Oh, your brother was in charge of that. Well, that's really fucked up, Mellow, because I mean, it's kind of important to have that at this point. That's the place you go for comfort and stuff like that, and that's not right at all. I'm sure your mom wouldn't be too happy. That's all right, Novemberine. They'll be back with another account, I'm sure. They have like 30 John Crimes accounts. It's so obvious too, because like the accounts that they make, it's so obvious. Me, Alicia, and John. Why? Why? Who could that like narrows it down even more? It narrows it down even more. Yeah, headstones and coffins are extremely expensive. I don't get it, Susan. I don't get it. Just come in here first of all under your first name and under your real name. If you have a fucking problem with me, I've told this person several times, just contact me, dude, and we'll talk about it. But this shit, I mean, what exactly are you looking to accomplish? That's what I want to know. What's your exact goal here to accomplish? Do you want to silence me? Okay, fine. What else? You're not gonna get me paranoid about my marriage or anything like that, so you're wasting your time with that shit. So what else are you looking to accomplish? You're not gonna make me cry. You're not gonna fucking really do anything. So I don't understand what you're looking to accomplish. And like why you can't move on and move past it, because I don't bother. Whoever it is, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that I think it could be, there's one that I'm almost 99.9% sure that it is. I definitely do not bother this person. I don't talk about them. I haven't talked about them, and I don't bother them. I think that's the problem though. I think they kind of want me to bother them and respond to them because they have made videos about me and I haven't responded to that. They want my attention and I'm not giving it to them. And I think that's upsetting them, honestly. And it's just fucking weird. It's so weird. It's like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. I would just never waste this much time doing all that. I mean, you have to think of the effort that this person's putting into this shit because, like, they're going back to 2014 on my fucking Instagram page and taking pictures and then saving all these pictures of me on their fucking hard drive, which is weird, you know, from 2014. I don't know why, like, specifically they target that time in my life. I don't know. Maybe they don't like the way I looked back then. I don't know. But so far, every account has pictures of me from 2014 and before that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's so weird. It's just so weird. So, like, you're talking going into like my Instagram account, scrolling back how many years now? 7 or 8 years worth of pictures and then saving them and making these troll accounts and email accounts and having to verify them by phone. And like, what the fuck? You're putting way too much time into me, dude. Way too much time. That's like a kind of exorbitant amount of time to be putting into somebody. And the fucking weird obsession with my fucking husband, just, I don't get that shit. That shit's just fucking weird. But you know what? The same person was around doing this when I wasn't even on here. They were doing it. So she's buried in a 500-year-old church cemetery next to her baby sister. Aw, who also died from cancer. Imagine headstones. So everything happened for a reason. That's so sad. What happened in Novemberine? You're grounded. Oh, you blocked the person? Are you still worried? I don't care. Don't worry about it. I mean, not blocked. Timed them out. Is that what you're saying? Don't worry about it. All they want is to rile you up. Yeah, exactly, Winky. It's really what it is. It's like, dude, I'm over it, man. Just move on with your life. Like, you know, I don't bother you. Please just leave me alone. I really don't bother you. I don't bother you at all. There's the two people that I have that I think it is, there's two people out of like five that I really think it is. And those two people are people that I never fucking talk about ever. So, or bother. I don't even like leave comments about them. Like I literally treat them like they don't even exist. So the fact that they're so fucking bothered by me is just really weird. Cause like, why me out of like 100 people that say the same shit as me? Why are you so focused on me out of all the people? It's fucking weird, man. Crazy Gemini. If you're gonna say that shit, at least say have the balls. Yeah, it's two big scumbags on here. Yeah, exactly, Hummingbird. There's one person that's always stuck on your husband and affairs that you apparently have with John. Yeah, there is one person that is very stuck on that, just like they're stuck on a million other things that I find so weird because it's like, just dude, why are you obsessing over the same fucking things over and over like every day? Like that is just not healthy, man. You know, for years now. Just stop. Like, you got to find something that makes you happy in this world. At least one of those people, I feel like they're just never happy, and I'm like, that is just maybe that's what pisses them off about me is that I'm not a fucking miserable person who's wallowing in fucking hatred 24 hours a day, 7 days a week like they are. Because this one person I just don't think is even capable of happiness, and that's sad to me. They spend so much time. Can you name who Mayavi is? No, I have no idea who that is, Melvin. Hold on, I gotta look at it though closer. Is that like Meg Ryan or some shit? I don't know. That troll just white knighting for his hero cape. I always crack up when I hear them say it. So lame. I know. How do you have an affair with somebody who's like not even like on the opposite side of the country from you? Like, make that fucking make sense. They say it all the time. It's just so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. So if you're friends with somebody of the opposite sex, that means you're having an affair with them? Like, okay. Like, what? It just doesn't even make sense. Captain Go Lately. What boggles my mind too is like, all right, so maybe they're upset that I talk about Laura, I say shit about Laura or Marissa, right? But even then, it still doesn't make sense because both of the people that I think that this could possibly be hated her at one time and hated Laura at one time. So that just even fucking blows my mind even more. Well, one of them I think doesn't even like Marissa at all, but or never did, but like it just blows my fucking mind because it's like, dude, there's people you don't like that you fucking talk shit about. I don't care. I don't bother you about it. I don't get it. It's all I do on here. I don't come on here and attack people. I don't I don't do that. I talk a little shit. That's it. Pretty innocent. I'm not fucking going into people's real lives or hurting them or going after their kids or anything like that. I'm just talking some shit, dude, just like everybody else does on a public platform where these people are doing these things on a public platform, So I have a right to talk about them just like everybody else here does. So why you're so hyper focused on me talking shit when there's a million other people probably saying 10 times worse than what I say? I just don't get. Oh, thank you, Mellow One. Just realize you're hussy back. It's Stevie Nicks. I don't even know who Stevie Nicks is. I know she's like a celebrity or singer, but I don't like. I couldn't tell you one song that she's saying. That's probably why I didn't recognize it. Wild One. I thought maybe it was him because one of the accounts. Okay, I'll give this up, which I wasn't planning on doing, but I will give this up. Okay, one of the accounts. I won't say which one. Traces back to UC Badger. And at one point in time, that account was modded on Laura's channel briefly, and then it was unmodded. Now, it could have been a mistake because it could have been a clone of Capone that got modded by accident because I don't know why, he keeps changing his name all the time. So it is possible that it was a mistake, but yeah, one of those accounts leads back to a UC Badger account, which is Capone. I wouldn't call him a man. He's worse than a washwoman. Super obvious to me. The one with the pic of a dude. Yes, crazy Gemini. Yes. And now it could be several people, but there's one person that I definitely know for a fact, like that. They just showed it in here. They have several accounts, like a lot. And that one person is pretty obvious who it is. Has a history of calling women's husbands. Yeah. I don't know why you even would do that. At the end of the day, it's just YouTube, man. Like, you need to fucking chill out. You should never get to the point where you're fucking calling people spouses and jobs and you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, as much as certain people want to say I do support it, I don't support that shit, dude, at all. Look up Dream On or Fleetwood Mac. I know Fleetwood Mac. I'm gonna have to ask for my $9.99 back. Yeah, that I never really listen to that type of music. That's why. I feel it's such a waste of energy as time as well. Why not do something productive? That's what I'm saying, Winky. Like, do something productive with your time. Like, why are you like? I'm not that important where you should be wasting that amount of time on me. Like, I'm really not. There's only 75 people in here right now. Like, I like it this way, but there's no reason for you to be investing that much time into me because, like, I'm not here to hurt anybody, at all, hurt anybody's life. I'm just talking a little shit, which, everybody here does. Everybody here does that. So if you're going to hold me responsible, hold yourself to the same fucking standards then you shouldn't be talking shit about people you don't like, right? Hold yourself to the same standards that you hold me to. If you can't, that means you shouldn't be talking about anybody at all. Because, I'm not allowed to do it, according to you. I'm horrible for talking about other people, but you're okay. It's okay if you do it. No, sorry. I don't even think they realize how hypocritical it is to be like that angry with somebody. I'm really just having an ordinary conversation, yet they flock to derail it. Yeah. Yeah. That's the other thing too. It's like I'm not even talking. 90% of this live has been about like just random bullshit. But they come in here to try to get me stirred up to start talking about whatever. And it's like whatever. I don't care. Enough. No, nobody should be driving by people's houses. Hey, Polka Dot Suzanne, how you doing? Stevie, since I was 10. Can you put your husband on the phone? I need to talk to him. I couldn't even imagine doing that. I just couldn't. Like, like, why? What's the purpose? What is the purpose? I don't get it. I just don't understand it. Get a fucking life already, will you? All right. It's pathetic at this point. John's not even here anymore. I mean, he's here. He's on YouTube, but like, he left. He said he left this community, and he did. He hasn't even been around. So why are you still fucking obsessing over him? He's doing other things. He's got other things going on. Other channels, other, endeavors that he's working on. Leave him alone. So that's another thing that just makes it so obvious who it is. They love drama and stirring it up. Don't pay attention to them. Exactly. One of them, this is funny. This is how invested this person is, okay? One of the accounts goes back to an account of a person who, and it's kind of like creepy in the same sense, right? Of an account that would come in not only just to my comments, okay, but other people's comments. And like, there's actually screenshots of this person who I think is all the same person under several different troll accounts talking to themselves under the troll account. And one of the accounts that they used to come in under, they would try to like blend in and be friendly with people in my chats, which I find like kind of creepy, but like also like, dude, you're just way too invested, man, at this point. See you later, life or did. Yeah, I gotta get off here in a few minutes too. But so I mean, that's fucking weird too. Like, they're coming in here like trying to like basically fool people, by pretending that they're being friendly. And there's accounts of them talking shit to their other troll accounts under this account. And I'm like, wow, like you really got no fucking life, huh? I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to figure out why they were coming in here trying to be friendly with people. And it's funny because I remember when this specific account came into my chat one day, I automatically, listen, I've been doing this for a long time. It's pretty obvious. Sometimes when people are just trolling, even when they're trying to be friendly, it's obvious. Because there's just certain things that people say that it's like obvious that like, dude, I could tell you're not being sincere, And that this person, when they first started coming around, I felt that way. It was a new name that I had never seen, and I just felt that way. I'm not going to say who it is. I don't want to give them the satisfaction, but I had this feeling about the account when I first started seeing it because of certain things that they were saying. And sure enough, that account is now a different account. And it's just fucking weird to me. So they were like kind of coming in here trying to be friendly, I guess, so they don't get blocked. But they don't do such a good job, I guess. Exactly, the glare. Imagine you did this to people in real life, like fucking showed up at their house. That's the other thing that I don't understand about these people. Like, I don't go to places that I'm not fucking wanted, right? So, like, I don't go, like, it's why I can't understand Bullhorn Betty's behavior, Marissa's behavior. It's like, I don't go, I never did. I've never done that on here. Like, I won't go comment on your page if I don't like you. I'm not going to go in your chat and start shit. Like, I just don't do that, Well, I'll speak on my own panel about things, but like, I don't push myself into other people's spaces where I'm not wanted. So when people do that, it's like real, they're just like intrusive. Like, I just find that so weird to do that. I would just never do that. I would just never go into somebody's chat that didn't like me, that I knew didn't like me. Like, once I stopped talking to you, or, even if we were friends and we stopped talking, I'm not going to contact you in any way after that. I'm not going to come in your chat and argue with you. I'm not going to contact you because I find that intrusive and weird. Like, and these people just don't have those same types of boundaries, I guess. So it does make you wonder what they're doing in real life to people. Yeah, Nana, they have no time. They have way too much time on their hands. Like, way too much. Yeah, it's like even when I was in high school, and this was like a big thing in my school, and I'm sure it was probably the same in a lot of different schools. Like people used to crash parties all the time. I never did that unless I got a fucking invitation from the person whose house it was. Personally, I didn't go to your party, dude. I would never just show up at somebody's party. I hated that. My friends used to do it. I wouldn't go then. I'd be like, "Nah, I'm not gonna go," because I would not just show up at somebody's party if I wasn't invited by them. Like, that's just not how I am. I'd feel so uncomfortable just knowing that the person didn't invite me the whole time, and I wouldn't even, like, have a good time. So, I can't understand these people that just, like, show up at fucking people's houses or whatever. Yeah, be good trolls to talk to yourself. It's kind of strange, dude. Kind of fucking strange. I was laughing because somebody had sent me a screenshot recently of the troll, of one troll, and I realized that in the screenshot, the other troll account that I think is the same person is talking to them, and they're arguing with themselves. And I'm like, dude, that is on a fucking whole other level of fucking crazy. Like, it's one thing to troll, but it's another thing to troll and then troll yourself while you're trolling. Like, it's like, wow. I was too socially awkward to go to parties. Really, Claire? You don't strike me as somebody that would have been socially awkward. Huh. I mean, I guess I was in a sense too. I don't know. I went through like an awkward phase in high school where like I was a little kind of, I guess, socially awkward, maybe. But I was always like very talkative and friendly and outgoing. But I guess, I got a little shy with certain people sometimes. I didn't get comfortable in my skin until my late 20s, and I got real comfortable. I feel that same way kind of too, Lara. I think when I was like in my 20s is when I started to get more comfortable with myself. But I definitely went through like a little phase in high school where I was like self-conscious, I guess, about myself, like, but not bad, But I definitely I could agree with that. I definitely kind of broke out of my shell in my 20s, mainly in my like early 20s, you know, and I kind of just stopped giving a shit what people thought and just like whatever. If you like me, you like me, and if you don't, you don't. But I've always been outgoing, like talkative. Like I could talk to anybody, literally, like anybody. I was a funny guy in my clique, but never felt comfortable outside my clique of like 3 or 4 of us. I was kind of like that too, though, Blair. Like I had my group, and I was mad comfortable in my group, but like outside of my group, I was weird, and I wasn't like cliquey. I talked to everybody because I never stuck to like I had my group of friends that were my friends that I hung out with all the time, but I always like branched out and I talked to people from all different groups. Like I was never like one of those people that was, like, oh, I'm a jock. I can't talk to anybody else if you're not like popular or some shit. Like I just never was like that. I talked to everybody, all different types of people. No matter what group you found yourself in, I was, friendly with you. Well, like to me, if you stay pigeonholed in a little clique, you end up that's how you end up becoming like Marissa. You know what I'm saying? Where you live inside this box and you fucking categorize people. You know what I'm saying? Like you categorize people. Like I don't judge people. I judge people based on their behavior and the way they treat me, not on their social status. You know what I'm saying? Their weight, their color of their skin, none of that shit. I don't, I don't do that. I have friends from the South. I have friends from all over the world on here. I don't judge people by those types of things. like somebody like her, she does, she judges people by their social status, and she categorizes people. They're all in these little fucking categories, and it's fucking weird. But you're like depriving yourself of getting to know really cool people when you do that. I mean, one of my best friends was a guy that was 10 years older than me, that weighed like 300 pounds. Like, I didn't look at that. I looked at the things that we talked about, the connection that we had, the things that we had in common. We were total opposites visually, but we were best friends because we had the same mindset. We thought the same way about life and things, and we like the same music, and that's what connects us to people, not my outer appearance, or his outer appearance. I mean, we couldn't get more opposite. Oh yeah, Hummingbird. He's overtired. Grown ass men, what? You gotta think that these people like playing with puppets. They like playing with something. Bubble of sorts. I go through life with rose colored glass, and yeah. I mean, like, I was cool anyway, smoked weed, but outside of my little group, that was well, yeah, I gotta say, Blair, you know what? The weed, I think, is what connects a lot of people, and it probably connected me to a lot of people because, like, right, people from all groups smoked weed, and like they used to come to us to get it because we were kind of like the burnouts, me and my friends. So, it does connect you to like all different people. Like my ex boyfriend used to sell it, and it was like the collection of people that used to like buy from him. It was like all different types of people. There was old people, young people. You know what I'm saying? Like it was crazy. So the weed does kind of unite people when you're young. Besties from the dirty South. Dirty, the L. Yeah. I mean, I have friends all over from different places that I just connect with. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care, like that kind of shit just doesn't even matter to me. To be honest with you, I probably will judge you more if you care about money that much. If you put such a high importance on money, then I'm gonna fucking judge you and things and values. Like, I mean, my brother's wife, main reason I didn't like her is when she came over here, that's all she talked about was money. And I was like, dude, like there's so much more to life. I want to know about you as a person. Where'd you go to high school? How many siblings do you have? I don't fucking care that you owned a Mercedes Benz in, 1992. I don't give a fuck, or that you have a big house. I don't fucking care. Those things don't matter to me. Yeah, it's nice, but at the end of the day, that's not who you are as a person. And if those things are the things that are defining you as a person, you need to fucking really, I don't know, you need a reality check or something because those things shouldn't define you as a person. Mary Jane connecting the world one joint at a time. It's good to form groups, however, groups that are all about hatred and negative aspects of life. Look, let's just look at this, okay? Me, last year when my friendship with Laura and Tiffany and everything broke up, right? They made other friendships with other people. None of those friendships, because they were all bonded on hatred, right? She bonded, let's just start with Tiffany since that, she was the first one they fell out with. She bonded with Marissa out of hatred for me. Okay. Didn't last, did it? Didn't last. Then Laura came in, bonded with her, Marissa. That didn't last. Why? Because it was on hatred for Diane, for probably me too. And that didn't last because none of those friendships were bonded, they weren't formed on real, actual human bonds. Now, for me, I got closer with Hummingbird. We're still friends. I got closer with November Rain. We're still friends. Everybody that I formed a tighter bond with at that time, we're still friends with each other. Why? Because the friendships were formed on actual things that we had in common, and not just because we hated the same people. So, I mean, if that ain't proof, I don't know what is. Those people all bonded on hatred for Diane, whatever it was. And now those friendships are nowhere to be found. Even Marissa, she met Bullhorn Betty. in a hate situation, dude, because they were hating on the fucking laundry parents. It didn't last because at the end of the day, those two personalities just don't mix with each other, you know, because neither one of them is really capable of holding on to any meaningful friendships in their lives with people. Clean up your act. I arrive with peace. Foundation was based on weakness. You can't build or last that way. and it's just like, yeah, exactly. You're not. Your friendship's never gonna last when it's fucking built on some bullshit, you know? It's not. It's just not gonna last. So many of those people that were all cool because they were going after Diane together, none of them talk anymore. None of them are friends anymore because the only thing that they had in common was their hatred towards Diane. So of course it's not gonna last. Hate bonds never last. They just don't. Not a common bond. There's so much more to life than that, you know? But I mean, some of those people, it's not, I don't think it's even just a hate bond. I think it's just that they're, you know, if you look back in their history, their track record, you know, Tiffany, Laura, Marissa, none of them are capable of really holding on to friendships, period. You know, you look at some of the people that have followed. Laura says she is because she has people, those friendships are in my opinion, very one-sided. It's all, you know, the other person just has this loyalty to her for whatever reason, maybe because they need to just, you know, have that acceptance and be part of a group. So they have this like undying loyalty for her. And I don't think she reciprocates that. I don't think she even has a real friendship with some of those people that have been with her for a long time. I don't think, I mean, I know for a fact she doesn't talk to some of them really outside of a chat. So it's not, to me, that's not a real friendship, you know? I mean, some of those things could bring you together with other people. Burnt Toast just showed up in the chat, right? I heard Burnt Toast speaking on a live, and I saw that her views and my views on things are a lot the same. Not just her dislike for certain people. That's not what attracted me towards her. It was her views on situations that attracted me towards her to start following her channel. Then we started talking. Now we have a friendship because we talk about other things too, you know, life things. We've shared other things about ourselves, you know, that we have in common. But what attracts me to her as a person isn't because she's going after somebody that I also don't like. It's that her views and her morals line up with the same kind of way that I think, you know, on certain things. That's what attracted me to her as a friend. I mean, does it always work out? No. You know, sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes you think that somebody aligns with your beliefs and your morals and everything like that. And then you just come to find out that that doesn't, you know, that's not the case. But I think she's been pretty, you know, Burnt Toast's been pretty consistent. I'm not pretty consistent, very consistent in her beliefs and her morals. And, you know, nothing's really bent from when I first met her, right? What was it, in May last year? Or was it later than that? Nothing's changed in that. She's not fake. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes people could fool you and you think that their morals and values are the same as yours. And then as you get to know them, it changes. You know, she hasn't wavered from the person that I first met. She's been consistently the same person since I met her, you know? She's exactly the same. Yep. And one thing I admire personally is that she allows, you know, an open chat and other opinions, because I feel like that's something that's so fucking lacking around here. Like, people just now, you know, people might not take you up on the offer, but I mean, you guys know I always leave my chat open for anybody to come in, whether you like me or not, or agree with me or not. I leave the chat open and I don't block people, because I feel like it makes for a more interesting conversation when you allow a difference of opinions. And to the conversation. If you just automatically block people that disagree with you, you're just like, then it's just an echo chamber at that point. Who wants that? That's boring to me. She doesn't come at them because they think differently. No, she doesn't. She definitely doesn't. We might not agree on every single thing, but I could see that her morals and her standards are pretty much the same as mine. You know, I've enjoyed. I mean, I always listen to your lives, Burn Toast. Even if I'm not there when it's live, I'll come back and I'll always. I've pretty much listened to every single live you've done since you've come to this community. So I mean, that says a lot because there's not a lot of people that I follow that consistently, that I watch all their lives. Because like you always bring up really good points about things that, people might not think otherwise. The way she treated her friends shows she isn't a friend to anyone, only dollar signs. Exactly, Nana. Well, there's another person. Nana, we've all had this friendship for, all this time and it's lasted because we talk about other things. It's not just, one common thing. Oh, let's take Diane down. That's it. That's all we have in common. you know. Oh, to be a fly on the wall in those conversations. Laura always said none of her people are her friends. I don't understand. Well, that was one of the things that she did, Wild One, that I just blew my fucking mind. I mean, she literally announced to everybody that she's not having friendships with people that pay her, that she's not going to have personal friendships. Part of the whole like thought behind having Patreon and memberships, right, is to give the people more access to your personal life, like a more intimate relationship with the creator. That's what those things are there for. So what are these people paying for then if you're going to turn around and then tell them I'm not giving you that access? Even though you're paying for it, I'm not going to give it to you. Yeah, I'm not going to be your friend either or be personal. I mean, I specifically remember telling her one time like, and you guys have heard me on here, and I know there's many people in this chat that I've told, if you need to talk to somebody, email me, okay? And I'll try to get back to you. And I really do. I haven't been so good lately with my emails. I apologize. But through the years, I have always told people that if they have nobody to talk to, if they need somebody to talk to, that they could always reach out to me. I might not be the best at getting back every single time somebody reaches out to me, but I do try to get back to everybody, and just answer them. And she like one day had made a comment like, I don't know how you do that. I don't even answer my Patreons or something. And I'm thinking like, dude, those people are paying you. I do this for, I don't even want to say for free, but like I do it because I know that there's people out there who don't have anybody else. And you know what? I've been there before. I've been lonely before. There's been times in my life where I didn't have anybody. And sometimes just having somebody to vent to or talk to can make all the difference in the world, in your world. Like it could be a life and death, just having somebody there that understands you. So I always tell everybody, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here. And it's to do that, to not answer people who are fucking paying you. I don't know how you do that. Like, I don't know how you take money from people and then don't even acknowledge them. The only consistent thing about MGL is that she will go through people friendly pairs of socks. That and that she's just consistently a piece of shit. I mean, since I've found her, 3-4 years ago, I mean, she's consistently been a piece of shit. And the other thing is that she consistently harasses people. She's always got a target, of somebody that she's fucking harassing. Right now it's Candace Wells, but there's always somebody who's in her crosshairs that she's harassing and has harassed consistently. When I found her, it was it was at the tail end, I guess, of her harassment of Melissa Schumann. And then it turned to, Chris Watts. And so anybody who was against that, she became, that became her target. Then she went after the family, me for a while. I mean, there's been several people that have just been in her crosshairs, like her target. Then she sits there and says, "Oh, this one's obsessed with me, and this one's obsessed with me. That one's obsessed with me." No, that's not what it is. Nobody's obsessed with you. They're obsessed with calling your fucking ass out and your shitty behavior. That's what they're obsessed with. They're obsessed with not seeing people, get scammed by you. I mean, I've said this since the very beginning. You could go back to my chats from fucking 3 years ago. I would never give money to somebody who's sitting there showing Chanel bags, who just frivolously spends money on like the dumbest shit. I cannot believe that there's people out there that just throw hundreds of dollars at this woman. Like, it's insane. Like, she doesn't need your money. There's people out there who actually need the money, and it's like, holy shit, dude. She's not even grateful for your money. She doesn't even appreciate it. She goes out and spends it on shit that, it's just ridiculous. What did she say the other day? She had some expensive brand nail polish. I'm like, dude, I could buy 3 sets of fucking like acrylics or some shit. I don't do acrylics, but just to put something out there that is common and people know about, for the amount of money that she paid for one nail polish that I guarantee you is gonna chip off her fucking fingers in like 3 days. It's just a name, dude. Most of this shit's manufactured by the same fucking companies. I showed you guys that before. So you're just like frivolously spending this money for no fucking reason. Like, and you have to bring it up that I have some $300 nail polish. When it's on your nails, is anybody gonna fucking know? Oh my god, that must be Chanel nail polish, or whatever the fuck it was, YSL, whatever stupid brand. That's just overly inflated price wise. Nobody's gonna know what brand it is once it's fucking painted on your nails. Who gives a shit? It's like, look at the ingredients, dude. It's all the same shit, okay? It's all fucking made the same way. The same shit out of the same fucking ingredients. I would never fucking throw $100 at somebody who's fucking spending $300 on a fucking one nail polish. One nail polish. I refuse to pay more than like $6 for a fucking nail polish, especially a regular nail polish. It's a different story with a gel polish that I know I'll get like 3 weeks of wear out or more, but a fucking regular ass nail polish, no. Hell no. Hell to the no, no, no. Does she have to be to brag about nail polish? How insecure does she have to be to brag about nail polish? Extremely. That's like, to me, that's like a shield of things, because real people who could really afford those things, it's just like, regular people who buy, sweatshirts from fucking Target. Like, it's just part of life. You know what I'm saying? Or who goes to the drugstore and gets Maybelline makeup. It's just part of life. You don't sit there fucking bragging about it, right? So it shows that she's not used to having those types of things, but it's all this like shield, right? To cover up who she actually is, because she identifies herself through these things, these shoes and the things. And listen, if you could afford those things, that's great. I know so many people that have probably 10 times more than her, but don't even talk about it. Don't even talk about it. You guys would never know. I know because they've shared it with me, personally. But like, there's a million people in this community that have 10 times the amount of money as her and have nicer shit than her, but they just don't talk about it. Why? Because it's just part of their lives. Yeah, they can afford these nice things, but they don't need to fucking shove it in everybody else's faces all the time. Cool. Look at that. Thanks, Clara. I try. I try. I'm already sick of my nails. I'm gonna wait until next week because I gotta fill them in. But you know what? Hey, Marianne, I see people saying hi to you. I don't see you, but I see people saying hi to you. But you guys know what I'm saying? Like, those things are like, it's like a shield for her. It's like she's identifies through all these like inanimate objects, really, that are expensive, but like that that doesn't define who you are as a person. You're still shitty underneath those expensive things. You know, you're still a shitty person underneath those things, even though you have them. They're nice, but who gives a shit, really? When you die, guess what? You can't take them with you. So it's not going to change you. Money talks, wealth whispers. There you go, crazy Gemini. That's perfect way to put it. I know several women that have like Louis Vuitton bags and all this shit, and like they don't sit there fucking bragging about it. They don't sit there telling everybody, "Oh, I got Louis Vuitton. You couldn't afford it." You know, I told you guys before, like that was what turned me off to her immediately when I first found her. I found this live, and then she was saying like to somebody, I think it was actually that guy Justin or some shit. You can't even afford it, and I'm thinking like, what does that have to do with anything? He's criticizing you over something that you said or did on here, and what is the fact that this man could afford Chanel bags or why a man would want them? I don't know, but whoever it was, why is that even like relevant in this situation? I don't even understand. Who cares if he could afford it or not? That has nothing to do with anything. You could tell she's new money. Absolutely. Nothing wrong, Bella. There is nothing wrong with buying yourself nice things, and nobody said that. I buy myself nice shit. The problem is when you start to buy those nice things and shove them in other people's faces. That's when it's a problem. It doesn't define you as a person. You know what I'm saying? When you use those things to try to make yourself seem better or above other people, that's when it's a problem. I mean, buy all the nice shit you want. You just don't make other people feel like shit though because they can't afford those things. Some people just can't. And it doesn't mean that they're bad people or they're not intelligent people or they're not good people. It just they just can't afford things. Period. No money, it seems. My opinion, she'd never talk about it or beg for money. I mean, she's constantly obsessing over money and things and shoving it in other people's faces. She has no decorum, no class of any kind. That's probably the best way to put it, Winky. Like, who gives a shit? Those things are not going to change, anybody's opinion about you. And they don't make you more beautiful. They don't make you ugly. Like, they're just things at the end of the day. They're nice things, but they're just things. They're nice, nice lipstick, great. You spend fucking $100 on a lipstick, whatever, but it doesn't make you better than anybody else. Especially when you're talking about money on your channel. Like, to go here's an example. Going to the laundry's house, okay, and saying, my Louis Vuitton bag from, by the way, 2002. No, all right, I'll give her a little, maybe 2006. Okay, that rainbow colored Louis Vuitton bag. That thing was manufactured back when like Paris Hilton was like the hottest thing on the map. Okay, to walk up and to tell somebody that your bag is worth more than a house, which is just completely unrealistic because no Louis Vuitton bag is worth more than a house. I mean, I don't even think a Birkin bag would be worth more than a house. But like, why? What the fuck does that even have to do with anything? This is an older couple with adult children. Why do they need to live in a big house? I mean, she even talked shit about the sister's house, which I thought was a very cute house. So she lived in a very nice. I actually know several people that live in the same area as the laundry, Kathy Laundry sister, and that is a beautiful area, beautiful part of Florida, and her house was adorable. So because she doesn't live in a big house, she's a piece of shit. I don't like. I just don't get that. I don't get it. I'm not wasting money on a bag. Yeah, a Hermes bag. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Like I said, Birkin. I don't know. Shows how much I fucking know. Like, you think anyone knows you're wearing Louis Vuitton red nail polish? No, nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows. I mean, I have Louis Vuitton foils that go on your fucking nails, but they're not made by Louis Vuitton. I mean, but who gives a shit? So stupid. DH gate for me. I hear you, girl. I just ordered tons of shit off of AliExpress. Can't wait to get it. Those houses are worth more than MGL thinks. I doubt her ugly purse is worth 300,000. Exactly, burnt toast. Yeah, those houses are worth anywhere from like 200 to 300 to $400,000. Come buy a house here and see what you get for the same amount of money that she pays for her house. The other thing that she doesn't seem to understand, for the same amount of money that she paid for her house where she lives, come up here and buy a house with the same amount of money. You're going to be living in the smallest house ever because the houses up here are expensive. She's so generous with her money too, though. She gives so much to others and buys herself expensive stuff. She shared it because she's excited and proud. She was able to buy herself that, I think. I don't know, Bella. I think she shares it because she likes to shove it in people's faces, to be quite honest with you. And see, Bella, I was talking about this before, and since I know that you're somebody who's, pays her $50 a month for her, or used to at least. I don't know if you're still in there, but I know you used to be in there. I know you used to pay her $50 monthly for, oh shit, for, her Patreon. She's generous. I'll say, she does her little giveaways. I mean, I do think that most of those giveaways are secondhand items that she does. I mean, she gives away like items from her FabFitFun box, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the generosity doesn't erase the other shitty behavior. It's nice, but it's all being done it's not being done because she wants to be generous to people, because she cares about other people. I personally feel it's being done because it's to help with her, build this image of her being a generous, caring person. But most of her behavior and actions towards other people show otherwise, that she's not caring or generous. Or, I mean, for example, right? She was, quote unquote generous. I've seen her be generous with people, but I've also seen her throw her generosity in other people's faces, which truly generous people don't do that. Like, for instance, she bought, Christmas presents for Potty Mouth Mama, which was extremely generous of her to do that, right? But then when when one of the items got returned because it was on, what do you call that? Fuck, I can't remember the fucking name now. It was on back order and it got returned. Instead of calling Potty Mouth Mama up and saying, hey, what happened, to this, she goes live and she attacks her and accuses her of trying to like scam her somehow, and then throws all that money that she spent in her face, and then goes on to expose a very personal story that wasn't hers to tell, on her page, with hundreds of people sitting in her chat, to for the sole purpose of embarrassing her. So when I see things like that happen, that tells me that her generosity isn't really being done for the right reasons, because a truly generous person wouldn't turn around and treat somebody like that. Patty Mouth did absolutely nothing wrong in that situation to warrant what she got in response to an item getting returned. I mean, that she didn't even return. And any normal, rational person who has money and has dealt with money would know that it would be impossible for somebody to purchase an item over the internet and then have the other person return it and somehow get the money sent to them. That doesn't even make sense. How would they get the refund? The refund's going to go back to the credit card that it was bought on. Any fucking idiot who's ever shopped online knows that. So right there, she showed that she was really just attacking her, because nobody would be able to take your money in a situation like that. So it's like that just completely erased the nice deed that she did for her because of the way she reacted to that. It was horrible. It was absolutely disgusting what she did to that woman. And it was so unnecessary. She uses her generosity as a shield to avoid criticism. She is trying to buy loyalty. Exactly, Burn Toast. I talked about this like earlier, but I know a lot of you guys weren't in here. But that it's exactly what I was saying earlier. the generosity, the donations, and all of that shit is all being done for her own real selfish, needs. And she's not the only one that does it. There's other people on here that do it too. I mean, Laura does it, she's going to donate $5 of the candles, but really she's doing it so she can make money. That she, as she sat there and called out Diane's scam, she also or what she perceived as a scam, right? She also basically did the same kind of thing in a way. She collected money knowing that people were going to donate if she said that she was donating the money, but she donated such a small amount of it that she made way more of a profit than she was donating. So, it was kind of scammy in a sense. And she was again just doing that to kind of rehab her, her own image. Did she really care? Is she still donating to St. Jude? Probably not. She showed 2 receipts and that was it, and then it was like, well, we're just gonna then it was, I don't have to show you anything. I don't have to donate, and it's the same thing that Marissa does. It's all being done to garner attention for herself and make her look like a good person so that everybody, when she does something shitty, everybody turns their head the other way. Oh, I'm not going to look at the shitty thing she did because she donates money to St. Jude. So I'm just going to turn my head. So it's kind of like you're saying, it's a shield to protect her from criticism of the shitty things that she does. Because look, Bella, no offense, you came in here and that was the first thing you said is, oh, she's very generous with her money. She is, but there's always strings attached to it with her generosity, or it's being done for to deflect or change people's perceptions of her. And it's very obvious if you pay attention, because the majority of her harassing behavior towards people, I mean, says more to me than her donations every once in a blue moon. She's constantly harassing people, constantly. There is a woman in her Patreon that recently found out she has terminal cancer. Marissa has decided to pay her first few hospital bills. That's private info she didn't share. She does good too, though. All right. You know what, Bella, though? That's great. That's great if that's true. But if I was that woman, I wouldn't let her do that, because that's another thing that she does with her money. Her money is always used to control people. She's generous with her money, but there's always, like I said, there's strings attached all the time. And she's proven it several times. I mean, she was generous towards Alicia, gave Alicia money, okay, that Alicia didn't ask for, and then later on throws it in her face and tries to use it against her. Oh, she was poor. She couldn't even afford this. That's not generosity. When Alicia stopped, as soon as Alicia stopped doing everything that Marissa wanted her to do, it got thrown in her face that she gave her money. So if I was that woman, and if you cared about this woman who's already dealing with so much, being terminally ill, I would advise her to not take that money from her. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Because it's going to get thrown in her face at some point. She's done it to several people here that were ill already. So, I mean, I just don't buy that it's being done because she actually gives a shit about the person. Because there's been, I mean, I could probably sit here all day and give you examples of how she's either used money to control people and their feelings, or to keep them, hooked into her side of things and her group, right? Which is crazy, but she does it. She uses money as a tool to control people. For instance, when people used to come after me, like Black Queen, okay, her buddy Black Queen, that woman came after me, and then the next day she gets $100 super chat. Well, now she's indebted to Marissa. So she's like, oh, it's like a dog. It's like giving a little dog treats, right? You give the dog a treat and the dog's going to give you its paw. Next time you give the dog a treat, it's going to give you its paw again, because it knows when I give you the paw, you're going to give me the treat. Well, she uses people in the very same way. Oh, you just did something that I like, so now I'm going to reward you for it. And then when that person sees the reward, they're going to feel like, well, I'm going to have to keep doing this, because now I'm indebted to her. She gave me money for like no reason. So now I'm just going to keep going after this person that she doesn't like because it seems like that's what I got rewarded for. And she's done it several times to people, and that some of the people don't even realize it, that's what it's being done for. I could name her. She did it with. Truth Seeker knows, same thing, and I could prove all this. Amanda Lynn, when her and I were, not friendly with each other. Starlight, she did it too. Gave her money for no reason, just drops money in her PayPal. She does it with Brian. She did it with Laura. She did it with Tiffany. She just drops money in people's PayPal to keep them hooked to her. Doesn't always work, but she tries. I mean, it makes no sense. You don't put your dearest friend in a facility that could save his life, but you're paying the bills of a stranger whose fate is already sealed. That's a good point, Clara. That's a good point. I mean, even just the whole situation with Princess is extremely, extremely sad to me because, she has made that man. I mean, Bella, if you're still listening, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Um, yeah, she's giving him a place to live and all that, right? But under what, at the same time, she's making this man feel like he's a complete burden on her life, So, yeah, she's giving him something, but look at the embarrassment that this man's going through. I mean, she was literally telling people that he's shitting himself and hasn't brushed his teeth or showered. Why do we need to know that about him? We don't need to know that. And I don't want to hear that he consented to having his, personal medical information shared because he's not in his fucking right frame of mind clearly right now. I mean, and by her own admission, he's not in his right frame of mind, but she's like using him to garner sympathy for herself. I forget who it was, but somebody played a clip of a live that she did where she's completely humiliating him and he's live. Oh, it was Jenny Jen. She has a video on her, or on her Chatter's voice channel where she synced it up, and to be quite honest with you, I thought it was pretty genius. Princess goes live from the hospital, and Marissa's on her channel at the same time, gaslighting the shit out of everybody, telling them that he's so sick, he's dying. This could be the last video he's gonna make. Meanwhile, he seemed fine in the video. Okay, I'm not saying he's not sick, but his condition wasn't as bad. Then she's saying that he's begging for money. That wasn't happening either. And I mean, you could clearly see that he's not begging for money in this video, but she's telling everybody in her chat that he's begging for money and all this shit. And that's absolutely not what was going on at all. And then, her real concern came out because it was really just about her being, slammed in his chat basically for not taking good enough care of him. And I mean, it's just, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. On a live while her best friend is going through withdrawals. Yeah. I mean, suffering and just treating him like complete and utter shit. So now what does she do this week after she got criticized by several people, even her own supporters, for the way she was treating him? She has to conveniently live stream her taking him to the barbershop and buying him clothes and offering up her expensive nail polish on his nails. That's all being done for her though, because last week everybody was shitting on her for her treatment of him. So now she's like, let me put the show on that I'm treating him so great. I'm going to bring him to 90s Con with me. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that for him, because she just got so heavily criticized by everybody in the community, even her own supporters, for the way she was talking about him and treating him. She ain't stupid. I mean, but it's quite obvious what's going on there. Hey, P-Sibs. All FGL does is villainize people. That's all she is. Yep. I feel terrible for the man, honestly. He's indoctrinated, because he probably doesn't know any better that what she's doing is this, this push-pull thing. It's like, well, what could you do for me? I mean, even with him, she throws in his face all the shit that she does for him. I mean, to sit there on a live and be like, "Ah, I got to talk to him like he's a child." That's embarrassing. You're dehumanizing him. Like that's fucking mortifying. That's why I feel bad for him, because he doesn't even know that he's being subjected to this. Like he doesn't know what's going on, obviously. If he did, he wouldn't be there. Trust me. I think it was the glare. I think you said it the other day on was a Savages panel, and I couldn't agree more with what you said. You were like, if he dies, that's going to be like the ultimate like attention for her. Oh, my best friend died. It's it's sick, but it's true. You were 100% right in saying that. You know, if something happens to Princess, she's going to completely use it to her advantage to garner sympathy, attention, etc., etc. Yeah, she lets her panel go at him. I mean, dude, if the poor guy was withdrawing from opiates that day, I really felt I was angry that day. I don't watch her. You know, anything I see is from clip channels, or you know, Burnt Toast is streaming her or whatever. I rarely turn on her fucking channel anymore because I can't stand her. But that day, for some reason, I don't know why, I clicked on her video. It was like I was watching something, and when the video ended, it was right underneath that video. And so I click onto it and ask Hummingbird. I was fucking so irate because I only watched like 5 minutes of her. Burnt Toast actually played almost the same part. I didn't see the part where the chair fell down when I watched it, but I had backed up to that part where she was talking to Justice for All when she came back to the table and she was talking about, you know, Princess. That was the part that I saw. And I was just like, I cannot believe what she's sharing with her chat about this man and what he's going through right now. Like, you know, it's hard enough if you're withdrawing from opiates and you're feeling sick and anxious and all these other feelings that you feel, right? And then you have this loudmouth idiot screaming with her histrionics, you know, just all this crazy shit. And then, you know, sharing the intimate, embarrassing details about your drug problem with everybody on the internet, not even paying attention. I mean, there was people on her panel like that were trying to give her advice how to help him, and she just fucking didn't even pay attention to any of it. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I wouldn't do that to anybody, let alone somebody I considered my best friend, sharing their personal shit like that. It was terrible. Or the day that, you know, he came to her with his pills and she started flipping the fuck out on him. Why do the people, you know, that support her not remember or see this shit? And like, I asked Bella, I haven't seen her come back. I would love to know how she feels about this, because, you know, what's your feelings? Because to me and to a lot of other people, it looks to me like Princess is a burden on her life, and that's how she's treating him. And I can't help but feel some, you know, kind of way about it and feel bad for the man, because, you know, yeah, he has an addiction, but you know, it's too late now. He's already in the addiction. Treating him like that is just awful. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. The way she's, you know, treating him. And it's a typical narcissist relationship, just like all of them, where they have this push pull thing that they do with people, you know, and we saw that this week, where it's like last week she's pushing him away. This week she's pulling him back in with, you know, bringing him to the salon and getting his hair done. And it's all manipulation. From the very beginning, I thought it was disgusting. I mean, even when he was still in Vegas and she was carrying on lives about him dying and calling his brother up and putting him on speakerphone, like that shit is not fucking okay, dude. That's not okay. You don't do that to somebody. Off this subject, my home COVID test got here just in time, a month after I quarantine. That's great. Perfect. It's just very sad. The whole situation to me is very sad, you know, and I can't, I can't help but feel bad for the man. When I see these like clips of her, screaming at him and yelling at him, like he's saying that she has to talk to him like a child. Like, no, he's not a child. He's a grown man. You don't have to talk to him like that. He seems to be very intelligent. I just feel horrible for him. And I don't see him getting any better in her care. And now knowing that she paid for some cancer, you know, patient, that makes me scared for that person, because that's just not, it's not going to go well. It's just not. Princess, please go live with your family so you can actually get better. Yeah, or go into a facility, a treatment facility. There's plenty of people that could get you into a treatment facility. If I was friends with him, I know somebody that could get him into a facility. Like, no problem. I mean, here, this should go to show everything. Two Tacos, we all know, okay, was friends with her and is a counselor. That's what she does for a living. She helps people who have, drug addictions. Well, Two Tacos writes a community post basically saying that, she's willing to put all the bullshit aside between them and help Princess, because this is what she does, and she knows that. She knows what Two Taco does for a living. Okay. If you really gave a shit about Princess and his addictions and wanted to help him, you would have taken her up on that offer, because she blatantly admits that she doesn't know what to do in the situation and she's helpless and she doesn't know how to help him, right? And that it's, ruining her marriage and her house and her son and da 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 da. Why wouldn't you, if you really did give a shit, take a resource like that of a person who knows what they're doing in the situation, knows how to help somebody in that situation, and get them the help that they need? Well, here we are a week later, and nothing's come of it. Why? Because she really doesn't fucking care. She really doesn't care. All she has to do, she doesn't even have to talk to Two Tacos. All she has to do is connect Princess with him. That's all she has to do. Job done. So she could cut out, herself from the situation, but she's not doing that. Why? Because she really doesn't fucking care. She really doesn't want to help him. Clearly. She should have known what she was getting herself into when she, signed up for this. I mean, shit, I even fucking was like, this probably ain't a good idea, having this man come live with you. I don't know what she thought. I don't know if she thought that, oh, he's just going to come here and live in this nice house and be around me and he's magically going to be cured of all of his addictions. Nope, that's not how it works, girl. It's not how it works. How did Bella know MGL was doing that? Because MGL had to tell people. So not private. Really good point, Hummingbird. She definitely did tell people. And that's a good point, because right, if you really just were doing it just for the pure fact of wanting to help another human who's in a crisis, then you would just do it. You don't really need to share it with people. But I mean, that's what her Patreon is her gloating about, what a wonderful human she is. So it does not surprise me whatsoever. I mean, she did that with Marianne. She, bragged about giving Marianne money in her Patreon. Like, she does that, it's all part of crafting the image, where she actually showed, the text message. She put the text message in the Patreon between her and Marianne, where she tells Marianne that she dropped something in her PayPal for her. And Marianne's like, oh, thank you. And she did that for, I'm sorry, Starlight, not Marianne. She did that for, the sole purpose of just showing everybody that she gave, money to her. Like, she does that quite often. I still question, yeah, you and me both, Aguilera. I'll keep my mouth shut on that one. I digress as well. Her humble bragging act. Yeah. I mean, there was like a clear, And she does that all the time. If you were in her Patreon, because I was in her Patreon for fucking, a couple months back in 2000, what, 20? I joined for, reasons that everybody knows here, to spy, basically, because she said that she had some information about Oni and cop calls, which was not in there. But as I was in there, I was like, I cannot fucking believe that people are paying $50 a month for this. Like $50, dude. You're not talking like, I mean, shit, I wouldn't even pay that much for like fucking Netflix or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like something that I'm actually getting something out of. Like that's a lot of fucking money, $50 a month. Um, there was nothing in there that I personally feel is worth $50 a month. I mean, it was basically her talking shit about people and then bragging about herself, and that's really it. Yeah, she does these, giveaways or whatever, but save yourself the money and just go buy yourself the products. I mean, she's also doxing people and their families in there. I'm sure that still happens. So, telling other people's business. I can't tell you how many times she shared stories about clients, alleged clients of hers, her life coaching clients. Like, why? You shouldn't be telling anybody any of those stories. No, I would never do that to anybody, Hummingbird. Just never. It's just not my place to do that. Remember the $5 Laura gave? You want to know what's so funny about that Life Rewinded? I was the first one to do that. Laura copied me. I did that first. I gave her, I think it was like $10 and told her to, what was it? Oh, I was like, you'll need, put this towards your lawyer or some bullshit, right? I went in her chat. Laura copied me like the next week later after that with the $5. Mandolin and said it was for the birthday for the kids, but Amanda bought a vape. She lied. It wasn't a birthday. Yeah, she did the same thing to her. Yep. Yep. It's always thrown in people's faces. So it really bothers me to know that she's doing this to somebody who's a cancer patient, because I just don't, I would hate to see somebody who's already dealing with so much having to go through this bullshit. We all saw what she did to Kim Lowry, right? That was fucking terrible. Terrible what she did to her. Even if you thought that she was faking her illness at the time, okay? Even if you thought that, why do you need to put that on a live and just be so fucking vile about it? Oh, I remember that crazy Gemini. She wanted to know how many stamps Laura had on her passport, because I guess more stamps equal class. Yeah, I remember that. That's what I'm saying. I just like, I don't get how these people ignore all this shit. Like it's really fucking mind-blowing to me. They just get so blinded by these like fake fucking altruism or whatever the fuck you call it. Like they just get so fucking blinded by that shit. Like Bella, I'm sorry, but I got to put you in there, girl. If you're still listening, you're kind of blinded by that generosity that's there. It is generous, but it's all being done for control, for image. It's not being done for the right reasons, because if it was, you wouldn't even fucking hear about it, to be quite honest with you. You wouldn't even hear about it. She's like, she hasn't told people, but she did. She told you, because you know about it. Sick people are her best targets. That's 100% true, Jeannie. It's the following that's so difficult to understand. Yeah, Glara, that's what like has always really kind of baffled me. To this day, I hear people saying, and I'm sorry because some of these people are people I respect and I'm friends with and whatever. But I hear people going, she changed. She has not fucking changed, guys. She's been this way since day one. Or I hear people saying she's getting worse. No, let's go back through time. There's been no change. Let's go back. Okay, I'm gonna go to the earliest fucking thing I could possibly think of. And that would be the New Orleans thing. Diane spoke about it actually last night. The New Orleans thing where she was arrested, right? That happened when I first met Diane. Okay. She dragged this poor girl, Tiffany, through the fucking mud and tried to make everybody believe that Tiffany was this like fucking dirtbag that came there, set her up. I mean, she used those exact words. She said that it was a setup. She was set up, that somebody came specifically to New Orleans with the sole purpose of getting her arrested. Okay? She did that was her story. I mean, go back. It's probably clipped somewhere. She dragged this poor girl through the fucking mud. I mean, I'm pretty sure that her New Orleans videos are still up on her page and you could go see it for yourself. I'm not making this shit up. Okay? She dragged this woman through the mud for like 6 months or maybe even more, lying to everybody about her, completely fucking lying to everybody about her. I mean, literally down to the very last second when Diane finally showed a tape of her doing it. She knew Diane even had the tape and she was still sticking with that lie. And then all of a sudden, it was me. You can always tell when she's lying about things or doing this like phony bullshit that she's carrying. She's like, well, today, I had a very important, phone call, she says, a lot or she's doing this like phony, like personality that she cares about people and bullshit. Yeah. That's when she's putting on that. Yes, I'm very, sorry to admit, she does it all the time. So when you know that's like damage control mode, just for the people who don't out there understand that. That's called damage control personality. Anyway, but yeah, so okay, so you tell me what has changed about her from back when she tried to completely destroy Tiffany's character. And I'm not talking about Tiffany who's on here, you know, who has her fucking whatever true crime channel. I'm talking about the other Tiffany, okay, from Noah. So you tell me, I want to know what has changed from then till now. What has changed from her harassing Melissa Schumann on Twitter till now? Nothing. She hasn't changed. She hasn't changed. Has she been chameleon-like at points and mutated a little bit or tried to act like she was a better person? Yes, but it's all an act because she always goes back to the same shitty shit every time. She always does. She'll keep you fooled for a little bit, but stop saying that she changed because she never fucking changed. Okay? When in 2020 or 19 or whatever, when she's making lies up about me driving to her house, she hasn't changed, dude. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. I never fucking drove by her house. She just lies, dude. She lies. She's not, to me, she hasn't been getting any worse. What's happening, and maybe why people think that it's getting worse, is because she has a bigger following now, right? And she's trying to keep that momentum going of gaining people. So she might be acting a little bit like extra, you know, dramatic or histrionic or whatever you want to fucking call it, because she's trying to keep the momentum of growth going, right? But the behavior is still the same. It's the same shitty behavior. Throwing people under the bus, lying about them, stabbing people in the back, making, you know, complete stories up about people. That shit's never changed, dude. She's been doing that since I found her. So like, that's why when I hear people say that she changed, I just like, I can't even understand it. I'm like, when did this change happen? When the fuck was she a good person and then changed into a bad person? Where? I think it's just more of the, you know, no offense to those people. I think that those people were just blind to her behavior and they're the ones who changed. They changed, their perception of her changed because at one time they liked her and thought she was a good person. And then they changed their perception when they realized, oh, once she fucked them over personally, their perception changed. Now they're aware of the negative behavior that they were kind of ignoring prior to that. So that's why they think that she changed, but she didn't change. She's been the same the whole time. It's your perception of her that's changed. Mhm. Yeah, have a bird. If I'm gonna fucking take my time out to go to somebody's house, I'm gonna make sure they fucking know that I'm there. Like, if I drove by her house, you don't think I would have fucking recorded that shit and posted it on fucking YouTube? Come on now. Like, at that time, absolutely. Absolutely. And I would have fucking knocked on her door. Like, I would have made sure she knew I was fucking there if I drove by her fucking house. I mean, this bitch don't realize that she lives in in a town. Like, she seriously is so narcissistic that she actually thought I came there to drive by her fucking house. She doesn't realize that she lives in, like, one of the more popular fucking tourist destinations for people on the in the Northeast. Like, it's very common that people that live in the Northeast would go to her area and visit because there's a huge fucking theme park there, one of the biggest ones on the fucking East Coast, in the Northeast. So, like, I mean, besides Florida and shit, Disney and all that, like, up here in the Northeast, that's probably one of the biggest fucking tourist spots for people to go, somewhere close that they could drive to go to a theme park. Besides, like, Six Flags Great Adventure, I mean, there's Dorney Park, but, like, Hershey's, like, a huge. But she thinks people are coming there for her. She thinks people are coming there for her. That's how fucking narcissistic this woman is. That's like me saying, "Oh, people are coming to Manhattan for me." Like, I mean, I don't live in Manhattan, but, like, people are gonna come to New York City for New York City. I mean, she came out here one time years ago and said she went to Montauk, which is, not close by me. It's like 2 hours, but still, like, she didn't come here for me. A lot of people come here to go to Montauk. It's a tourist destination for people, in the tri-state area. So a lot of people go there to go to the beach. It's beautiful, But it's like, she really fucking in her head thought that I went to fucking Hershey for her. No, bitch. I went for my kid. That's why I was there. I went there because he had a hockey tournament. You fucking idiot. And to go to the park. A lot of, different things like host a lot of tournaments and shit are hosted by things like that so that people have things to do when they're down there. Fucking dumbass. She's so stupid. But yeah, I definitely right. Lancaster is another place that people visit, which is very close by Hershey. I mean, she's really in her narcissistic head. I mean, she does run a bed and breakfast, so she has to be somewhat aware of this, right? Out of her house. She runs a bed and breakfast out of her house. She has to be aware that this is a thing. People do come there for, other things other than her. She's always wanted to be more than she actually is, and sadly, it doesn't lead to happy life. Yeah, Morrissey knew her. Do you remember the day after that when she was like, I got a phone call today, and I just I I can't say who it was, but it was so special to me. I can't remember, but somebody has some really good video of the whole Morrissey debacle. I believe it was Crazy Nurse Granny. There's definitely, let's see if we can find that. Hold on. There's definitely a video, and I want to say it was Crazy Nurse Granny. And I could be wrong, but I believe that she's the one who put the video up of that. Or could have been somebody else. I don't remember. What happened to Crazy Nurse Granny? Does anybody know? Is anybody in touch with her still? She was funny. She was a nice lady. Yeah, she doesn't realize how many of us have been to her amusement town. I was there twice in the last year. I just went there in, let me think. Right after Christmas. I was in Hershey right around New Year's. And guess what? I didn't drive by her house that time either, because I have no fucking idea where her house is in relation to the park. I don't care. What good is it going to do me to drive by somebody's fucking house? Like, I just want to know what good that's going to do me. Like, fuck. If I drove to her house, I'd probably be fucking leaving in handcuffs. Just saying. Just saying. Let me see if we can find this. Go lately. Morrissey. That shit was fucking hilarious though. Straps and Montauk and Hamptons crap to sound hoity toity. Yeah. Montauk, Hamptons. Montauk's really, I mean, it's just like a really good tourist destination. Definitely a good place to go on a vacation. Like people live in New York, Jersey, they'll go there for like a staycation, I guess, if you want to call it that. Cause I think it's like a 2 hour drive from Manhattan to Montauk, if I'm not mistaken. So wait, no, then it can't be 2 hours from me. It's probably like an hour and a half, maybe an hour. I don't know. I don't really know the exact amount of time, but it's fucking far from here. I know that to get from here to Montauk. I mean, I haven't even been to Montauk since I was a kid. That's how fucking far it is out. I mean, it's really just beaches, but it's beautiful. I mean, it's like the furthest point you could really get in the ocean. So people, like the beach. The beach is much nicer there than it is here. I've been here. I'm very listening. CK, the Morrissey thing was that she, I guess, saw him and like tried to like, I don't know. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it was Crazy Nurse Granny. She was kind of trying to make it seem like he knew her, but if you watch the video, it looks like he's like kind of terrified of her. I mean, it's funny. Here, hold on. Let's see if it plays on my internet's. The stupid thing is now doing this with my mic being unplugged. He sees her in the crowd and look, he's like backing away, like, you're that lady. And I guess she just kind of misread it into like he doesn't look happy about her seeing her. He's like, I'm out of here. I think you gotta kind of watch it in like full speed to kind of like really understand what's going on in the video. Like he was spooked, it looks like. Let me change the speed. Hold on. He looks spooked, to say the least. Yeah, let's go back. Morrissey. I don't even know who he is. I just know that she's likes him. He's, I guess, sings. I don't know. Hold on a second. Am I go? Oh, I went the wrong way. My bad. Here. He's signing an autograph, and then he sees, "I know you." You could see him saying it, and then he's just like back, and he keeps saying, "I know you," and he's like backing away, like if you knew somebody and you were happy about seeing them, you wouldn't really back away like that, right? You'd be like, "Yay, I know you. How are you?" You'd shake their hand or something. He's like, "I'm out of here." There she is at the thing, bending down. I don't know if you guys saw her, but she was like, "Oh my God." And then he gets in the car, and somehow, I guess, like, he must have, she got over that gate and started like fucking chasing his car down, and the bodyguards like had to basically like rip her off the fucking car. Like, that's not normal, dude. It was Crazy Nurse Granny. Yeah, that too. I just played that. Just if you there's other videos. If you type her name in, you'll find them. Just type her name and then type Morrissey, and you'll see it. No, it's definitely not excitement in his face. He looks a little spooked. Like he's like, I know you, and he's like backing away. He actually wasn't even saying, "I know you." What do you think he was saying, Amanda? I mean, to me, it looks like that's what he's saying, but I'm open to uh, I'm open to other things. Yeah, she's a celeb chaser. There was this stupid fucking thing. Oh, her video is playing still. Hold on a second. The walls were covered in pictures of him with like Ralph Macchio and him and Mayor Giuliani, or like whatever, just name a celebrity, and fucking he was in a picture with him. Mr. T, Hulk Hogan. I mean, it was like fucking insane. I was like, how the fuck does this guy who owns a pizzeria meet all of these celebrities like this? And he has pictures with all of them. I mean, I don't know if he goes to went to book signings like her, because it seems like that's like, if you want to meet celebrities, that's probably like the way to go, is to go to like some type of book signing or some meet and greet type of shit. I mean, and this was back in like the 80s and 90s when like people really, it wasn't as easy to like know where celebrities were and what they were doing. So it was quite amazing that he was able to do this at that time. But nowadays, if you want to stalk a celebrity, it's pretty easy. I mean, you just got to follow them on social media and shit, and you'll know where they are for the most part. But it's like, I always thought it was weird. I'm like, why do you go out of your way to like find all these celebrities, take a picture with them, and then just hang it up in your pizzeria? So weird. I thought it was very strange, even as a kid. As I was like, I don't know, like who, I don't know. I'm not that into celebrities, I guess. So I don't understand it. Like I like some good celebrity gossip and shit, but I'm not into like, I have no desire to ever meet any famous people really. Probably the most famous person I think I ever met was Big Pussy from The Sopranos, and that was like a freak thing. So my aunt's sister-in-law used to work for this like I have a picture somewhere, I have to find it, but my aunt's sister-in-law worked for this, like, I actually hung out with him, it was cool. My aunt's sister-in-law worked for a radio station, and I think she then was part of some type of podcast that he did, or she went to watch it or something, and she ended up becoming friends with him. It was called, I forgot the name of the podcast. I'm sure you could find it online somewhere. It was him and like a bunch of the other guys from The Sopranos. It was like when podcasts first became a thing, back in like what, 2006 or 7 or some shit. And anyway, she was like basically going to the city to meet him. So we met up with him at the Roosevelt Hotel in the city. And it was like, it was so weird. It was just me, her, my aunt, and my cousin. And sorry, we all had lunch with him. And he was just kind of sitting there telling us like random stories about the Sopranos and talking about the cast and all the different people and shit. It was cool. It was just like chill. We hung out with him and just kind of talked and bullshitted, and then he took a picture with us, and that was it. Like, we all just went our separate ways that day. It was weird. It was just like a freak thing, but other than that, I haven't like technically met any other celebrities. I mean, I met like fucking, when I was a kid, I met Macho Man. He was doing like a autograph thing at Kmart. But other than that, I never met any other real celebrities. I think that's probably it. That was like the only time I actually hung out with somebody who was, I mean, a celebrity, right? He's a celebrity, but he was only on the one season of The Sopranos. I was like, could you introduce me to Jackie Aprile Jr.?" And he actually invited me the next day, but I was dating somebody at the time. But if you guys watch the show, Jackie Aprile Jr., the Meadows boyfriend, I mean, he was, I mean, come on. Well, anyway, I was joking around. I'm like, could you introduce me to him? And he was like, yeah, you could come down tomorrow. I forgot they were doing. I don't know if they were doing like a podcast or something, but I was dating somebody. And the next day I was leaving to go on, what do you call it? A trip with, to go see my friend in Pennsylvania. So, who also lived right by Hershey. And anyway, I was like, forget it. Said never that she stalks famous people. It probably is for them, yeah. I mean, I've never seen someone so stuck on a decade that ended 30 years ago. Me neither. I like, I mean, listen, I like my 90s music, rap music and shit, because, I mean, let's just face it, they just don't make good music anymore. But like, other than that, I don't know. I don't like care about like celebrities and all that shit. I don't, whatever. It is what it is. Hey, Izzy Pop, how you doing? All right, guys, I'm gonna have to end this though because I really need to get my ass in gear and take a shower. I've been live like all day, but it was very nice talking to everybody, and I'm sure I probably won't be around the rest of this week or part of next week maybe, but definitely was nice talking to all you lovely people, and I hope everybody has a good weekend and all that jazz. I'm sorry, Izzy. Plus, my computer is now giving me this warning that my mic is unplugged, even though I don't have a mic. But anyway, I hope you guys all enjoy your weekend and have a great weekend. And I'll see you guys soon.